What's good, everybody? Welcome to another edition of the Irish Breakdown podcast presented by our friends at FanDuel. I'm Vince D'Addario. That's Brian Driscoll over there. It is buy, sell, hold day, everybody. And what that means is, for those of you that are new to the show, is we give our premium message board subscribers an opportunity to basically run the show. They put in their buy, sell, holds over on the premium message board. Brian then takes them and turns them into cards. We put them up here and we answer your questions. And so what that means is we're not really taking questions from the chat today, unless you throw it into a super chat. Then, of course, we will take that question at some point during the show. But this is our premium message board day. It's where we like to just throw a nod to our folks over on the premium message board and kind of let them take control today. And it's a fun day. Monday is always a fun day with buy, sell, hold. We just kind of show up and answer all your questions, and I'm really excited about it. Brian, the OGs haven't done a show together in quite a while, at least not an afternoon show.
Yeah, we haven't done a buy, sell, hold in a long time. We did that recruiting show not that long ago,
right.
But yeah, man, it's been a minute since we've done a buy, sell, hold together. So I'm very excited about this one, and lots of great submissions today.
Okay,
lots of great submissions. We have 67 cards. Now, keep in mind, sometimes 3 cards could be one question because
that's
true. People don't understand sometimes that we only have so much room on a card.
That's fair. That's fair.
But then there's some with two of them on there, so we better get rocking and rolling, Vince.
Yes, as much as the people
be here for a while,
as much as the people would like us to be on for 5 or 6 hours straight. I get that. My wife wouldn't be very happy about that.
I wouldn't be very happy about that.
My bladder wouldn't be very happy about that.
Exactly. So let's get rocking and rolling with Carson Jackson gets us kicked off.
Okay, Carson Jackson, buy, sell, hold. All new defensive position coaches could result in a slow start defensively for the second year in a row.
I mean, I'll buy that in theory that could happen. Of course, it'd be silly for me to say, oh, no, Carson, there's no chance that happens. Certainly, I think there's a possibility that we could be sitting there saying, okay, they're getting used to the defensive coordinator, or maybe they're not clicking yet with the position players yet. They're having some of the same issues that Chris Ash had last year, as far as like knowing the strengths and weaknesses of players, things along those lines. The reason that I would say I buy that as a possibility, but sell that's what's going to happen, is because position coaches are different than coordinators in 2 ways. One is very obvious, because it doesn't really matter if they know how to use the weapons or not. Chris Ash should know how to use the weapons or not. B, position coaches spend way more time with players than coordinators, and that's just reality. I don't care how involved Mike Denbrock might be as an OC. He should never know the strengths and weaknesses of linemen to the degree that Joe Rudolph does, personality-wise, just the time you spend with him. And it's a slight exaggeration, but he should not know, or at the very least, even if he does know him as well, it should take him longer to learn it, since he's not with them in meeting rooms and things like that, and in every single drill and stuff like that. So I don't think that's as much of an issue. Plus, I think they brought in 3 pros. And it's easier to turn over a position coach and keep things rolling than it is a coordinator. And last year we didn't see like a bunch of new coaches, but like Jaywan Sider, for example, coming in at running backs. With a position coach, you just kind of take over and keep rolling, and the offensive coordinator is going to set all that stuff. So that's kind of where I think that one is. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I agree with that completely. I think the biggest piece of this is you are returning the coordinator, and he, had his rough patches last year early on, learned his lesson, hopefully, even though, regardless of what he says, how they didn't change anything, okay. But he knows this group now. He knows them. And he knows
Marcus Freeman as well.
100%. Yeah, 100%. So could it happen? Of course it could happen. If you would have asked me if they were going to lose to Northern Illinois or Marshall, I'd been like, no. But could it happen? Yeah, it could happen. Mm-hmm. I just don't see it being the case because of the Chris Ash piece and because of the Marcus Freeman piece as well. I just don't. You're absolutely correct when you talk about the hierarchy and who's with who and all that. So that makes a lot of sense to me, and I agree with you.
It's a good start, Vince. When you start off agreeing with me, it's always a great way to kick off the show.
This is a good question to start off with, though, because we were going to be on the same page on that one.
Said, like there's so many good submissions this week. You guys really did crush it this week. That's what made it. Honestly, sometimes my excitement about doing a Bisa hold is dependent upon how good the submissions are.
That's fair.
Trevor and I have been talking for months. There's always that part like late June, sometimes early July, where the questions start to kind of get in mailbags and Bisa holds kind of get like, okay, we're basically doing the same show we did last week
over and over. Yeah.
That has not happened this summer. I mean, we're getting to late July and we're still having great mailbag days, great Bisa hold days. So you guys have been killing it.
We're knocking on the door of fall practice.
Yeah,
like it's going to be here before you know it. And don't lie to the people. It's also about your co-host. But anyway, okay. So buy, sell, hold. If the O-line is as good as we think it is, the offense could possibly fall on Mike Brown, Mike Denbrock, and these receivers to finally produce a passing game that's championship caliber.
Very fair. I buy that. I buy that. Look, if the offensive line is as good as we think it is, the run game's going to be strong again. So then it comes down to when you get to those big games in the postseason, can you throw the ball well enough to win those games? I mean, you look at the playoffs last year. Notre Dame didn't need to throw the ball great against Indiana to win. They were just better than Indiana. Same thing was true against Penn State. Same thing was true against Georgia. Well, I should say Georgia more so than Penn State. Penn State, Riley needed to hit some throws in that game to win that game, and he hit those throws. And then you get to the title game, and you're playing a better team now with better talent on defense, and you weren't good enough to complete some of those balls. Sometimes it was a quarterback, sometimes it was the receivers not getting open, sometimes it was a line not giving them protection, sometimes it was I didn't love the calls. But overall, I think more of it was about the receivers and the quarterback. So if you're talking about the run game is still going to be very good again, and this offensive line should be really good, which means better pass pro in those games. And now it comes down to, okay, Coach Brown, Coach Denbrock, can you guys get these receivers and the tight ends in a position to go out there and play at a high level? Certainly true. Now, I think that they will. I'm confident they will. I think this group is just going to be really deep and just it's a different conversation than we've had in a while. And that's what kind of gets you a little fired up about the group. So yeah, I would say I buy that for sure.
Yeah, the key here is could possibly fall on. Like, yeah, that absolutely I'll buy that part of it. Could they win a national championship without the receivers being a high caliber, quality, et cetera, et cetera? Yes, they could. They still could. I like the chances a lot better if they are. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you got a guy like CJ Carr, who on FanDuel is the leader in the clubhouse for winning the Heisman Trophy.
Sure.
You've got him back behind center, and as long as you can keep him upright, he's going to make plays with his arm. And so it's the chicken and the egg, right? For me, it's does he elevate the group? Yes. Can the group elevate him as well by going up and getting those 50-50 balls, the back shoulders, stuff like that? Absolutely, yes. And so could they do it without that? Yes. But I really like Notre Dame's chances with it.
Yeah. Well, it's like you talk about the Heisman thing with FanDuel. It's been that way like all summer. It hasn't changed.
Right.
And I don't see anybody on a national standpoint complaining about it.
Good point.
It's not like, oh, God, I can't believe this. It's Notre Dame. It's kind of like everybody's kind of riding that train as maybe not him being the contender, but just like a leading contender. I was listening. Somebody had sent me a video of Urban Meyer talking with Mark Ingram and some other dude that they do the show with about top 5, quarterbacks. And he's talking about, he's like, if Notre Dame's 12-0 and they beat Miami, he's like, he's probably going to be in New York in December. It was like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of what the bandwagon everybody's jumping on. Now it's time for CJ to go prove that. And part of that's going to come down to what Mike Brown is able to do, developing the receivers and the game plans that Mike Denbrock's going to come up with.
Not to belabor the point, but I do want to put this out there. Do you think that comment, and I don't have context of the comment, so
they were just kind of talking about the top 5 quarterbacks, just kind of going through them, yeah.
Because if Notre Dame goes 12-0, like I almost feel like the quarterback is in the conversation for the Heisman because the team is so good.
Well, yeah, I mean, you think about what Ian Book in 2020 finished 9th in Heisman Trophy voting, and he had 15 touchdown passes.
Right, exactly.
Didn't even sniff 3,000 yards. He still played 12 games and didn't sniff 3,000 yards.
Right.
So, yes, that'll be there, and I fully expect CJ to produce a lot better than Ian Book did in 2020. No shot at Ian Book. I'm just telling the
They're
numbers
just
are the
different.
numbers.
They're
I mean,
built
that's
differently. Yeah.
just, it isn't, it's not even a, it's like, I'm actually going to pull this up and look at the voting. But yeah, in 2020, let's see here. So in 2020, Ian Book ranked 9th in Heisman Trophy voting, had 5 votes for first place in a year where Devontae Smith had 1,800 yards receiving and 23 touchdowns. Mac Jones threw for 4,500 yards. Kyle Trask had over 4,000 yards and 43 touchdown passes. And Trevor Lawrence had the season that he had. You had 5 people basically vote for Ian Book to
Wild.
be first place in Heisman Trophy voting, and in a year where he threw for 2,830 yards, 15 touchdowns, and 3 picks.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, if Notre Dame is undefeated at the end of the year, there will certainly be a push.
There's a Notre Dame,
Ian
there's a Notre Dame boost, obviously, but at the same time, he's also going to have the stats to back it up. So that'll bump him up higher.
And here's the thing that comes down to for me, and this is ultimately why I think Ian got some of that hype, because what he did statistically was not impressive. I mean, he had 2 games in the regular season where he had no touchdown passes. He had 4 games where he had 1 touchdown pass. He only rushed for 8 touchdowns that year. 3 of them came against South Florida. It was terrible. But what did Ian do that year, Vince, that is going to be key for CJ this year? The 2 biggest games they played in the regular season, Ian was very good. When you think of Clemson in the regular season, now, yeah, he had the fumble and the fourth quarter, but hey, guys make bad plays at times. I mean, everybody knows I'm a big John Elway fan. I could point to some games where it's like Elway's bad decision in the third or fourth quarter put them in a position where he had to come back. But you know what? So what? He did what he needed to do to bring him back. Same thing with Ian. Ian played well early. His struggles in quarters 2 and 3 helped Clemson come back a little bit. But hey, you know what? At the end of the game, when they needed him to go make 2 big plays, he made 2 big plays. The throw to Avery Davis, the first throw to Avery Davis wasn't really that great of a play. It was wide open. It made the read, just don't mess up. But the touchdown pass that only went for like 2 yards was a great play. Ian on the run, scrambling, throwing a rope in between 3 defenders to get it to Avery Davis for a touchdown was a great play. So who cares? Like, oh yeah, he didn't do well to get him there, but when he needed to make those plays, he did. And then he was very good against North Carolina, outdueling Sam Howell that year as well. So that's going to be a big thing for CJ. CJ could put up monster numbers, but if he doesn't play well against BYU in Miami, then he's going to have a tough time winning it, because it's not just about the numbers. That you got to play well in those spotlight games. And that's exactly what Ian did, which is why 5 people voted for him to be the Heisman winner, despite monster seasons from Devontae Smith and Trevor Lawrence and Mac Jones and Kyle Trask. So yeah, the spotlight games are going to be a big part of that.
Older than dirt, buy, sell, hold. Once again, the Mike Martin-led recruiting staff with a big help from Coach Jean Mary. It's John Mary, right? Or is it Jean?
It's Jean Marie.
Marie. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just want to make sure I'm getting that right.
It's French.
Right. I just assumed it would be IE. So that's on me. Coach Jean Marie will surprise us with a better than expected as of before the last June visit with a quality duo of recruits at linebacker.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Look, right now they have Roman Igwebuike committed. Vince, you and I did that show together. That's a very strong pickup, like Roman. I think they'll flip somebody good or find somebody good in the fall.
They got time.
And they'll do both of those things. There's obviously of what I know, there's 4 linebackers on the board, 3 really on the board that they really like, that they're talking to, that are committed elsewhere. I'm not going to say who, for should be obvious reasons for everyone. But I've been told that at least 2 of those players are leaning heavily towards visiting in the fall. If they do, that's great. I think Notre Dame has a great shot. I think he'll flip one of those guys, or he's going to he's also going to keep his eyes open for some up and comers, that maybe are committed somewhere else or aren't committed, that have very high ceilings and have a lot of talent and potential. I think he'll keep his eye out for those as well. And at the end of the day, I do expect Coach Jean Marie to flip somebody. And if they don't, I don't want them to reach, because they can always go to the portal. and get that next guy and then load up next year. So I think that they will, but let's see kind of how that plays out. And sorry for not capitalizing the C there. I should have seen that and corrected that. That's one of my biggest pet peeves is when people put like coach and then the guy's last name and they don't capitalize the C.
Yeah, me too.
Like when you say the president of the United States, do you say president so-and-so, the lowercase p? No, it's a title. It's a name. It's coach. No, so that's my bad. It's a huge pet peeve of mine.
I'm with you on that one. Another one from Older Than Dirt.
Oh, looks like, no, I didn't fix it there either. Here we go.
Okay. Another one from Older Than Dirt. You two have enough data regarding both development and recruiting to rate Gino Guidugli as a good enough quarterback coach to get Notre Dame to the college football championship and also recruit well enough to repeat sometime soon.
The latter, I certainly buy. When you look at how Notre Dame has recruited the quarterback position since the end of the Tommy Rees era, basically since Brian Kelly left, Notre Dame has been recruiting quarterbacks at a very high level.
Because Tommy Rees deserves some credit
100%
for what's on the roster right now.
Yes, Tommy Rees recruited 3 quarterbacks in 3 years that are going to be Power 4 starters this year in C.J. Carr, Steve Angeli, and Kenny Minchie. And then you look at what's followed. Obviously, the Deuce Knight situation didn't play out how you hoped it would play out. And, but you went out and got Blake Hebert, who's a 4-star recruit. We'll see if he pans out or not. You got Noah Grubbs, who I like a lot, 4-star recruit. You got Teddy Gerard, another 4-star recruit. And then you got Chan Mons committed in the 27 class. And so I think recruiting has been extremely positive and very effective so far at quarterback recruiting. Now, the question about development is the one where I'm a hold.
Sure.
And this isn't a knock on Gino Guidugli. It's still, we're a little bit in the unknown because Coach Guidugli's never had a quarterback play a second year at Notre Dame. We've never seen him take a guy that they recruited and he had to develop from freshman year on, really see the end of his career. He had a 1-year guy in Sam Hartman who had already been developed, who had already had over, I think, 10,000 career passing yards. He brings in Riley Leonard, who kind of was what he was. And in some ways, you could argue those guys both regressed as passers in the 1 year at Notre Dame. Now, I don't fault Gino for that, but Coach Guidugli for that. But you can't say, well, he made them better. Or, he didn't, in my opinion. Nor do I really expect you to take a veteran quarterback and make him better
on a 1-year deal.
It's about mentally helping them learn the offense, and especially with Riley having missed the entire spring. From not being so. Again, it's a little bit like it's an unknown. Now he did a really nice job with Steve Angeli and certainly helped CJ Carr, but it's kind of like even with CJ, it's like, well, CJ was already kind of a pretty refined quarterback when he showed up. And can Coach Guidugli get him to raise his level of play? That's the challenge for Coach Guidugli. Any even average quarterback coach can get CJ Carr to play the way he did last year. It's going to take a good quarterback coach to get CJ Carr to improve his game physically and mentally to the point where he's helping lead you to a championship. So it's not that I think he hasn't done it or that I question if he can do it. It's literally just it's hard to say that about a guy that's never had a second-year starter at Notre Dame. We've never been able to see the development of the guy from 1 year to the next. And that's what I mean by it's TBD. I think that he will, which is why we've been so high on CJ Carr. But if you're being objective, you can't say that that for sure that he can do what you're asking him to do. But what I can say definitively is that there's all the evidence points to Gino Guidugli recruiting in a way that the roster is going to have big-time quarterbacks on it. That's not a debate, in my opinion. You can nitpick this little thing or that little thing, but I absolutely think that that's a big thing. And that's going to be part of Gino Guidugli's success as well. And if you want to say anything, that's the part you could argue he's done the best at is developing the younger, the backup quarterbacks. We saw Kenny Minchie's development. We saw Steve Angeli's development. Andrew Gilmore in chat says the battle for number 2. This camp is really important in terms for good reps going forward. And it's absolutely right. That's the 2-tier task that Gino Guidugli has this year. How do you get CJ Carr better while also making sure that you get your younger players better and get them ready to go? That's going to be a big challenge. And so that's why I feel like at the end of the year, we're going to have a much better sense of the answer to the first part of this question. So that's a hold. The second part is no-brainer. Notre Dame's talent, Notre Dame's issue at quarterback if they don't get championship caliber play, will not be recruiting. It'll be development.
That's the direction I was going to go. Was you were talking about CJ Carr and what he needs to go to the next level. I was going to talk about the younger guys on the roster and what they, because we've seen them since they got here, right? We've seen them since they walked in the door. What's that progression look like?
None of those other guys were as polished as CJ.
Correct. 100%.
So where you want to take away from Gino Guidugli, you could argue you could take away, like, I don't know how much credit I want to give Gino Guidugli for CJ Carr, what he did as a redshirt freshman. Like, with all due respect, anyone could have done that. A good coach is what happens next. I don't think you could necessarily make that case with Steve and Kenny and then now with these young quarterbacks. It's the development we see from them, because none of those guys are as refined as CJ was. That there's no spin in that one away from just saying, hey, good job, coach. Like, that's why that one's important. Absolutely correct. All right, let's get to some more here. It's freezing up on me. There we go.
From Chard, buy, sell, hold. Which team would be the most satisfying for Notre Dame to beat in the title game to end the championship drought? We got Alabama, IU, or Ohio State. Can I take a stab at this one first?
Do it. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm trying, because it says more satisfying. So like
the part of that, one, sell one, hold one.
Yeah. So most satisfying means like I'm allowed to have my hatred in here. I'm allowed to have my bias. And even with that said,
I know where you're going.
Well, even with that said, my buy here is Ohio State.
Oh, interesting.
Because Ohio State is the hill that Marcus Freeman can't climb yet. He hasn't.
It's the dragon he has yet to slay.
You know what I'm saying? Like that. He beat IU. He beat IU. Like I
convincingly.
Yeah. And so
like convincingly, it wasn't even close.
Yeah. And so Ohio State is the dragon that he has not yet slayed. And for him to do it in the national championship game would be the pinnacle. Like that would be the be all end all, the pinnacle for me. So that's my buy. IU for the hatred and the annoyance is going to be my hold. Alabama, shockingly, and 10 years ago, this would have been a different answer.
3 years ago, this would have been
fair enough. Yeah, no, fair enough. Alabama is my sell, because Alabama's not the Alabama of old right now. And Notre Dame beating Alabama isn't what it used to be. Yeah. And so going into 2012, for example, the national championship game, I was like, oh, this is going to be interesting. Now, if Notre Dame was playing Alabama in the title game, I'd be like, okay, let's roll. Like,
if they didn't beat Alabama by double digits in the title game, I'd be very disappointed.
This is what I'm saying. So that's why it's a sell for me. And it's also kind of the level of opponent to a degree as well. Like, I think the hardest opponent would be Ohio State. I think the second hardest is going to be IU. And I think the third hardest would be Alabama. So that's my order.
I have the same order for different reasons. Obviously, the buy, I have the same reason, Vince. It's the dragon you've yet to slay. And I also think from a storyline standpoint, Marcus Freeman winning the championship against his alma mater would be kind of huge.
Absolutely.
And then the reason I have Indiana as the hold is it's not even, I don't hate Indiana fans. Indiana's irrelevant to me as far as like any feeling I have about them as a program. I don't care. I don't have the hate. I didn't grow up in Indiana and never knew anything about, I didn't know there was Indiana football fans. And I don't know that there were until 2 years ago. So I had no feelings. I always respected what Bob Knight did at the basketball program, and it is what it is. Don't know that I necessarily liked him. I would have played for him, but you can't doubt the results. They were irrelevant to me. But at the end of the day, they're still the defending champs.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Kurt Cignetti is considered the best coach in the game now. And so look, we always say you're number one till somebody beats you. And if you can't beat Ohio State in the championship, the next best option is Indiana, because number one, you can look back in Indiana fans, well, you never got to beat us, which the stupidity that they're going to say. So I'd say, yeah, sure, beat them. Alabama in the title game would still mean something.
Sure.
Because in order to get there, they've got to win 2 to 3 games to get there. So it would mean that they're better than they were the last 2 years. But this is still not a great roster. And you've already kind of slayed the SEC dragon and with Georgia, and yes, I don't really think that Notre Dame needs to prove themselves against the SEC anymore. Bama wouldn't even be in my top 3. If you could say who are the 5 teams you really want to beat for the championship, I don't know that Bama would necessarily be in that top 5, other than just the notion of wanting to finally get some some payback against them from a fan base standpoint, since they did beat Notre Dame twice in the postseason. Because then Bama fans, but you never beat us. I'm like, okay, yeah, because you don't matter anymore. Get to that level, and then we can have that conversation. But that's why they'd be my sell. When Nick Saban left, it just changed things.
Oh yeah, big time. Big time.
Yeah, it's a different program now.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But they signed to a 7-year deal, so we'll see how that goes. All right, another one from Chart. Buy, sell, hold if Notre Dame had fired Brian Kelly following the 2016 season and replaced him with Bob Stoops, Notre Dame would have won at least one playoff game prior to 2024.
I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Yeah, look, because, that was kind of when – there's a chance that Bob Stoops might have – if he'd have come, who knows? Maybe he brings Lincoln Riley with him. I doubt that Oklahoma would have hired Lincoln Riley after – wasn't that just after his first year at Oklahoma? Wasn't 2016 his first year there?
It's a great question.
Let me go look at that real quick. His first year at Oklahoma – 15 and 16. So, actually, they did hire him in 2017. So he would have stayed there. Bob Stoops come to Notre Dame. Who knows what he would have done offensive coordinator wise, but yeah, I think Bob Stoops would have had some success. I've looked back at this and we've talked about this, Vince, what a good coach would have done, or a great coach would have done with the 2018 team, the 2019 team, who knows? And I certainly think Bob Stoops would have done better than Brian Kelly. Certainly.
Certainly. Think he's a
the
better
17
coach.
Team would have been better. The 18 team would have been better. The 19 team would have been better. Now, the challenge would have been in the 18 and 19 season, the teams in the playoffs were really good.
Sure.
Especially 18. But even in 19, you had LSU, you had Clemson, you had Oklahoma, and you had Ohio State. As long as Notre Dame didn't get LSU in the first round, I think they would have won a game that year. I think they would have been, if they had a good coach, would have been the number 2 team. But obviously, that's not who Brian Kelly was. So yeah, I think we would have seen them win a playoff game.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. Another one from Char. Buy, sell, hold. A Notre Dame fan's dream scenario for 2026 would be to go undefeated, entering the college football playoff, but have 4 undefeated conference champs ranked ahead of them so that they can be the number 5 seed and host a home playoff game. If nothing else, just to experience that environment again.
Okay, I'm going to actually buy this. And I'm going to add actually a little caveat. I don't know that you even need 4 undefeated conference champs. I think you could have a couple conference champs that lose games. There's a world in which Ohio State loses to Texas in week 2 and then goes on and wins the rest of their games. The next 11 games, that includes winning the Big 12 or Big 10 championship. That includes beating Oregon. That includes beating Indiana. That includes beating Iowa on the road, Indiana on the road, USC on the road, Iowa on the road, and Northwestern on the road, plus beating at home Illinois, Maryland and Malik Washington, Oregon and Michigan. And then Texas, let's say, beats Ohio State. And then let's say they lose to Oklahoma on October 10th in Dallas. Then they beat Tennessee on the road, beat Florida, beat Ole Miss at home, beat Missouri on the road, beat LSU on the road, beat Texas A&M on the road. As long as all those teams are somewhat in the range of what they're supposed to be preseason, you could make a legitimate case that those 2 teams at 12-1 deserve to be seated higher than Notre Dame at 12-0 when you compare the schedules. I think that's a very fair thing to say. I don't know that I would agree with it, but I don't know that I would necessarily push hard against it. It just would depend on how the season plays out, how good the teams they play are. And then let's say you have what? Clemson goes undefeated. Let's say Clemson beats Miami and runs the table. They're undefeated. And then let's say Texas Tech is undefeated again. There's a world in which Notre Dame is the 5 seed in that situation. And that would be such an amazing scenario, Vince, because A, they don't have to worry about the long layoff that people are concerned about. That is why we've only seen one, what is it? The higher seeded teams are 1-7 in the last 2 years. And the only win was over a team that had no business being on the playoffs anyway. who in the first round beat another team who should have been in the playoffs.
Yep.
Because they're both from the same conference. So you don't have to worry about the layoff. You get that warm-up game against whoever the
It's going to be a group of
team
5
is.
team, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
most likely.
Yeah.
Unless there's like a Boise State from 2 years
Sure.
ago type of team. It's somebody that's not good. Then you get the 4 seed, just probably like Clemson or Texas Tech, W. And how it plays out that way. But here's why that would be amazing, Vince, because a pissed off Notre Dame team all year gets pissed off. Hold on a second.
Oh,
we
that's
went
a good one.
12-0, beat Miami, beat SMU, beat BYU on the road, and y'all don't even want to give us a home game? Really? Okay. All right. Cool. Strike 2. You know, you're on the list. You know, like that's 2 against you. That would be that little extra bit of motivation that I would love for this team to be able to have. Would absolutely love it. Yes, that would be. I'm buying this. Absolutely buying this.
My initial thought was, no, I'm going to sell this. As much as that was the best home game I've ever been to, was the IU.
Oh yeah,
Notre Dame. And it's not close, right? I mean, you and I were standing out on the patio when Jeremiah Love hit that 98-yard run, dude, and I
Vince almost threw me over the edge.
Yeah, I was gonna say we almost went
hard. I almost went over the.
We almost went over the top, but I was so excited, and it was so loud. It was an amazing atmosphere,
and he was running right to us on our sideline,
yes.
Right to us. We were in that end zone. Yeah,
it was unbelievable. It's unbelievable in so many ways, and I try to take myself away from that as a fan, and think to myself, okay, maybe one less game to win a national title, but you convinced me on the part that convinced me the most was the Notre Dame just got pissed off for a second time.
Yep.
That part.
You don't think that a 12-0 Notre Dame team that beat Miami, beat BYU, beat SMU is not going to be like, seriously, you're screwing us again? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
That's
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
So when you added that into the mix, that's it for me. I buy it now. Yeah.
Yep.
B Jam in 41. Bice a hole more likely. Indiana repeats as champs. Texas misses the playoff again, or USC finishes unranked.
I'm gonna. What's most likely? I'm gonna buy. Texas misses the playoffs again. Now I don't think that's going to happen, Vince, but it kind of goes back to what we were just talking about. Texas could be a really good team and have the same record they had a year ago. And be a better team. That's why I say the win-loss record does not always determine how good you are. We've seen years where Notre Dame has had a good record, and you're like, who'd you beat? Nobody. I've pointed this out. I think during Brian Kelly's great stretch where everybody, but he was so much better from 2018 to 2021. He went 6-6 against ranked teams in his best stretch of his career. Yeah, just want to point that out. Marcus Freeman, by the way, 16-7.
They forgot to bring that up.
Yeah, but Brian Kelly had a 500 record against top 15, top 25 teams, and he was below 500 against top 10 and teams during that stretch. That's actually, I'm going to tell you exactly what the record was, by the way, because it still bothers me when people bring up the lazy, but he's the all-time winningest coach. So when you look at what the record was on postseason ranking, he was 6-6. If you look at the record against teams at the time they played, he was 7-6. And I think that's a more fair gauge on it.
Sure, because that's what it is in the moment.
And a lot of and if you beat those teams, you're going to knock them out.
Sure.
But you also need the caveat. Like, so for example, if you say, he never beat a top 5 team outside of Clemson. Well, they did beat Michigan State in 2013, who was unranked and finished the year 13-1. So we didn't know it was a big game at the time, but clearly it was. But so from 18 to 21, his glory years, Notre Dame went 7-6 against top 25 teams. Marcus Freeman in his 4 years is 16-7. Lou Holtz was 33-20. Brian Kelly overall against top 25 teams was 22-24. If you look at the record against top 10 teams, Marcus Freeman's 5-5. Brian Kelly overall is 4-13. Marcus Freeman has won more games against top 10 teams in 4 years than Brian Kelly won in 12. So, but they had a lot of 11-2s and 11-1s where they
Sure.
beat no ranked teams. That doesn't necessarily mean that you're a good team. That's the point on that little rant. But so Texas could go 9-3. Let's say they lose on the road to Tennessee. Let's say they lose against Oklahoma and Dallas, and let's say they lose at LSU. It's 9-3. They would still have wins over Ohio State, Florida, Ole Miss, Missouri on the road, and Texas A&M on the road. I don't know that 9-3 definitely gets them into the playoff. They'd have a much better argument to make than last year when they got stomped by Florida, who was not good. So they could be 9-3, not make the playoff, and you're like, dude, they were a better team than they were last year. So I could see that of those scenarios. As down as I am on USC, I'm going to hold that one because I think USC is going to be good enough to be ranked. I think USC at 8-4 probably still ranked because their schedule is harder than it was last year. But I could see USC going 9-3 again. And I'm going to sell Indiana repeating as champs. And not because they're not capable of it, but it is incredibly hard to repeat, period. It's even harder to repeat in this era. I mean, look, since Vince, what year were you born?
1980.
Since you were born in 1980, memory serves me correctly. I'm kind of thinking through in my head. I believe we've only had 2 back-to-back champs.
Oh, that could be very true.
We had Nebraska in 95-96 or 94-95. And then you had Alabama in 11-12. I don't think we've seen, because 1980 was Georgia. I think 81 was Clemson. I think 82, was Penn State. 83, I think was Oklahoma. 84 was Miami. I'm going to pull this up. 85. Let me see here. I can't remember who 85 was. Let me see. National champs. But like Miami, I don't believe ever won back-to-back championships during their list of great years. So 85 is where I got stuck, right? So 85 was Oklahoma. So 84 was BYU. I got an Oklahoma and BYU mixed up. Or Oklahoma, Miami, and BYU mixed up. It was 82, I was right. It's Penn State in 82. 83 was Miami. 84 was BYU. 85 was Oklahoma. Penn State 86, Miami in 87, Notre Dame in 88, Miami in 89. You had the Colorado-Georgia Tech split in 90. Washington in 91, Bama 92, Florida State 93, then 94-95 Nebraska. Then it was Florida, Michigan, Nebraska split, Tennessee, Florida State, Oklahoma, Miami, Ohio State, LSU, USC, Texas, Florida, LSU, Florida, Alabama, Auburn, Alabama, Florida, Ohio State, 2 for Georgia as well. I forgot about the 2 most recent ones. Alabama 15, Clemson 16, then Alabama, then Clemson, then LSU, then Alabama, then the 2 from Georgia, and then Michigan, Ohio State, and Indiana. So since the year Vince was born, and Vince is in his 40s, has 5 kids, 1 kid's already off to college, there's been 3 teams that have repeated as national champions. And all of them had to only win 1 to 2 games to do that.
Yeah.
I just think it's harder to do that in this era. We got to win 3-4 games.
Agreed.
And I don't think Indiana is on the same level as those programs. I mean, 11-12 Bama was good, especially 12. 11 Bama didn't deserve a chance to play for championship, in my opinion. It should have been LSU versus Oklahoma State. But it is what it is. SEC bias, and then Bama did what they needed to do in a rematch on a neutral field and handled business. But like 94-95 Nebraska was unbelievable. I think they went back. I think they went undefeated both years. And in we talked about this. 95 Nebraska is one of the greatest teams that ever played. But yeah, they went 13-0 in 85, 12-0 in 86, and that was the year, Vince. This is their average. This is their margins of victory that year: 43, 40, 49, 42, 14, 57, 24, 23, 59, 38, 37, and then in the national title game, they beat Florida by 38. Like, that was a great team. Georgia in 21 and 22 was a great team both years. Indiana's not that. They were the best team in college football last year. You'll hear no spin for me, and if Vince tries to spin it because he hates Indiana,
I'm not going to spin it. I can still not like them.
They were the best team in college football last year. It's not even debatable. As far as, and look, Notre Dame would have beat them. Okay, maybe, but
we'll never know.
They beat Miami. Notre Dame didn't. They beat Miami in Miami, and Notre Dame didn't.
That's a good point.
And Notre Dame lost Texas A&M at home, who also lost to Miami, who, Notre Dame might have been the most talented team, but they weren't the best team, because if they were the best team, they would have won at least one of those 2 games and they would have been in the playoff. Now, could Notre Dame have gotten hot and won a championship? Sure, they could have, but they didn't, because they didn't handle their business. And, look, Indiana, their schedule's soft. They had to go on the road and beat Oregon in the regular season, and they did so by 10. So, but they're not that team. They're not that repeat team, in my opinion. They're not that good. They were the best team last year. They won't be the best team this year.
Yeah, I've got the same order. I just think that USC will be bumped up because they're in the Big Ten to allow.
Right, they could go 8-4 and
schedule.
Still,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, still be top 25.
They always backload SEC and Big Ten teams at the bottom to make their case for who gets in. And
100%.
So, USC could be that team. So that's why I've got,
because USC plays it's a great point, Vince. Great observation, because this year USC plays Oregon. They play Washington, they play Ohio State, they play Indiana. So if those teams all beat USC, it's in your best interest to leave USC ranked, so you can say, hey, look how team. Look how good they were. So they lost to those. This team, they all beat USC, who was the best 8-4 team in the country. So
exactly. Yeah. Well, God, I can't wait for that comment, because that will come. No, they're the best 8-4 team in the country.
Oh, sure.
Just wait. All right. Buy, sell, hold. More likely, Boubacar Traore leads the team in sacks. Aeneas Williams leads the team in rushing touchdowns, or Bronte Johnson leads the team in interceptions. I'm going to kick this one off. For me, this is maybe this is too easy for me. I'm not sure, but I'm going to buy Bronte leading the team in interceptions. I am going to hold Boubacar in sacks, and I'm going to sell Aeneas leads the team in rushing touchdowns, because I'm not sure that he's going to be the third down back, the short yardage back, that maybe the third down back, but maybe not the short yardage back. Maybe I'm holding out hope that Kedron Young's going to be fully healthy, ready to roll. I think he racks up a bunch of rushing touchdowns. I think that Aeneas will have the most touches. I think he'll have, carries plus catches. I think he'll definitely lead the team in that. I just don't know that he'll lead the team in rushing touchdowns. I think that's the one for me. I think, Bronte just plays center field so well. He's got such a nose for the football. I just feel like he's going to be all over the field. He's going to be making all kinds of plays. And you can try to not throw at him to your own peril, because I think he has the skill set to go sideline to sideline and pick one off. Kind of like safeties of the past, Kyle Hamilton being one of them, and what he did with that one pick that he had. I just feel like that's who he is. And Boubacar,
which one?
Well, fair enough.
Are we talking the one against Florida State? Are we talking the one against Alabama?
Yeah,
I'm kind of being sarcastic, because he had a lot of those really rangy interceptions.
But like Boubacar, and it's nothing against what I think Boubacar is going to be able to do. I just think it's going to be a little bit more spread out. Maybe he does end up leading the team. I had to pick one of these to not be the buy. And, I think there's going to be some linebackers involved. I think there's going to be some defensive tackles involved. Maybe this is the year that Young breaks out and gets a bunch of sacks. So I just feel like Bronte is my leader in the clubhouse on this one, and that's why Traore is second for me.
I'm going to buy Aeneas leading the team in rushing touchdowns. If Kedron Young hadn't missed all of last year and all of spring, I would completely be on board with you. I still think Aeneas right now is their best back for 2026, and I think he'll lead the team in rushing. That's where I'm at right now. He'll definitely be the third. I'll be shocked if he's not the third down back. Will he be the goal line short yardage back? That's a different question, but I think he'll be there a decent amount. And he's shown the ability to hit home runs. So I think he'll, and look, we have a history at Notre Dame in that last decade where the leading rusher leads them in touchdowns rushing. So just going with trends. I'm going to hold Boubacar for the reason you mentioned. I could see a Bryce Young breakout, and then teams are so focusing on trying to stop Boubacar that another end or somebody, linebacker, Kingston or something like that, leads them in sacks. I'm going to sell Bronte. I don't disagree with anything that you said, but I just think that teams are going to just try hard to really avoid him as much as they can, which then just leads to someone like a Christian Gray, a Don Schuler, somebody like that leading the team in interceptions. But I won't be at all shocked if Bronte. I think what makes this a good buy-sell hold submission is I think all three of those are likely. If I had to predict, I'd say I think Boubacar leads the team in sacks. I think Aeneas leads the team in rushing touchdowns, and I think Bronte is going to lead the team in interceptions. So then the question is, which one is could you most easily justify not happening? And the Bronte one is why I went there, because I could just see teams avoiding him so much that it's like he gets his 4, but then Adon gets 5 or 6 because teams are throwing at him more. Or Christian Gray has a big year, for whatever reason. And so that's why I went back to why I went the way that I did. And I got to point out to B Jammin, the reason this is such a great submission is because I do think all 3 of those are likely. Just for a little tip for people who ever want to leave buy so holds and you're not sure how to do it, you want the submissions to all be kind of similarly likely or similarly, kind of possible, whatever.
Makes it tough, yeah.
Yeah, like, if you're going to say, hey, Brian, buy so hold your hatred for these 3 teams, don't give me like Navy, Michigan, and then some team nobody cares about, because, well, that's an easy one because you have Michigan on there with, so that's what I like about this submission and a lot of these. So very well done on that, B Jammin. Very well done on that.
Getting into part 2 of our buy, sell, hold for today, presented by our friends over at FanDuel. We got another one here from B Jammin 41. Buy, sell, hold, more likely Notre Dame has a shutout game, Notre Dame scores over 60 in a game, or Notre Dame goes into OT in a game during the regular season.
That's a good one. So I'm gonna buy that they score 60 just because they've done that each of the last couple of years. They scored 70 last year and had 2 games with 56. 2024, they scored 66 against Purdue. They had 2 other games of over 50. So, I mean, we've seen this from Notre Dame the last couple of years. They scored 58 against Pitt the year before that, 56 in 2 other games. So 60 to me with the talent they have on offense is not something that's like, okay, I'd be surprised if they don't do that. Then next, I'd say shutout is where I'm going to hold. No, they haven't had a shutout, but they did hold, 3 teams to a touchdown last year. And I believe 2 of those 3 teams scored touchdowns when the game was – 2 of them scored them early. 1 of them scored it late. But when I look at overtime, Notre Dame just hasn't played a lot of overtime games. I know that they haven't had a shutout since what, 2023? No, 20 – got to go further than that. When was the last time that shut? 2022 against Boston College. That's the last time Notre Dame had a shutout. But I'm pretty sure, Vince, that in that time they haven't had an overtime game since then either. I'm looking at it now. They did not have an overtime against Ohio State or Duke in 2023. They did not have an overtime game in 2024. They did not have an overtime game last year. They're trying to get to one, but they didn't have one. So when was the last time Notre Dame played in overtime? That's a great question. Was it 2021? Nope, they didn't play Toledo in overtime. Virginia Tech did Virginia Tech go to overtime? No, that game 21 didn't go to overtime. I can't even tell you the last time Notre Dame played in an overtime game. Be honest with you. I don't even remember when that was. So, yeah, that one has happened the furthest. We just haven't seen it. They've been closer. They've had shutouts under Marcus Freeman. They've scored over 6. So it's simple. They've scored over 60 more times than they've had shutouts, and they've had more shutouts than they've had overtime games. And with the schedule the way that it is in September, I'll be a little surprised if they don't shut somebody out this year. 21 Florida State. Thank you, ND Wine and Cheese. 21 Florida State. How did I forget that? I was at that flipping game. Yes, 21 Florida State's the last time they. So again, that has happened the furthest. Thank you for that. ND Wine and Cheese. It was 2021. So yeah, that's kind of that's why I picked those.
All right. So B Jammin, here we got another one. Buy, sell, hold in honor of National Pennsylvania Day. Didn't know that was a thing, but congratulations to all the people living in Pennsylvania. Buy, sell, hold these Pennsylvania movies: Signs, Witness, and Sixth Sense.
So
I'm not sure how
I'm selling Sixth Sense
on here, but whatever.
The what?
I'm not sure how Groundhog Day didn't get on here. But
that's true. Very true. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll replace Sixth Sense with Groundhog Day.
Are you not a fan of Sixth Sense?
I hate it. I knew within 5 minutes that I knew.
Seriously?
I was like, yes. I said that shit's dead. And the girl I was watching it with was like, she didn't want to watch it after that. I was like, that's fine. I don't want to watch it anyway.
Oh,
because it seemed kind of dumb. And I was like, how do you not know that guy's dead? Like, it just seems so obvious. But anyway, Witness, I don't remember Witness a lot. That's the one where Harrison Ford went to the Amish thing.
Yep.
That was okay.
Yeah, it was good.
So I'll hold that one, and then I'll buy Signs. Now, if you give me Groundhog Day, I'm buying Signs, I'm buying Groundhog Day, I'm holding Signs, and I'm selling Witness. I thought Signs was a really good movie. That was back when I think M. Night Shyamalan was actually making good movies. I thought Signs was really good. I thought The Village was really good. But I liked Signs quite a bit. I did.
I was not a fan of Signs. It just didn't do it for me. But if Groundhog Day would be my number one, and it's not close of all of these. Sure. Sixth Sense would be my second one probably, and then
so you do like M. Night Shyamalan. You didn't like.
I just didn't like that movie. Yeah, because the whole aliens thing, aliens, zombies, like it just doesn't do it for me.
But I like how they built a story about faith around aliens. Because if you go back and look at Signs, the storyline wasn't about aliens. The storyline centered around what caused him to lose his faith as a pastor, and then how the actions about that with the aliens, and then you think about like his wife, you say, hey, was God putting in her heart the things to say to him that then let, you know what I mean? Like, the water, all the little quirks of the family, and you're like, someone didn't believe in God. And then you see all these quote unquote coincidences, aka signs. That's the real signs of the movie, where people think, oh, the signs are about the aliens. No, the real signs of the movie are the things his wife told him, tell Meryl to swing away, the Morgan in her water, the kid with asthma, all those things factored into that restored his faith in God. And that was the actual storyline of the movie, and they used aliens to tell that. I thought that was a great way to do it and a creative way to do it. So it wasn't necessarily about aliens. It was about a man that lost his faith and what caused him, the signs that caused him to regain his faith. That's what I liked about it. I thought it was very interesting, very well done. But a lot of the I'm not a big zombie guy. That's the one. I'm definitely not a zombie guy, but alien movies can tend to be fun. I don't know why, like Independence Day, stuff like that. But yeah, Signs I thought was really, really well done. Really well done. But let's get Groundhog Day in there. And as much as I liked Signs, I'm still buying Groundhog Day. That was Punxsutawney Phil, and that was a great movie.
You know what I appreciate about this question? They didn't have Rocky on here.
See, all right. So moving on with the rest of Buy Sell Hold today, we've got Buy Sell Hold from B Jam, and more likely Notre Dame flips and signs a linebacker recruit. Notre Dame signs a linebacker recruit who they haven't offered yet, or Notre Dame signs an uncommitted linebacker recruit that currently has an offer. So I'm going to go with buy Notre Dame flips and signs a linebacker recruit. I'm going to sell that Notre Dame signs an uncommitted linebacker recruit that currently has an offer, and then I'll hold the middle one. So I'm kind of going in the order you presented at BJamin.
I think you have more insight on recruiting than I do. I definitely think they're going to get another one, though. So however it happens, I'll be happy.
There's a scenario where they don't sign a second linebacker, and then they choose not to because they don't get one of the top guys they get. But I think as of right now, I would go with that one.
Yeah, no, I get that.
Let me ask, have you actually seen Rocky?
Like long time ago.
Okay.
Like a long time ago. Yeah. 20 plus years, more than that, 30
What's
years.
your issue with Rocky?
Just bored me back then. You're going to make me watch it again, aren't you?
I am.
Yeah, I figured that was coming.
I'm going to make you watch 1, 2, and 4.
Oh,
for sure.
You're going to make me marathon it?
3 wasn't good. I didn't like 3. If you can only watch 2, then watch 1 and 4. How about that? Okay. Can we make that deal?
But don't you like miss out on what happened in 2 and 3 if you're going to watch 4?
To a degree, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, they're all parts of it, but yeah, they build together. But you'll have enough of a sense.
Look, I'm willing to admit my defeats and my opinions being wrong. I'm willing.
Sean told me that you said you don't like boxing.
I don't like boxing,
but it's not really a boxing movie. Like, especially like 2, you don't have any boxing till the very end.
Okay.
And 4, you have a very short boxing at the beginning, and then you have the fight at the end. But it's the stuff in the middle about Rocky that makes it different. It's like, I thought Creed was more of a boxing movie than Rocky. Did you watch Creed by chance?
I haven't watched any of those.
It's okay. I didn't love it, but I thought there was a lot more boxing in the Creed movies than there was in any of the Rocky movies, except Rocky 3. Rocky 3, there's 2 boxing scenes, and then he also fights Hulk Hogan in that movie as well,
Right.
in a charity match, which was kind of funny. But yeah, so we'll see.
Look, like I said, I'm willing because I have not watched it in 25 years. Easy. Never since we've been married. So
I had my high school football coach. Well, my junior year high school football coach was a big Rocky fan.
Okay.
He made us watch Rocky. So he would always play like the Rocky music when we were coming out of the game.
Sure. Yeah.
And then he made us watch, like, I think all 4 of the Rockies before games.
Wow.
Like one of them, like,
sure,
not all 4 right before the game, but like, yeah, it was funny. Coach Adam Chiansky, that was his name. He loved Rocky. Loved Rocky. I remember that. But I already loved Rocky before, so
I'm gonna have to give it a shot. You guys keep
we'll talk about
on
it.
me.
We'll talk about it.
Make it happen.
Yeah, it's not a boxing movie.
All right. Buy, sell. Oh, we gotta go back to that one.
It's all right.
It's okay. From Corey D, buy, sell, hold between Oregon, Ohio State, Georgia, Indiana, and Texas in a playoff scenario. Who's the biggest threat to Notre Dame?
So that's 5 teams.
Yeah.
So I'm selling Georgia. I'm selling Indiana. And I'm going to buy Texas, hold Ohio State, sell Oregon, Georgia, and Indiana. And here's the reason why. I think Oregon, from a roster standpoint, could be the hardest matchup for Notre Dame. But Dan Lanning has never shown that he can get his teams ready to play on a bigger stage. Just hasn't.
Yeah, agreed.
And so that makes them a little bit of a different one. Texas has the combination of best roster plus a team that has won big games. They look, that last year was disappointing, but they were in the semifinals the 2 previous years, and they had to, they didn't beat anybody great, but they had to beat Clemson and Arizona State to win those games. And yeah, they lost to the only really good team they played in the playoffs, but in both years. But both of those losses were very competitive losses. They were very competitive against Washington. Washington jumped on them early. They came back and had a chance to either tie or, go ahead in that scenario. And then, so they were competitive against Washington in 23. And then in 24, I mean, they were first and goal away from tying the game up late in the fourth quarter against Ohio State. Whereas when Oregon gets on that stage, they get annihilated. So that's kind of why I'm there. If you're just going to ask me pure roster, if I could buy one, hold one, and sell the rest, I'm buying Texas, I'm buying Oregon, holding Texas, selling the rest. Just pure roster. But when you add the rest of it, I got to flip Ohio State, move them up, and Texas and some of the others. Texas is a very talented team this year. Very talented. I have said this before. I think the 3 most talented teams in college football are Notre Dame, Oregon, and Texas, and in whatever order you want to pick. And then right after them, very closely, is Ohio State, Miami, and Indiana in some order, and Georgia in some order. I think those are the 7. If you add Miami to this conversation, that's the 7 best rosters in college football this year. And I think there's a gap after those 7, in my opinion.
The only difference I would make is I would personally put Ohio State at the top just because of the mental hurdle we talked about earlier. And it just says biggest threat to Notre Dame. Like, roster, all the things you said are spot on. It's just the whole mental aspect of Ohio State right now. And I'm not saying it's a mental block for Notre Dame, but it's a hurdle. It's a dragon they haven't slayed yet.
Heck yeah.
That's part of it.
And there's a lot of guys on this team that have played in those games.
Absolutely.
A big chunk of this roster was on the 24 team that lost to Ohio State. There's still a lot of guys on the team from the 23 season. Now, not as many of those guys played in 23.
But they were there.
They were on the team. The entire
prepared.
23 class was on the team that year.
Sure.
So, yeah, that's the one thing that I don't know that they know. Can you beat that team? It's a great question.
Yeah, that's the biggest issue for me. But other than that, I'm with you 100%. Buy one, sell one, hold one from Irish English. Reggie Brooks unconscious touchdown against Michigan.
Ooh.
Jeremiah Love line score against Penn State. Goal line score against Penn State. And Kyron Williams stiff arm touchdown against North Carolina.
Okay, I'm gonna sell the Kyron Williams stiff arm touchdown against North Carolina. That was a tremendous run. And I want to take nothing away from Kyron on that run. Those are 3 great runs. But when I'm going to rank these, difficulty and who you did it against and the moment you did it in matter to me. And that was a bad North Carolina team and a bad defensive team where the two games above it were bigger moments against better teams. So that's why Kyron's is down, even though that's still a great run to go back and watch. I'm going to buy Jeremiah Love's goal line score against Penn State. It was incredibly difficult, an even more difficult run than Reggie's, and it was a bigger moment. It was a playoff game. Reggie's unconscious touchdown against Notre Dame is still one of my favorite childhood moments. Like, dude got knocked unconscious and still held on to the ball and then fell in, kind of stumbled into the end zone. That was a great run. And Reggie was a superb running back. And Vince, you and I both know, if you think Reggie Brooks was a good running back, he's a better person. That's one of the things that I like the stuff he does for charity and sure. Just always being willing. Remember when Reggie came on our show for our fundraiser? He was supposed to be on for 15 minutes. He stayed for an hour.
Yeah.
Right? Because it was a great guy. So it hurts my heart to sell that touchdown run or to hold it. But when you think of the stakes, the breaking multiple tackles, the drive, the stakes that were on the line, I got to go with Jeremiah's. And I'll bet you that it wouldn't shock me if Reggie also would say go with Jeremiah's for the same exact reasons.
Yeah. Well, and he's been doing the post-game show for Notre Dame for as long as I can remember.
Loves Notre Dame.
You know what I mean? So he's watching these games.
One of the best running backs ever played Notre Dame, but also one of the best ambassadors to ever play.
Absolutely. I mean, he's built his whole life around being a Notre Dame guy. I mean, it's bottom line, right?
And takes a lot of pride in what that means.
Sure. I was tempted to put Kyron at second and then Reggie at third, just because, and the only reason is because I didn't see the Reggie Brooks one. I was too young. But I saw the Kyron Williams one, but Reggie did it against Michigan.
Right.
That's even better on that front. And so look, there was no doubt that Jeremiah Love was going to be my buy here because of everything that you said. And that play was just unbelievable. It's just like he should have been stopped 3 different times on that run. I mean, 3 different times. I think, the announcers thought he was stopped. Everybody in the stadium thought he was stopped. The only person that didn't think he was stopped was Jeremiah Love. Yep. And that was unbelievable. I mean, it's just unbelievable. So yeah, that's my number one by far. And then Reggie's my hold, and then Kyron will be my sell as well.
So Vince, I just texted you that touchdown run from Reggie.
Okay.
You got to look at it because I want to see your reaction to it. So basically, we can't show it.
Right.
Obviously.
Well, let me mute myself here real quick.
Yeah, but basically they're running option to the right and they're about the 20-yard line. And so the thing is about that run, it's not just that he got knocked unconscious that makes it a great run. There's a safety come flying downhill. He spins and makes that guy miss. Then he runs through, he puts his hand down to keep his balance and runs through makes 2 more guys miss on that particular play, then takes off, gets inside the 5 and gets knocked unconscious around like the 2 and then stays up. That's how tough he was. Stays up, stumbles into the end zone and scores. And then obviously the ball comes out at that point in time. But there was a lot about that play that was ridiculous. And it began with this. Even if he didn't get knocked unconscious, that was a tremendous touchdown run, an absolutely tremendous touchdown run. The unconscious thing adds a little something to it, but I mean, it was a great run. But as big of a moment as that was, the other one was in the college football semifinals.
Right.
100%. Did you see it, Vince? Like, that was a great run.
I just saw it. No, 100%. He just like stumbles into the end zone and then falls down and like
after he makes a spin move to make a guy miss, jukes another guy so goes bad down, that guy knocks out another guy.
Does the 3-legged drill at one point because he almost goes down. I mean, that was one heck of a run.
Yep. Love it. All good submissions.
Yeah, no doubt. Irish English has another one by sell hold from my 13-year-old son. Buy one, sell one, hold one. Audric Estime, Josh Adams, Jadarian Price.
So let's say we're saying who would you want to be the running back in 2026? Let's put it that way.
Okay.
All right.
That's fair. Yeah.
Because if you're going to say, okay, who had the best season? It's by Josh or by Audric, hold Josh, sell Jadarian. Okay. Just looking at numbers and touchdowns. And Josh had a little bit more yards. Audric had twice as many touchdowns. Audric didn't run behind as good of an offensive line. And then Jadarian just couldn't compete statistically with those two because he didn't get enough opportunity. So that's a little bit of an easier one. So let's just go. Who would you take for this year? I'm going to buy Jadarian.
Yep.
I'm going to hold Josh. I'm going to sell Audric.
That's where I was.
And as good as Audric was, getting Josh's downhill speed with what they're going to do this year with a lot of duo, a lot of zone, that one cut explosiveness would be huge.
Deadly. It'd be deadly.
Huge.
I don't think people gave Jadarian Price enough credit for how fast he was, because he ran away from guys, you know, and, you know, he was always considered, not necessarily by Notre Dame fans, but, you know, he was always considered the backup, you know what I mean? But he would go in there. Not only was he fast and ran away from guys, he was slippery. Like, guys would bounce off of him because of his vision, right? They wouldn't get clear body shots on him, which is why he's going to have an amazing career in the NFL. I mean, bottom line. But yeah, Jadarian is the one I'm picking here. And also because I think out of these three, I think he's the best out of the backfield from a receiving standpoint as well. And that's part of this. And so that kind of bumps him up as well.
One of the things that there's a couple reasons why I would go with Audric over Josh. Number one is Josh had some big moments in big games, and some games he didn't play well in big moments. So you could say the same thing about Audric. He had some big moments in big games, but when I look at Audric Estime and I look at his season in 2023, it was a heck of a year, but I don't know that I think that it was like an all-time great season. Like, I understand the stats were great. He tied the school record in touchdowns. Like, I don't want to take anything away from him, but it's kind of like he didn't do it against necessarily a really tough schedule, and, you know, didn't do anything against Louisville. Had that great run against Duke at the end, but didn't do a whole lot in between. Had some good moments against Ohio State, didn't do a whole lot against USC. And then he had that huge game at the end of the year against Stanford, who stunk. So Audric was great that year, but I can't get over some of the fumbling issues that he had, including the first game of the year that year. We got yanked during the game because he fumbled the ball. And I also don't think we give Josh Adams enough credit for how good he was either. And, you know, Josh got banged up at the end of that year, but I mean, this is a guy that had two different 200-yard games that year. And, you know, there's a case to be made for both of them. Josh also split a lot more carries that year. So neither of them really brought a lot in the pass game, which is also a reason why I think Jadarian would do more in the pass game. So, yeah, I just think Josh's 2000 – and the other thing too is Josh had 3 really good years at Notre Dame. Audric had 2. That's another thing that we don't give enough credit for Josh as well. If Notre Dame would have played in a bowl game in 2016, Josh would have gone over 1,000 yards twice. So that meant a little something to me. So they were both very good backs. I just think Josh's explosiveness and speed. I mean, Josh ran a 4.48 at the combine on a bum foot. I think that would have been the thing for me. And I think sometimes Josh is the further we get away from Audric, the more respect he gets, which is normally how it goes. But for some reason, it's like the further we get away from Josh Adams, the less respect people have for him, because they just say, well, look at the lines he ran behind. I mean, I get all that. But that doesn't take away how good he was. I mean, we've even said on the show, like, it didn't matter who you put behind that line in 2017. They'd make big plays. But Josh turned a 50-yard gain by Deion McIntosh into an 80-yard touchdown. You know, like, that was the thing that Josh brought to the table. I think sometimes he loses it. He doesn't get enough respect for how good he was because of the lines he ran behind, which I understand. And I think that's why his numbers don't necessarily, you know, if you look at he's one of the 5 best runners of all time statistically. I don't think he's one of the 5 best backs ever played in Notre Dame. So you kind of have a love-hate relationship with stats, but I think Josh is has become a little underrated now. So, but you know, Irishman 7-1-4 says all 3 were great. 100%. The easiest part is buying Jadarian.
Yes.
That's the easy part.
Yep.
The harder part's the next 2.
Agreed.
Yep.
All right. Irish English has another one. Buy one, sell one, buy one, hold one, sell one individual performance. Jerome Bettis, 1991 Sugar Bowl. Rocket versus Michigan in 89, or Jeremiah Love versus USC in 2025.
Man, okay, this is going to be tough. I'm going to buy Rocket in 2020. No.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm going to buy Rocket in 2023 or 1989. That's the 2 touchdown returns.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why is it was historic. That was, I believe, Bo Schembechler's last year at Michigan, correct? Didn't Bo retire in 1989?
Sounds right.
Bo Schembechler had been at Michigan since the 60s. I think his first year, I believe, was 1969. I'm looking that up right now to make sure I'm correct. Yes, 1969 was his first year at Michigan. His last year at Michigan was 1989. From 1969 to 1989, Bo Schembechler's teams had never given up a kick return touchdown, ever. Rocket
Not
did
even
it
one.
twice.
Not even one. Wow.
Not one. And Rocket did 2 in that game. That was also a big game. I mean, Michigan finished that year ranked number 7. The only other loss they had was the end of the year in the Rose Bowl to USC. And Notre Dame beat them that game on the road. And a big part of that was it was pouring down rain. It was terrible conditions, and Rocket's big touchdown. Now, the Sugar Bowl performance was brilliant, but Jerome's fourth quarter in the Sugar Bowl was really where it was. And he helped put that game. He was brilliant in that game. And you could argue that was a bigger game because it was a bowl game, and that's back when bowl games were huge. Notre Dame was a big underdog. So that's why I'm back and forth, Vince, and I've been back and forth between Rocket and Jerome's Sugar Bowl. They were both brilliant, and I don't think there's a lose. I'm going to go with Rockets against Michigan because of the historic nature of that performance. That's what takes over. And it was, on the road against a rival. But, man, if you want to go with Jerome in the Sugar Bowl, I mean, just running all over Florida in the second half of that game. Because, we all remember, Notre Dame winning by a bunch of points, but Notre Dame was losing most of that game. It wasn't until, third quarter late and then in the fourth quarter that Notre Dame really put that game away. I think they were losing at halftime of that game. So, but, yeah, Jerome was just unbelievable in the second half of that game. Jeremiah Love against USC in 2025 was statistically a great performance, and Jeremiah was very good in that game, but that also benefited from one of the dumbest game plans I've ever seen in my life. And he was running through giant holes in that game. There were games where Jeremiah ran for way less yards where he was personally better. Now, for all we know, Vince, he might have still rushed for all those yards anyway. USC made it easier on him.
Yeah, they did.
And I still don't understand what the heck they were thinking. I don't get it.
It was, that one, he had over 200 yards rushing and
224. Yeah.
Boatload of touchdowns. It was just that was a performance.
The first carry of the game went for 60 yards, and you're like,
right.
What is USC doing?
Right. And they never
just
adjusted.
Tell right away. I have no idea what they're doing right now.
And they never adjusted because
there's nobody on the planet happier that Jeremiah Love and Jadarian Price are gone than USC.
Yeah. Right.
Because those two kids destroyed USC. Just destroyed. Somebody just said USC waved the white flag after that. No, USC waved the white flag before the game. That's why they ran with the game plan that they went with. Because they're just like, yeah, we're not going to stop this guy. So we're going to hope to at least try to stop CJ Carr. Maybe that's what they were thinking. We're not going to stop Jeremiah anyway, but if we try to stop him, he's still going to kill us. So and then CJ Carr also makes big plays on us. So we might as well just
why show up.
Let Jeremiah get his, and we'll try to stop CJ.
But what we should do for USC? We should just cancel the games completely.
They've been trying to do that since 2023, and finally we're able to get that done. So
yeah. For me,
the quality opponent, the quality of the defense, it takes a little bit away from Jeremiah's performance relative to those other two.
Gotcha. I'm just flip-flopping Bettis and Rocket, and only because I watched the Bettis game, and it was one of the first bowl games I ever watched Notre Dame play in, and I was just that's when I became a Notre Dame fan. And I was just enamored at that point. So
the green jerseys,
and
the Cheerios Bowl, and storyline going into it.
Just all of it, it captured a 10-year-old's mind and heart, and so that's why personally I'm putting that one above it. But then it'd be Rocket and then Jeremiah.
Yep. Ironically, I think Jeremiah's was the most statistically impressive.
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Offensively, because everything Rocket did was on the 2 returns. Notre Dame special teams destroyed Michigan those 2 years. If you think about it, Vince, They won that game 24-19. 14 of their points came off of special teams directly, and then they had another field goal. The year before, they beat Michigan, who finished the year ranked number 3 nationally, only lost to number 1 Notre Dame, and only lost to number 2 Miami by combined, I think, 3 points that year in '88. And the only touchdown they had in that game was a Ricky Waters punt return for a touchdown, and then the rest of their points were Reggie Hill field goals. So in a 2-year stretch, Notre Dame beat number 7 Michigan and number 3 Michigan and scored 1 total combined offensive touchdown in those 2 games. Special teams matters.
Yeah, it does. All right. Akshat Shakar with the buy-sell hold. Despite it not being his natural position, Anthony Knapp starting at offensive tackle was the right call due to injuries each of the past 2 years because he was better than Tosh Baker and then true freshman summer enrollee Will Black at the time.
I think this analysis is a little bit too simplistic. What about it not even being about him being better than Tosh? Why couldn't it be that he was better than Sam Pendleton and Tosh at left tackle would have been better than and then Anthony Knapp at guard would have been better than that? Who knows? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can spin it. I don't really care to rehash the past, so I'll buy it. It's not so much that Anthony Knapp was the left tackle the last 2 years that I had a problem with. And when we kept complaining about Will Black last year, number one is you don't know that he was better than Will Black at left tackle. Well, how can you say that, Brian? Because he didn't play left tackle. It's like it's kind of hard for me to prove that I'm better than you at something when I can't actually do the thing that I'm trying to prove that I'm better than you at. So you say, hey, Vince says, hey, Brian, I'm better at playing CFB 27 than you. And I'm like, no, you're not. Nuh-uh, I'm better than you, Vince. All right, Brian, how many times have you played it? Well, I haven't bought it yet. Well, how can you say just because I feels that way, buddy? I feels it. I'm better than you at it, even though I've never done it before. Like, how do you know that he was better than Will Black? How do you don't know that Will Black at some point in time last year wouldn't have gotten comfortable to the point where once Billy Schrouth got hurt, maybe the decision would have been, hey, let's move Anthony into guard because Will's ready to take over. How do we know that wouldn't have been the scenario? So that's the frustration that I had, that I know Vince had, that I know Trevor had, that I know Sean Davis had. It wasn't so much that Anthony Knapp was the left tackle. It's that they didn't even practice Will Black there. Like until maybe late in the year after he was like dealing with concussions. Like that's the frustration that I had. So how do we know that, who knows what will we be talking about the offensive line this year if they would have practiced Will Black all year at left tackle. And then when Billy Schrouth gets hurt against USC, they put Sully in there to finish the game out. But then that next week of practice, they say, hey, you know what? Let's go ahead and make this move now. And let's go ahead and get Anthony moved inside to guard. We'll put Will Black at tackle because we need, it's what we need to do. Because here's the thing, Vince, they had a bye week after that. They'd have had a whole extra week to get that ready to go. So, yeah, that's kind of was always my frustration. Or, move Knapp into guard, kick, as Andrew's point, kick Lambert out the left tackle and put Sully Absher at right guard, or put, the frustration wasn't that they had Anthony Knapp at left tackle as much as it was, why are you not even letting Will Black earn the ability to prove that he's better? You have no idea that he was better than Will Black because they never gave him a chance.
All right.
To which Joe Rudolph said, it's because we already know he can play left tackle, which might be one of the, I'm going to be nice to say, unwise things I've ever heard a coach say. Like, how dumb do you think we are? It's like, okay, bro. Whatever you say, coach.
Another one here from Akshat Shakar. Buy-sell hold. Jalen Sneed has been put into coverage way too often over the past years, despite that not being his strength.
No, I'm going to sell that because I don't know that they're asking Jalen to do a ton of coverage. I mean, last year, for example, Jalen Sneed was 4th amongst the linebackers in coverage snaps, according to Pro Football Focus, and he was 28 behind Kingston, who only played 11 games. He was, he was 64 behind Jaden Ausberry, and he was 157 behind Drake Bowen. I would argue that the 62 pressures and 128 coverage snaps is too wide of a gap. I'll give you that. But the year before, so I could kind of give you this year, grant you this year. But in 2024, Jalen Sneed played 120 more snaps in 24 than he did in 25, and he had 6 fewer pass coverage snaps. And he had 122 coverage snaps and 107 pass rush snaps. I mean, how do you disagree with that? And teams were 5 of 16 against him throwing the ball in 2024. They were 10 of 10 for 117, according to Pro Football Focus this year. So I don't know. I can't necessarily agree with that, because that wasn't the case 2 years ago. If you can't ask a linebacker to give you 120 coverage snaps in 16 games, that's less than 10 snaps a game. And last year he was barely at 10. 128 in 12 games is barely over 10.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think that's asking him to do too much, to be honest with you.
It's a 5-star linebacker. He should be able to cover a little bit.
I mean, there was 5 games he didn't even have 10 coverage snaps. So I can't go with you on that. I can't. Now, I would say maybe when he was in the game, they should have used him to rush the quarterback more, but they didn't have him playing third down as much as they did the year before. Kingston took that role. So he was more of a base down linebacker. Well, on 1st and 10, and you've got a call made and they pass, he's got to drop into coverage. I mean, that's kind of the deal. So no, it's not his strength, but he needs to be better than he was at it last year. And I think in 2024, he was a little better at it in 2024. So I'll sell that. Last year I could give you, but not the last 2 years.
Touchdown, car bomb 3. Buy, sell, hold. 50% of the preseason top 25 will not be ranked by the end of the year.
I'm going to sell that. I think it'll be a decent amount, 50%. I think we had it. Isn't there a year recently where that was the case? I think the part of the reason I'm going to struggle with that is there's always hey, who's the top 10 team this year that falls out? And I don't know that there is one this year, depending on who gets ranked in the top 10. But I think it's kind of what we've been arguing all offseason. I think there's this year's a little bit more top heavy. So that would mean outside of the top 10, well over half of that group would have to be left out. So then it's so of the final 15 teams, you'd need 13 of the 15 outside the top 10 to fall out. Or even if one top 10 team falls out, you would need, it'd be 12 of the final 15 teams to fall out. And I just don't think it's going to be that great, but I think there's going to be a lot of movement based on the preseason. There's going to be some very overrated teams in the preseason. So I'll buy the spirit of what you're saying, touchdown car bomb. I'll buy the spirit of what you're saying, but I don't think it'll get to 50.
It's a big number. I'm going to sell that one as well. Next up on the plate here, 50 buy, sell, hold. 50% of the top 10 will have 2+ losses. I feel like that's more of a buy for me, just because you mentioned 7 teams that have a legit shot at making of winning a national championship, right? Well, I'm going to go based on that logic. Okay. Number one, that means there's 3 teams that will probably have a couple of losses that aren't part of that top 7. That's 3 right there. I only need to find 2 more that have 2 losses. And if you're telling me that 2 of those 7 could end up with 2 losses, I'm there. And so that's why I'm just, it's a numbers game for me. Mm-hmm. And so I'm taking the numbers. I will buy the 50% of the top 10 will have 2+ losses.
It's going to be close.
Yeah.
I think the top 5 teams will have 1 loss or fewer. So then it's, will anybody in 6 to 10?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to say yes. I'll buy that as well.
The final one here from Touchdown Car Bomb. Buy, sell, hold. 50% of the preseason top 10 teams will lose to a team ranked 20 or lower when they play.
Oh, that's a buy. I mean, that kind of tends to be how it is. That was true, for example, for Notre Dame in 2024. They beat a ranked A&M team. They beat a ranked Louisville team. They beat ranked Army. They beat ranked Navy. They beat ranked Indiana. They beat ranked Penn State. They beat ranked Georgia. Who'd they lose to? Well, the champs in Northern Illinois.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like,
seriously.
It just tends to happen like that. So, yeah. Texas, look at these great wins Texas had last year. Yeah, they lost to a 4-8 Florida team in a game that wasn't all that competitive. Like, that's 2024. Oh, man, Alabama deserves in, Ole Miss deserves in. I'm like, no, they don't. They lost a bunch of bad teams. They lost to 7-6 Vanderbilt and 6-6 Florida, and Kentucky. Ole Miss lost to 3-9 Kentucky at home. So yeah, that'll happen.
That's an easy one. Yeah, this is an easy buy for me as well, because I mean, that, to your point, that was the exact conversation we were having when we were deciding who should be in and who should be out last year. It was all these teams that lost to garbage teams that they had no business losing to, and people just kind of brushed that under the rug like it didn't matter. Like that's what it felt like. And I think because of that, it happens all the time. It literally happens all the time. And if I'm going to say that 50% of the top 10 is going to have 2+ losses, one of those losses is going to be to a team they shouldn't have lost to. So, yeah, this is an easy buy for me as well. Pat Tillman deserves a day. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame plays more dime this year than they have before. I guess I'd have to know what they did before, but
I'll buy that. They didn't play a ton of dime the last few years. They played a lot of their nickel. I'll buy that for a couple reasons. One is I think they're going to have a lot of big leads. I also think that this team is so deep in the secondary that there's going to be a case to have more 3-2-ish type of alignments with maybe like a Luke Talich coming down in the box.
Sure.
Kind of that third linebacker type of thing. So I think we'll see that. I don't think it'll be a lot more. I still think nickel is their best
base almost
alignment.
Yeah.
But I could see something like that. If the reason I think it'll be more nickel than dime is because I think nickel still gives you a little bit more of your linebacker pressure stuff than maybe a nickel does. Even if you want to go 3-3, you could have some of that, but I think they'll do more. Just again, you're going to have so much depth in the secondary, and you're going to have a lot of big leads that I think that it's going to lead to doing more of that. And Chris Ash is more of a coverage guy than he is a blitz guy. It's not a bad thing, and that's why you're going to see more coverage. Hey, we go dime, and maybe go 3-2, or maybe a 4-1-6. Bring Luke Talich down in one of those looks, and with the 3 D linemen, let's say it's Bryce Young, Boubacar, and Tion Gray or Jason Onye, plus having Drake, some combination of Drake, Jaden Osbury, Kingston Viliamahasa, Jalen Sneed, Madden Faramo, some 2-man version of that, plus Luke Talich being down in the box. I still have my sim pressure options here to bring different types of looks and still play coverage. I think it fits more into what he likes to do than it does with what Al Golden liked to do. It makes more sense that way, combined with the fact they're so deep in the secondary.
They are, and I think also combined with the fact that they feel like they're deeper in the defensive line as well, and can do a little 3-front type stuff. I mean, they haven't really done a whole lot of 3-front stuff over the last few years, and I think we could see a little bit more of that. Not that it's going to be their base or anything like that, but I think that they feel like they have a nose. You know what I mean? Because you can't run a 3-front without a nose. And I think that they probably feel like they can, get away with running with 3 down linemen, whether that's a 3-3 stack, whether it's a 3-2 with 2 safety, whatever the case may be. I think they're going to be a little bit more willing to go with a 3 down alignment, and at times. So, yeah, I like that. I'll buy that.
I agree. The question then is, do they go that with 3 linebackers or 2 linebackers?
Right. Right.
I think in those cases, you might get a little bit more 3-3 stack with Kingston moving around as a rusher, that type of thing.
I like that a lot, actually.
Yep.
Let's see here.
Once he gets back to being healthy, yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr has a similar completion percentage, but has an increased yards per attempt / completion.
If we mean similar, meaning within like 3 percentage points, yeah, I'll buy that. Like, I don't see CJ Carr jumping up to where Julian Sain was last year. They throw the ball downfield too many times, and they're not throwing it downfield to Jeremiah Smith. I think he'll be 68 to 70 in percentage, which is similar to the 66.6 he had last year. So, yeah, I'll buy that. Because they're going to throw the ball down the field a ton.
Yeah.
And that's going to make it harder to be at 77% completion percentage. It just makes it harder.
Because he was like mid 60s this past year, right?
He was at 66.6.
66. Okay. You see him hitting 70?
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, but that's not a huge jump to me. Like 69.5, 68.5, or even 70 is not a giant jump.
Sure.
From 66.6, that's kind of where I'm at. And I think you're going to see a little bit more targeting of the backs. I think I hope that you see more quick game where you're trying to get the guys the ball in space, things like that. I think those things are all factors into why I believe what I believe, but just the fact that they throw the ball down the field as much, it's going to keep it from climbing too much, in my opinion. I think if CJ Carr is like 74, 75%, one of two things is happening. One is he's having the greatest quarterback season in the history of football because they're still throwing the ball down the field a ton, and he's still completing 75% of his passes, which, again, I just don't see happening.
Or he becomes check down Charlie and is just not – they're not pushing the ball down the field. The offense is stagnant.
Not even the check down Charlie. It's just they're not doing that as much. I mean, look, LSU threw the ball down the field a decent amount in 2019, and Joe Burrow still completed 66% of his passes. But again, that was one of the greatest college football seasons ever. That's my whole point.
Yep.
Last year in 12 games, just to give you an example, last year in 12 games, CJ Carr threw 61 passes, 20 yards or more. 61. And in 14 games, Julian Sain threw 50. So that's a pretty significant difference. Now, Julian threw more like over the middle, 10 to 19, the medium type of stats. But those are, if at Ohio State, those are pretty safe throws if you look at it. Now, Julian had a higher completion percentage last year, completed more balls down the field, but he attempted 11 fewer in 2 games. That's going to have a say in what your completion percentage is. And so you just don't see as much of that from Notre Dame. You don't. I mean, 14% of Notre Dame's passes were behind the line of scrimmage, 16.8% for Julian Sain. Now, one thing for CJ is the completion percentage behind the line of scrimmage can be better. Those are 2 areas where I think there can and should be growth. You need to be over 80% behind the line, and you need to be like around 90% on throws behind the line of scrimmage. You need to be over 80 in that, 1 to 9, 0 to 9 area, and he was at 78. So those are areas where I think they need to get better. Now, keep in mind, in that 0 to 9 where he completed 78% of his passes, they had 5 dropped throws last year. Julian Sain had 2. So I think, he had 2. Yeah, 2. So I think those things all kind of factor in a little bit. But the other part of it too is what's the makeup of the receiving core? If we're seeing a lot of Jaden Greathouse this year, then I think the completion percentage goes up because you're talking about a guy that is one of the best in college football at winning contested catches. Look, I've pointed this out before. Jaden Greathouse was over 80% on contested catches 2 years ago, 2024. And his percentage went down in the postseason. So I had somebody say one time, well, yeah, of course that's the case because look what he did in the playoffs. I'm like, well, his percentage went down in the playoffs because he was at like 81% in the playoffs. He was at end of the year like 84% completion rate. Because he's just a great contested catch guy. And Will Pauling was a good football player, but that wasn't part of his game. And that's not something that Notre Dame brought him in to do. They didn't bring in Will Pauling to go win a bunch of contested catches. He was at 50% last year. He went 5 of 10 on contested catches last year. I mean, Jaden Greathouse did that in the semifinals in the championship game by himself. Well, he's 3 inches taller and about 15 pounds heavier than Will Pauling. That's number one. And then number two, that's just a bigger part of his game. You know, Jaden was 11 of 13 in 2024 on contested catches. And the first 2 years of his career, he's 13 of 16. He's at 77.8 for his career. So that, again, this isn't he's better than Will Pauling, worse than Will Pauling. It's just they're different players. And so you're going to naturally see when Jaden Greathouse is out there week after week, you're going to naturally see your offense is going to have a little bit of a higher completion percentage when you're throwing to him. The other part is they need somebody to emerge in the boundary. That's going to be a big piece of this as well. Somebody's going to have to emerge into the boundary and to help kind of raise that to another level. But like in 2024, Jaden Greathouse was targeted 53 times. The quarterbacks completed 79.2% of the throws to him. And that's pretty good. Will Pauling last year was good, but he was 63.4. So you're talking about a 16% dip in the slot last year. And it wasn't just Will Pauling. It was just kind of the way the offense was overall. Jaden in the 4 games that he played was only 50%, 4 of 8. So it was just the slot wasn't as effective last year as it was the year before. CJ Carr is going to have to get more comfortable throwing to the slots in some of those situations. And if he does, then Vince, maybe we see a much bigger jump in completion percentage. But, you know, I mean, 63%, 62% compared to almost 80 the year before. Why? Because Riley Leonard was a veteran who had been thrown into tight windows his whole career.
He didn't care. He just did it.
And he just threw it up.
Yeah.
CJ's got that's part of that being more aggressive without being unsound. Being more aggressive does not mean I want to see CJ Carr try to bang more backside dig routes in between 3 guys. No, being more aggressive is you go back and look at the Miami and A&M games. There's a couple times where CJ had a one-on-one that's covered, but it's Malachi. It's Eli Raridan. Throw it up. He's not covered really. And as CJ got more comfortable with that, then, you know, he threw more balls. And so, and we saw some. I mean, the back shoulder throw, the slot fade throw he made to Jaden Greathouse against A&M was between 3 guys. It was a great throw. He didn't do that unless he had to. You know, Miami, he was willing to make that go ball. He's got to get more comfortable with those throws. Where Riley was just like, whatever, I'm going to throw it to Jaden and give him that play. If Riley can do that, Vince, then maybe what we're talking about here could be both. He could have an increased yards per attempt and completion, but also a big jump in completion percentage. That's kind of where I'm at.
Pat Tillman deserves the day. Has one final one on here. By
the way, he does. By the way.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about it.
Especially college football. College football should honor Pat Tillman every year.
Yes, there should be a day across college football that is the Pat Tillman Day. No question about it. What he did is what everybody says they do, but he actually did it.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's all those old war movies that I watch, and like, you know, Captain America, obviously not real, but like all these guys, World War II, they all wanted to line up and they all wanted to go and they all wanted to go. And that patriotism has lacked recently, right? And he's like, no, this is my duty. This is what I'm going to do. And he went.
Definitely different eras. I mean, you had guys 100%. Faking their age to get into the fight in the 40s.
Correct. Yes. Yeah, 100%. Beisel hold yards per carry stays at a similar mark, but the rushing success rate increases.
I'll buy that. And all it's a byproduct of the offensive line. Yeah. I'll buy that. I could see the rushing yards per carry going up a little bit as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the offensive line is going to be better. I think these guys, you know, we know the talent that is in the backfield, the national people out there, they don't. And look, to their credit, they see 2 guys that went in the first round of the NFL draft, and they're like, that's going to be 2 hard guys to replace. Yeah.
And it will be.
But they have talent in there to do it.
Right.
And when you have an offensive line as good as the one that we believe that they have, it's going to take that burden off of the running back room, and it's just going to let their talent shine, which is exciting for me.
Mm-hmm.
Getting into part 3 of the buy, sell, hold, presented by our friends at FanDuel. We've got one here from No Holes Barred. Brian Kelly weasels his way back into the good graces of the Notre Dame program, only to burn a bridge with Marcus Freeman at some point because he can't help but publicly throw him under the bus and try and boost his own agenda.
Sadly, I buy this because I think we're seeing it already. I really hope that I'm wrong on this. I really hope I'm wrong on this. But I just think Marcus Freeman's too classy of a guy. And I think that, you'll probably see Ron Paulus and the communications team that, were here during Brian Kelly's entire tenure basically convince him to, hey, it doesn't hurt to let him around. It lets us be the bigger people, blah, 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 blah. And then Brian Kelly will take advantage of that any way that he can. I don't know that he'll definitely throw Marcus Freeman under the bus. That part I don't know that he'll do.
Not directly.
If they lose a game, he'll do that. It's more so, and we have another question about it later. And honestly, this is not my original idea. My whole thing was focused on Brian Kelly is trying to take credit for what's going on at Notre Dame. But it was more so to an even stronger degree that I didn't even think about when we did our show. There was a comment one of the listeners made in it was a comment in the YouTube channel. And what he said was he even took it further than we had said and even further than what I had really thought about when we even talked about it the way that we did was he said Brian Kelly realizes that Notre Dame's about to win a title or he thinks that they might. And he's trying to ingratiate himself. So when they win, he can get some of that glory for himself.
He could be like, I help with that.
Yeah,
I
brought Marcus in. I did this.
Yeah.
I did. Yes. And that's what pissed me off when he was like, he listens to people. What's his greatest attribute? It's not discipline. It's not his teams play hard. It's not his teams are in great condition. It's not that he's a great recruiter. It's that he listens to other people.
Unbelievable.
He doesn't have his preordained ideas of what to do. He listens to people. Like, who would that be there, Coach Kelly? Who are you referring to there? So it's just a freaking scummy thing to do. And unfortunately, I think you're going to see Notre Dame let him do that by having him be around a couple of times. Like, look, Marcus Freeman, he's not going to be around every week because he's calling games for CBS. But it's going to be around enough. We'll probably see him in fall camp, maybe during the bye week. I
just hope it's during the preseason when we're not there.
Yeah.
Like that. Honestly, that's what I'm hoping for because I just don't want to see it. Like if he's there on day one, I'm just going to roll my eyes and then do what we need to do. But like, it's just don't parade him out there when the full media gets to, you know what I mean? Like don't make it obvious like that. I don't know.
You don't want Brian Kelly and Brian Driscoll bumping into each other on the on the sidelines during one of the practices?
Actually.
Just saying.
If you want me to be entertained. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But he's definitely trying to – it's all about him. It's what narcissists do. They got to take credit for things that they have nothing to do with. Now, if Brian Kelly would have won a title – if Notre Dame would have won a title in like 23 or 24 even, he could have taken some credit. But in 24, it's not a lot. And I've talked about this. The roster had changed over a ton.
Sure.
But he still would have been able to understandably take credit. I mean, Jack Kaiser was a guy that played for him. There's Riley Mills. There's a lot of guys that played for him on that team.
Got recruited by his staff.
Right. During his tenure.
Correct.
That's very few guys now.
Yes.
Very few guys now.
In one more year, it'll be nobody.
It's the fifth-year seniors are the only guys that were recruited by him.
Right.
The fifth and sixth year. So it's Jason Onye. It's like him. It's like Ashton Craig. It's Jalen Sneed. It's those guys. That's it. Everybody else from Drake Bowen's class on were all recruited while Marcus Freeman was the head football coach at Notre Dame. So, I personally would not let him around. But at the same time, you have to be careful with that because he now works for CBS, I believe.
He's doing Mountain West games, I believe.
So are you going to tell another media person they can't be around to watch your team? You got to be careful with that. It would be a really petty look for Notre Dame.
You do have to be careful, but he's not going to call a Notre Dame game.
Right. But here's the thing. We don't know for a fact that Todd Blackledge is going to call a Notre Dame game. He might. He called one last year. But the point is, you can't let Heather Dinich and people like that be at a practice and then tell a media member for CBS he can't be at a practice. That's fine. Let him come to a Here's what I don't want to do. Don't make a big spectacle of it if you're Notre Dame. Don't brag. Don't tweet, hey, the all-time winning coach. Okay, are you going to also put in that tweet? He's also lost more games than any coach in Notre Dame history. This is what I love to say to people. They're like, well, he's won more games than anybody. Hey, he's also lost more games than anybody. That's a longevity standard. He's like 9th in win percentage for any coach that's been here 5 years or more. Like Marcus Freeman has a better win percentage than Brian Kelly does.
Yeah,
by a lot. And against top 25 teams, here's a crazy stat. Do you know that that Brian Kelly is closer to Ty Willingham in record against top 25 teams than he is Marcus Freeman? Ty Willingham went 8-9 against ranked teams. Brian Kelly went 22-24. He is much closer in win percentage against top 25 teams compared to Ty Willingham than he's much closer to Ty and Bob Davie than he is Marcus Freeman, who's 16-7 in top 25 games. So don't make a big spectacle of it if you're Notre Dame.
And don't let him talk to the team. Like they haven't asked you to talk to the team. Don't ask him to talk to the team. You know, like you're a media member. He's a media member. I'm using that as an example.
Exactly.
But like
if you're not going to have Heather Dinich talk to the team or Todd Black, then don't let him. That's my big. That's what I'm saying. Don't do that.
Right.
Don't do that.
You know, if you want to, like after practice, if he wants to come up and have a one-on-one with Marcus Freeman in his office,
sure.
You know, with no cameras involved. Okay, cool. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, don't make a spectacle out of it. Like that's just, I think they'd get a lot of pushback on that, to be honest with you, from Notre Dame fans.
So, somebody said, wait, what media member can't be at Notre Dame? No, that's what we're saying though. If you're going to lock out Brian Kelly, you need to lock out everybody. That's our point. They won't tell Heather Dinich she can't come. They won't tell Todd Black she can't come. If someone who covers football, a media member wants to come at a national outlet like CBS Sports, wants to be at practice, you let him come to practice. That's what we're saying. We're not saying anyone was left without. We're saying if you're not telling people they can't come, then you can't then tell him he can't come. That's my point. So I'm whatever. It is what it would look petty if Notre Dame was like, no, you can't be here. And when they're letting other CBS people or ESPN people or NBC people, Fox people come to practice, they're not going to tell Urban Meyer he can't come if he wanted to come to practice, right? That's my whole point. And so that's kind of where I'm at with that, Vince. But just don't let him come back a bunch. Don't let him speak to the team, and then don't make a big spectacle of it with your social media. That's my whole point. I don't want to see that, but it would be petty of Notre Dame. Now, I would love it for me personally because I despise the man. I'd have no problem with it. But like, if you're asking me to give the best advice to Notre Dame, I'd say you're going to catch more flack for telling him he can't be there, because like, what would be the reason why? Other than we don't want someone who has no clue how to win big games speak anything into our team. But but you don't have to let him talk to the team. But let him be at practice. There's no reason to ban Brian Kelly from practice. None. Just I wouldn't let him be around all the time, and I wouldn't let him like talk to my quarterbacks. Like he'd be banned from the quarterback room. I'd tell Gino, Brian Kelly tries to walk in the quarterback room, punch him. You call security. You throw him out of the room and you call security. He's coming nowhere near our quarterback.
You don't let him anywhere near the chef.
Yes, he has to be. Any time around quarterbacks has to be supervised by the head football coach. But in all seriousness, there's no reason to not let him be a practice. I just don't want to see it be an frequent thing. I don't want to see them hyping it up on social media. I don't want during a bye week where he's not doing a game, he's out there and they honor him for, Brian Kelly's here.
Oh, that would be
awful. All-time winningest coach, Brian Kelly. And then I'll throw up in the press box. So, yeah. All-time losingest coach as well. Just saying. But for all the pettiness I'm saying, if the guy wants to come to a practice, he deserves the right to come to a practice because he was a former head coach. And the fact that he does work in the media now. But I was about to say something so wrong. So wrong, Vince. So wrong. Here, I'm going to text you what I was about to say.
You get me in trouble.
Yeah. So I don't want to trivialize a bad situation. That would have been very, very wrong.
Good call. No holds barred, buy, sell, hold. In order for Notre Dame to take the final step to win it all, the wide receiver room needs to take the biggest step up among all position groups and become, at minimum, just below elite.
Sell. That's the offensive line.
Yeah, I completely. We kind of had a similar question to this earlier. I agree with you. It's a sell for me too.
If the receiving core is the same as it was in 25 and the same as it was in 24, but the offensive line plays like it did in 2020 or 2017 or 2015, and CJ Carr is who we think he is, and the running backs and the defense, then the receivers don't need to get better. Like they don't, or at least they don't need to be elite or even close to elite. They just got to be good. That's it. They just got to be good. Guys, I watched Michigan win a championship with Roman Wilson as their best receiver. He's a good football player. He's not a minimum just below elite. That receiving core wasn't, but you know what they did? They could run the ball. They played great defense. So, no, I think the receiving core has to be good. And they have to be good in big games. They don't have to be elite, though, if the offensive line steps up. Now, if the offensive line is just kind of the same thing it was the last couple of years, then this would be the case. So the caveat is based on what? If the offensive line plays the way it's capable of, if CJ plays the way he's capable of, if they're just pretty good, then this offense is going to be unbelievable. But they don't have to be just like borderline elite for them to win it all unless other parts of the team don't step up. And receiver is not in the top 3 for me of units that have to play at an elite level. I don't know that it's in the top 4 because it's O-line, D-line, quarterback, and secondary are the top 4 for me. Receivers 5th or 6th behind, down here near running backs. I think tight ends need to step up more than the receivers do because they impact more parts of the game, run game and stuff like that. So, yeah, that's where I'd go. Now, it doesn't make it less important. It's important. It's just they don't need to be elite or borderline elite for this offense to be great.
Well, Notre Dame on FanDuel has the best odds to make it to the quarterfinals, and I haven't heard anybody talk about how good or bad the wide receiving room is. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, the pickle thinks that it's the Ohio State guys are going to be the reason they're successful because he doesn't think much of, what's returning. But I say sarcastically. But anytime people do talk about the receiving core, it's not a positive. I just don't think anybody thinks it's going to be the thing that drags them down.
This is what I'm saying. And so,
but why? Why do people think that? Because of CJ Carr and because of the offensive line and because of the defense.
Exactly. And so nobody thinks the wide receiver room is going to be anything. And yet Notre Dame is still favored on FanDuel, so it's like, okay, well, they don't need to be great because
got to be good. They got to be good in big games. That's the big thing.
Yeah.
They got to be good in big games. That's key. They don't got to be elite in big games. They've just got to be good in big games.
Yep. No holds barred. Buy 3, sell 3, hold 3. Most iconic non-Notre Dame traditions. Okay, there we go. 1, the IU basketball striped warm-ups. 2, Masters green jacket. 3, Lambeau leap. 4, Ric Flair's woo. 5, gentlemen, start your engines. 6, Michael Buffer's no, I'm not gonna do the whole thing. Let's get ready to rumble. 7, OSU dotting the I. 8, rolling Toomer's corner. Or 9, the Hawkeye wave.
Man, I'm kind of going through these, Vince. I'm putting the green jacket as a buy.
Yep, I'm going to put the Hawkeye wave as a buy. I mean, you're talking about sick kids. Like I feel like I can't not have that one up there.
Sure, I'll put that one up there. Just
I appreciate that.
Yeah, for Vince. My other third buy would probably be that the Gentleman Start Your Engines. That's for the Indy 500, right?
I mean, it's for every race.
Okay.
But
here's some sells for me. The rolling the Toomer's corner is one of the stupidest things ever. You're throwing toilet paper into trees.
Correct.
Like that's dumb. The OSU dotting the I's, it's I don't care.
Nope.
And
yep. The striped warm-ups for me is my other sell.
Yeah, because like it's iconic.
Yeah.
But it's not in the top 5 iconic uniforms for me. I mean, if you're going to talk about, obviously these are college football, but these are college sports. I still don't know that I'd put it in there. I mean, you've got plenty of other things. You've got the Yankee pinstripes. You've got a lot of other things that I'd put ahead of that. It just doesn't do it for me. I've got the Hawkeye thing, the green jacket. The other thing that I'd probably put in the top 3 is,
this is tough.
I'm a bit of a boxing guy, or at least I was when I was younger. I liked boxing, so I'll probably go with the Michael Buffer Let's Get Ready to Rumble thing. That was pretty cool, but it's either that or the Gentleman Start Your Engines. I mean, the Ric Flair Woo thing, it's funny, it's iconic, but I don't know that it's like top 3. I got to buy them.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know if it's my favorite thing Ric Flair did. You know, like Ric Flair, I think I have sort of a love-hate relationship with Ric Flair as a wrestler. I mean, I was never like a big fan. I've never a big fan of him as a wrestler. He's a very overrated wrestler for a long time, but he was an all-time elite, great Hall of Fame, one of the best to ever do it performers. And there's a very big difference.
Mm-hmm.
Ric Flair can't hold Bret Hart's jockstrap as a wrestler. Bret Hart can't hold Ric Flair's jockstrap as a performer. And at the end of the day, that matters. Is Hulk Hogan the wrestler Bret Hart was? Not even in the same universe. But he was a performer. He was an icon. You know what I mean? He knew the role and he did it extremely well. And that's what made Ric Flair so good. It's just the way he talked, the way he engages, the different things like the begging for mercy and then pull out he's about to hit someone in the groin or gouge their eyes out, the thing where he takes the bump, but he does it like after 6 seconds, he'll take the bumps and then walk around the ring and then face plant. Like, man, he was iconic, dude, especially back in the NWA early WCW days. Like when he was like the face of where he was for them, what Hogan was for the WWF. And so, like, there were 100 better wrestlers than Ric Flair. There weren't many better performers than Ric Flair. And the Woo is the thing that's probably most notorious, but there were so many other things that made Ric Flair Ric Flair. You take the Woo out, and Ric Flair is still Ric Flair. You know what I mean? Just because of how tremendous he was as a performer. I think he might be one of the original guys that understood that the show is at the very heart of this whole thing. You could be a great technical wrestler, but if you don't do the show right, then you're not going to be a legend. You got to do both, and that's why I think Ric Flair was. You to be the man, you got to beat that. That's another one. So yeah, that's why I say the Woo I'm holding, because it is what it is. It's funny. It's good. It's iconic, but I'll put the other ones in there.
I really don't have one that belongs in the top 3 other than the ones that we said.
Mm-hmm.
So the rest are hold, and then the ones we said are sells, and I think I'm fine with that. Yeah. The non-creativity of every head coach in the state of Indiana at the high school level that uses the striped pants really bothers me. Like, come on, man. Like, have a little bit of creativity and do your own thing.
Yep.
And that includes the school I work for.
Yep. Somebody said Ric Flair and Steamboat had some great matches. They did. I still say the best match that Ricky Steamboat was ever in was at WrestleMania 3 against Macho Man. Still one of the greatest wrestling matches of all time. But yes, Ricky the Dragon Steamboat and Ric Flair had some iconic matches. Flair and Sting had some great matches when Sting was first becoming a babyface, because here's the thing about Flair. He did a lot of what he did as a heel. Like, that's what makes Ric Flair so iconic. If you really think about it over the years, Ric Flair spent most of his career as a heel, not a babyface. Hogan was always a babyface. What was so interesting about Flair is, like, he was an incredibly popular heel, because, like, the Four Horsemen, like, they were kind of the bad guys. You know what I mean? And, I remember watching, I think it was like, I forget, I can't remember which one it was. It might have been Starrcade, or maybe it was Bash at the Beach. I forget, but there was a match with Sting where Sting beat Flair to win the title. I think it was the first time Sting ever won the title. And, like, they had to cuff Ollie Anderson to this, I forget the guy, the Giant. He ended up being Giant Gonzalez in the WWF, but he was in the WCW at the time, because the Four Horsemen would always come out and start drama. So they had like the Steiner brothers and some other guy protecting the ring, so the Four Horsemen couldn't come out and interfere and all that. And Sting won the title, but like he was a heel for most of his career. Ric Flair was a heel. You don't have many guys that were heels for most of their career that are as legendary as Ric Flair. I think that adds a little bit to what made Ric Flair such a great performer. You know, like Stone Cold was a heel, but then they turned him into a baby face because he was so popular. You know, I'm talking about they, meaning the fans, because Stone Cold didn't change, but the fans embraced him like a baby face, where Flair's that guy they love to hate. You know, and it's very fascinating. So yeah, he was a great performer. Somebody in the chat said Flair did a lot to elevate other wrestlers. He was very undeveloped. He would definitely take a bump for you. There's no doubt. Undertaker was like that too. And that's something that Hogan wasn't always as good at, if we're being honest. But yeah, Flair was one of the best in the business when it came to the show and knowing what it takes to make the whole thing better. Yeah, he was great at that. Just, he's a little bit of an overrated wrestler. That's my only thing. That's it.
ND Irish 8807, buy, sell, hold. Which linebacker exceeded your expectations most as a high school recruit to where they are now? Jeremiah Usu-Koromoa, Jack Kaiser, or Marist Leofau?
Which LB exceeded your expectations most as a high school recruit? I would say probably buy Marist, hold Jack Kaiser, and sell Jeremiah. I like Jeremiah a lot, Vince. You remember when Mike Elko got hired, I was like, this kid is going to be a really good player. I like Jack a lot coming out as well. I think Jack turned out to be exactly what you could actually honestly sell Jack or Jeremiah, because I think they both pretty much turned out to be what I thought they could be. I think Jack had a higher floor than Jeremiah. And I thought Jeremiah had a higher ceiling. I don't know that I ever thought Marist Leofau was going to turn into a third-round NFL draft pick.
Oh, completely agree with that.
I thought he was going to be a good player, really good rotation guy, starter for a year or two, kind of like. But I thought he was more Asmar Bilal than he was.
Yeah.
Third-round draft pick.
Yeah, no,
Marist,
I agree.
And again, I liked Marist, but he was even better than I thought he was going to be.
Oh yeah, a lot better.
Yeah,
a lot better.
Yep,
I agree with that completely.
Yeah. It's good call. But yeah, I had Jack as a 4-star coming out of high school. Jack Kaiser was a very good football player.
He's a middle linebacker. He was. Oh yeah, and
he was an athlete because he played at 1A football in Indiana,
right? But you knew he was an athlete because he played everything.
I mean, he was a returner, quarterback, free safety. I mean, he was a tremendous athlete. If he would have played at Jack Kaiser probably still could have been Mr. Football if he would have played in Indianapolis and or Fort Wayne or the bigger levels too. He was a great high school football player. He just played at 1A, so I don't think he necessarily got the same respect from a recruiting service. Obviously, the state of Indiana, he did. He was Mr. Football,
right?
So
clearly, and that's hard to do if you don't live in Indianapolis. By the way,
what's that?
I said that's hard to do if you don't live in Indianapolis.
That's one thing I've learned about living here. If you're going to win a Mr. Football playing 1A football, you better be a all-time freak, and he was.
Yep.
I'm more referring to how he was perceived nationally. He didn't get the respect that he did because of where he played.
Right.
Where had he done what he did at like Lawrence Central or Warren Central or in one of the Fort Wayne schools or something like that, Dwenger, Cathedral, something like that,
and he would have
gotten a lot more. Exactly, he would have gotten a lot more love. Agree. I think if Jack would have played at one of those bigger schools, I don't think he plays quarterback.
No,
I think he plays running back.
Yeah,
and he rushes for 2,000 yards. I think he would have been even more dominant as a runner if he'd have played running back.
He'd be more like the Miles McLaughlin kid who just shattered all the records this past year. He played at 3A school in Knox and was just a running back in a triple option and scored a bajillion touchdowns, had a bajillion yards. And I think he played defense too because it was a 3A school. Yeah. But, to your point, I think he plays running back as well. Yeah, 100%. All right, from Sing Kevin, Jordan Faison is the wide receiver most likely to have a breakout season. For his first 3 seasons, he was a dual sport athlete and did not have time to focus 100% on football technique and strength. Being able to do so will allow him to have more than just normal year-to-year growth.
I buy that. And I think Kevin explained exactly why.
Yeah.
Very well done, Kevin. You not only submitted the submission, but you kind of explained
you
why.
got the answer too. Yeah.
Yeah, look, just is he the most talented guy on the roster? No, but he's the most proven. And look, you talk to anybody around the program going into the fall of 2024, Vince, there was a lot of buzz about how good he was in fall camp before. And he got obviously injured his ankle against A&M, wasn't the same all year till the playoffs, and then he's held in the playoffs. And look what he did in the first 2 games. He was impactful the first 2 games. So I'll buy that. Definitely buy that.
From Freeman, Natty, buy, sell, hold. Teddy Gerard or Noah Grubbs will start the first game in which CJ Carr is no longer at Notre Dame.
I'll buy that. I think that's the most likely now. It'd be ridiculous of me to talk about Champ Mons being that guy when I haven't seen that kid play beyond his sophomore year of high school. Yeah, I'll buy that.
Yeah, I like this too. Is there a chance that Notre Dame goes to the portal after this year? Sure. If they're not convinced that they've got the next guy on the roster or they need another year or whatever, that's why this number 2 job, not the job specifically, but more the competition and then the development throughout the year is so important because they're not necessarily competing for now. They're competing for the future and now, but they're competing for the future. They need to convince the coaching staff, whether it's Gaduli or Freeman or Denbrock or whoever, that the next guy is on the roster. Just like CJ Carr had to do. He had to convince them that the next guy was on the roster. I mean, they went to the portal, a bunch of times. The next guy was on the roster, and CJ Carr, he proved it, right? And so did Kenny Minchie, for that matter, right? And so I think that that's what these guys are going to be tasked to do. They need to prove that the next guy is on the roster, and I think that they will. And I buy this as well. I think they're going to do enough to prove that the next guy is on the roster, and they're not going to go to the portal after this season.
Yeah, agree. And as of today, that's where I'm at.
S. Saxton, 1980. Buy one, sell one, hold one. Notre Dame finishes as a top 3 offense, top 3 defense, top 3 special teams, and a bonus buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame finishes in the top 5 with all 3.
So I'm gonna buy offense, and I'm gonna buy defense. I do defense with more conviction. Or excuse me, I do offense with more conviction than defense.
Just because scoring, like from a scoring standpoint.
Any way you look at it.
Okay.
There's 2 ways to look at it, or 3 really. I think there's 3 metrics that to me give me more confidence that a team is the best. Scoring is one, and it's kind of a combination of these 3 things. To be honest with you, yards per play is another, and then efficiency. So like where you rank in the efficiency numbers. I personally like the Fremeau efficiency index. I like to look at a lot of others, but Brian Fremeau, who does that, is the one that I usually look at first. So those 3 things, like who ranks in the top 3 amongst those 3 things. The reason that I say offense more conviction is, number 1, I think the defense faces a slightly tougher slate this year. I think the defense is going to play a couple offenses that I think are going to be really good. I don't know that the offense plays any defenses that are going to be like elite. Now, Miami could be, but right now, as of today, I actually think Miami's offense is going to be better than their defense. They're both going to be excellent, but I think their offense is going to look somewhat like it did 2 years ago. Not quite the same level. They play a tougher schedule as well, and their offensive line isn't as experienced. I don't think as that line, but they're still going to be very, very good and slightly better than their defense. So that's that. But then I look at other teams, and I think the SMU offense is better than the SMU defense. I think the BYU offense is better than the BYU defense, that kind of thing. So that factors into it. And then I've seen Mike Denbrock produce a top 3 offense multiple times. I've never seen Chris Ash do it, at least not at Notre Dame or any time recently. So that's why. But right now, if you were to ask me if I predict both will finish top 3, I'm going to sell the special teams, Vince. I wrote the special teams preview for the magazine last night. They got a long way to go in a lot of areas.
Yeah, they do.
Outside of kick return and punt coverage, they weren't a great special teams last year in any way.
And the thing about special teams, what I'm interested to see, and this is a giant question mark right now, is what effect does the 5 for 5 have on special teams?
All right.
You know what I mean? Like
in the future, yeah.
Yeah, like are they putting all their dudes out there, this year on special teams, and it's going to be that way the entire year? Is that what it's going to look like? But, how are we measuring top 3 special team, blocks, return touchdowns, field goals made, obviously, some sort of a punting statistic, whether it's inside the 20, whether it's touchbacks, whether it's, whatever the case may be.
Mine's net and then average starting field position are the two I
Okay.
look at, which fair. Includes coverage and kicking.
Yeah.
I think average starting field position is a key number.
That's a good one.
Limiting return yards, making field goals, and then being disruptive.
Yeah.
Can you make big plays on special teams? Which means touchdowns and block kicks. The block kicks and return touchdowns they've been doing. They scored 4 special teams touchdowns last year, right? You had the 2 kick returns, plus you had the punt return you had the block punt for a touchdown against A&M, and then you had the blocked touchdown the blocked punt for a touchdown against Syracuse. You had 4 touchdowns last year off special teams. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's the big plays they make. It's the little things they do well.
Yeah,
the
consistency.
Well, like, I don't know,
extra
snapping and holding.
Yeah.
I mean, Notre Dame not only ranked 130th last year in field goal percentage, they ranked 128th in extra point percentage last year,
which is ridiculous.
Right,
ridiculous. So yeah, I'm with you on that one. I'm not ready to proclaim that the special teams as a whole is ready to be special.
They could be.
Sure, they could be,
and that's why Spencer Porath was such a big pickup. But
it's a huge pickup. Here's what I will say about the special teams. I have no worries about the kicking game when it comes to kicking field goals. None. Now, my only reservation is Jasper Scaife is the holder. Now, he's an athlete. You can be taught to hold. You could be really good at holding. Just clearly he's never done it before. So it's a question mark for me.
Agree. I need to see it. Him being a rugby player, it gives me a little bit of confidence because he's taking snaps. I mean, I don't know if they call it a snap in rugby. I don't know what they call it.
I don't know.
You see them, they snap them, they throw them the ball. They kind of snap them the ball. So yeah, I think he'll have probably pretty good hands. But
yeah, so I mean, but I do like the fact that it's not a backup quarterback because I want that
practice with them all the time. That's why they do that. I mean, it's one of the reasons they do that in the NFL.
Oh, 100%.
Punters have to have good hands.
Correct.
To punt, and then you can practice with them all day.
All day long. So that part of it I do like when it comes to that. So
it wouldn't shock me if the special teams finish top 3, but they just have a long way to go before they're there.
Agree.
A long way to go.
Agree. Cousin Eddie's mobile home, buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame scores 24 points or more in all of their games versus ranked opponents.
They did that last year.
Yeah.
And they scored 24 against Miami. They scored 40 against A&M. They scored 34 against USC. They scored 49 against Navy, and they scored 37 against Pitt. So they did that last year. I believe they did that the year before, the only 2 they missed the year before, they scored 23 against Ohio State and 23 against Georgia. They scored at least 24 in all the other ones. So, yeah, I'll buy that. Yeah, I mean, the last 2 years they've played – sorry, Vince. They played 5 top 25 teams last year, right? And the year before they played A&M. Who was ranked? A&M was ranked. Louisville was ranked. Army, Navy, and then the 4 playoff teams. So in those, so that's what, 8 plus 5. So in 2 years in 13 games against top 25 teams, they've never scored less than 23 points in a game.
Yeah.
Am I missing something? Am I missing somebody?
Don't think so.
So yeah, I think saying that 24 is very reasonable. And the 23 were A&M, Georgia, and Ohio State. And Ohio State's because they missed a field goal, right? Didn't they miss a field goal and an extra point in that game?
I don't know if they missed an extra point, but that doesn't mean they didn't.
So,
yeah. All right. Cousin from another one from Cousin Eddie's mobile home. Notre Dame or buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame has at least 2 players from each side of the ball that breaks Notre Dame school records.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that. We could see that. Yeah, look, last year you had C.J. Carr broke a school record passing yards, passer rating, and Jeremiah Love tied a school record for rushing touchdowns in a season. So it's certainly reasonable to think that you could see C.J. by himself break 2, but then who's the second player? That'll be a little tougher. But I could easily see something where another player, Aeneas Williams, breaks the single season receptions record for a running back. Ian Premer sets a freshman record in receptions for a tight end. Like, that's a school record.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
there's so many obscure records out there that, yeah.
Right. And defensively, same thing. I could see that. Defense will be harder. But like, could you see Boubacar having more than 13 and a half sacks in a 15, 16 game season?
Well,
I could.
Yeah, 16 games. Yeah.
It's possible. So yeah, I think so. I think I'll buy that. And I'm not guaranteeing it, but I could see that. Yeah.
Even bad teams have guys that break records. That's the thing. Yeah. Like it happens all the time. And you could just have one amazing game where you break records. Sure. Like it doesn't even have to be a season long.
Because he didn't say season record.
Right.
You know, yeah, it's a good point. It's a good point.
Milk Dude 1967. Notre Dame does leave no doubt in the fourth quarter of blowouts. So hold that.
Notre Dame does leave no doubt in the fourth.
That means it's the backups.
Yeah, Notre Dame does leave no doubt. So does that mean basically they're going to handle business in the fourth quarter?
I think that's what it means. And it's the backups of it. If it's a blowout, the backups are in, right?
I'll buy that.
Yeah.
I think the backups will be a little bit more effective this year than they were last year.
I think that's fair.
By some reasons. Let me just say, I think they're going to be more focused on not letting teams score late because of what we saw last season. And then also just think about who's going to be on the field in those moments. I mean, it's, you know what I mean? It's like, who you going to have? You're going to have Grayson McHugh and Matty Augustine and, you know, guys like that on offense. And you're throwing the ball to who? Preston Frizzell and James Flanagan, maybe Jack Larson. You know, you're throwing at receiver. You've got maybe Caden Finley and Devin Fitzgerald. You know what I mean? Defensively, It's like Ebenezer Utade and Rodney Dunham and Sean Sevillano and Davion Dixon and Elijah Golden. And you know what I mean? Like, dude, they're going to have who's going to be? Oh, the backup secondaries in. Oh, who's that? Oh, it's Joey O'Brien, Brandon Logan, Kari Adams, Aiden Pouncey, and Jaden Sanders. That could start for half the teams Notre Dame's going to play this year. It's ridiculous. So, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could see that.
Okay, Beisel hold. Last year, all we heard about was the defense was flying all over the field in fall camp, but then the season started, and for 2+ games, they didn't. We're hearing the same thing about the O-line from spring camp. Will the O-line do what what the defense did last year?
I'm going to sell that. Two primary reasons, Vince. Number one is it's two completely different things in that I like the premise of, hey, we heard that it was going to be great, but it wasn't. Well, that's because they changed schematically. And part of the reason the defense looked uncomfortable, Vince, is because you and I watched the practices last year we were at, and we had some access to some people that were at some practices, and what we saw with our own eyes and then what people told us was not what we saw in games. But we were also told, and I believe I put this on the message board leading up to the first game, that we were told they had changed things leading up to that game. Don't know why, but that's different because that's a schematic thing where what we're hearing about the offensive line isn't like Mike Denbrock 2 weeks before the first game is going to stop running the run plays that they've been running all fall camp. It's just not likely. They're being known for good performance because of the quality of their play, not what they're doing schematically and the quality of their play. The defense was not as good with the quality of their play because of changes they made schematically, and I don't see that same thing happening. The second reason why is last year they were going into a year where they were learning a new coach's scheme, and there's nothing new about the offensive structure this year. Literally the same exact coaching staff as we saw last year. Same coordinator, same QB coach, same running backs coach, same tight ends coach, same receivers coach, same line coach. Heck, even a lot of the assistants are good. I think one of the guys that's helping out on offense is Chris Mitchell. Did you notice that? The guy with the glasses kept walking around with big, thick black glasses. I was like, who is that guy? And why does everybody seem like they know him real well? Because I've never seen this dude. It was Chris Mitchell. He just cut all his hair off.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
It's got to be professional now.
Well, I mean, sure, I get that. But, like, he just looks so different with the hair cut off. You know what I mean? But, like, dude, I was like, I love when coaches do stuff like that. Like, look, he came here. He was a great teammate. Didn't work out for him as far as him being as good as we thought he was going to be, but they respected his mind, and he's trying to get into coaching, and you're helping him do that. I think that's great. And that's why I think all these analyst jobs, part of me is like, there's too many. But then the other part of me is like, think about how many opportunities that opens up for young coaches, whether it's former players or just other young coaches. I think about like when I was coming up and coaching, man, I would love that if D1 teams had like 8, 9 analyst jobs. You know what I mean? Like I had some people I knew that I might have been able to get one of them jobs. Like I think it's great for young coaches to be able to do that. And so seeing Chris Mitchell do that was awesome. And by the way, Jaden Sanders last year was the starter at Michigan for 2 games because of injury. He was not a year-long starter. Just responded to somebody in the chat. But yeah, I mean, like, so that's even a guy that still knows the program.
Right.
You know, he was part of the team that wouldn't play for the title. You know what I mean? So it's like Sean Shivers is new, but this is a guy that played at D1 football, you know, and has been coaching at D1 football. He's not some, you know, guy that doesn't know what he's doing. Trent Miles is helping out more this year with coaching. He's a guy that has coached at Notre Dame, you know, has been a head coach at the FCS level. So there's just too much continuity for me to be concerned about the O-line if they play well in fall camp, somehow not being good against Wisconsin and Rice and Michigan State and Purdue. I just don't see it. And then that's the final piece is they don't play Miami and A&M in the first 2 games. The defense would have masked – some of the things we saw would have been masked if Notre Dame started the season off with Purdue and pick another team. Because like part of those failures against Purdue, I think the team was reeling a little bit. I don't know if they start the season with Purdue. I don't think Purdue scores 30-some points. They were reeling a little bit from the 0-2 start. That's just a fact. That's why in the second half, when they kind of turned the light on and started playing like they're supposed to play, Purdue could barely cross midfield. You know, and then they had to score late against the backups. But if they'd have started against like them and I don't know Syracuse, I don't know the late season version of Syracuse, we're not like, oh my God, they were so bad in the first 2 games. So, yeah, it's just too many different scenarios.
Agreed.
But I understand the concern.
It's going to be a concern until we see that it's
sure.
different. So
sure. Because it's always been something with Notre Dame and recently. I mean, even under Marcus Freeman, it's like you think this is going to be good and then somebody gets hurt or something happens or this guy's not as good or whatever. It takes them a while to get going. That's why the September stuff is such a big deal.
Yep. Like so wake me when it's October and Notre Dame's
totally
undefeated.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like
yeah, it's totally fair. It's totally fair.
Moneybag Jake, buy, sell, hold. Mylan Graham is an upgrade in all football-related aspects to Will Pauling outside of leadership, which is TBD.
I'm going to sell that because Mylan Graham's going to have to show me a lot that show me that he can be the blocker that Will Pauling was.
Yeah.
And that matters. That's not like a little ha-ha, you're taking a shot. No, that's a very important part of what you're doing as a football team. If you're a great pass catcher, but you're not going to block your tail off also, then I, you know, how much do I want to play you? And so I think Mylan Graham and Jaden Greathouse both, like Jaden Greathouse can be a very good blocker when he wants to be. He just needs to want to be more consistently. And then same with Mylan Graham. So yeah, and there's also the experience thing. If you're just talking talent, sure. He's taller, he's faster, he's just as quick. He's, you know, all those things are there for him, Vince, but he doesn't have Will's experience. Will came to Notre Dame with over 1,000 career yards receiving. And look, Will was a solid player last year, but he was a very good blocker and a tremendous leader. So I'm going to sell that because of the blocking piece. And that's still a very important part of what Notre Dame does offensively and as a receiver.
Buy, sell, hold. It's possible for Notre Dame to have a 3-man tight end rotation where each player makes a valuable impact. I'm going to take this one here real quick because, look, this is the University of Notre Dame.
Also known as what, Vince?
Tight end U to some people or to a lot of people, I should say. And there's a reason that the starting tight end at Notre Dame has been drafted every year since Anthony Fasano. So they're going to go 3 deep, and then they wouldn't go 3 deep if all 3 of those guys weren't contributing in a valuable impact is the words that he used. And look, valuable impact doesn't mean you're going out and catching 5 touchdowns either.
That's right.
It means that you're blocking. It means that you're doing whatever's asked of you and doing it at a high level, right? And Notre Dame will have 3 guys, whoever those 3 guys are, probably more than 3 if we're being honest, but Notre Dame will have 3 guys that will make a valuable impact at the tight end position because this is Notre Dame and that's what they expect to happen, and it will happen.
So I'm going back and looking at the Notre Dame Indiana box score from 2024, the playoff game. And looking at it here, Vince, I don't see. I'm looking at this stat sheet. I don't see Cooper Flanagan's name listed anywhere. Do you?
Nope.
Cooper Flanagan, however, had a very big role on a 98-yard touchdown.
He was the main role on
that. Well,
him
and Anthony Knapp.
Yes,
him and Anthony Knapp had 2 monster blocks. We talk a lot about Knapp's block, where he just whooped Mikael Kamara, but go watch Cooper Flanagan on that play. If he doesn't make the block like that, and Jeremiah still gets through the first hole. If he just kind of a body on a body, Jeremiah gets through the first hole, but he gets through the first hole on more of a narrow vertical cut, which means now he's got to then bounce it to be the safety. And now the angle that he had is gone. And it's probably, 15, 20-yard gain. The fact that he could stay on his track through the line of scrimmage is why he was able to then just a quick, easy bounce outside to outrun the defense. They could never get the angle on him. And that's the difference between, a running back being great and a running back being great with great blocking on that play, right? I mean, Jeremiah's going to make a play there no matter what, because blocking was good enough. But the dominance from Cooper is what turned it into a 98-yard gain. And that's what great players do. When y'all do your job, I'm going to make you look famous. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm going to turn this into a 98-yard run if y'all do your job.
Yep.
And that's what made Jeremiah special. But you needed to do your job at a high level first.
Yeah.
So there could be games where we're like, dude, Ian Premer catches 5 balls for 70 yards, and we're all like, he's so great. I'm like, yeah, those are all great plays, but the 5 best plays from the tight end this year in this game were by Cooper Flanagan and James Flanagan. What are you talking about? Yeah, go watch this play. Watch counter. Watch this guy wrap up inside and blow the linebacker up, allowing Aeneas to cut off of him for a 30-yard gain, 30-yard touchdown, right? It's, you know what I mean? It's that's an impact, even if it's not a statistical one that's attributed to that player.
Right.
We should do that. We should count this year. We should count key blocks.
Yeah.
As part of our stat sheet thing. Let's talk about that in our next meeting.
What that looks like. Yeah.
Yeah. That'd be fun. Meaning like your block led to
a big
first
play.
down or a touchdown.
Yeah. Yeah.
I like that. Or big play.
Heading into part 4 of Buy, Sell, Hold here on an awesome Monday, brought to our friends over at FanDuel. We've got Moneybag Jake 13 with another Buy, Sell, Hold. CJ Carr's improvement in his deep ball is the single most impactful improvement to take his game to the next level.
I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell that because I still think it's his ability to go through the reads. If CJ Carr is the same guy he was last year throwing the deep ball, yeah, there'll be some missed opportunities. There's also going to be some great throws down the field. But if he's more decisive on his, taking some deep shots that he didn't take last year, being more decisive when it comes to getting the ball out to the right read. So even something as simple as, I've talked about this play before, but they ran that double slant against Stanford. He throws the inside slant, which is the right read based on what a redshirt freshman should do. But a veteran quarterback says, yeah, he's technically open and he's going to get us the first down. But if I take this outside of Jordan Faison, he's going to catch it and be able to run. Or I know this read is there, but I'm going to still come to that backside dig because I saw the pre-snap leverage and footwork and hip turn by the cornerback. So I'm going to look right, and then I'm coming right back to that backside comeback to Jordan Faison. That's going to give me more than the front side 7-yard out's going to give us, right? I mean, there's things like that I think are much more important than, because like if you think about it, CJ threw 61 deep balls last year. If he improves there, it's going to be impactful. There's no question, and he needs to improve there. But I would argue some of the improvement needs to be made by the wide receivers from last year. But if he's doing the just the little things right, which with all due respect to Ken, I'm going to disagree with you there. I want to see checkdowns this year. Checkdowns are a good thing. There were times when CJ's throwing the ball out of bounds or taking a intentional grounding call where if he just would have taken the check down or thrown the ball away, they're in a much better situation.
Yep.
Checkdowns are a good thing when done correctly. They're a wonderful thing when done correctly.
If it's something that you do every play,
right?
Then we're having
that's what we call a captain check down. It's like, dude, you didn't even let the play develop. You just went right to the check down,
yeah,
right,
exactly.
and didn't even you had something coming. Like I want to see CJ show an even better handle of processing reads and getting the ball where it needs to go with proper timing. We even saw it in the spring. Remember that the Jersey scrimmage, they threw a corner route to Mylan Graham that Joey O'Brien had eaten up from the snap, or Tay Johnson had eaten it up from the snap. And if CJ would have shown a little bit like more, don't lock in, read it, post snap, read it. Yes, I know pre-snap you liked the look to Mylan, but it was clear right away that Tay Johnson was there. That should have led you to say, well, if Tay's there, who's here? Well, nobody. And Micah Gilbert's coming back out on a 15-yard dig with nobody near him. And if CJ reads it, he bangs that backside dig, and Micah Gilbert may score. That, to me, is more important than him getting better at the occasional deep ball. Like, that's way more important. Now, the deep ball part is a piece of that. You know, CJ's footwork in the pocket when things kind of break down a little bit is a little bit more important than that. So, yes, I want to see CJ improving the deep ball, but it needs to happen for him to reach his full potential. But I think there's other things that are more important to the offense overall being more successful with him throwing the football. And those two things would be at the top of that list. Excuse me.
ICURN with Irish Luck. This is how, buy, sell, hold. This is how you would rank the defensive tackles if they all hit their potential. So our options are David Fullerunchu, Elijah Golden, Christopher Burgess, Segun Alexander, and Armel Mukum.
I'm going to, oh boy. That's a tough one. Oh, I would probably, of what I know about both of them now, I'd probably put Armel a little higher than Segun. Is where I'd probably be right now, yeah. And I think you could debate between Golden and Burgess as well. That's a tougher one. I mean, and you could. I know some people that would argue that Segun needs to be higher on this list, but I'm comfortable with that. I think this list is good. And but in none of the things that I would disagree with you on ICU are things I'm like, dude, you're nuts for thinking that. It's like, I would probably flip this guy, but your list overall is real solid. I think Fullerunchu, if he maxes out his potential, is probably the best guy. I don't even think that's a given, though. I could see a world where Elijah Golden is better than him as well, but it's debatable. But man, that gets you excited for the future of the D tackle room, doesn't it?
They didn't even mention like the guys that are actually starting this year. So it's like there is so much talent in this defensive tackle room, which goes back to a previous comment that like I could see them going a little more, 3 down, like that kind of thing, because they're very happy with their depth there and the talent level that's there as well.
Yep.
Another one from ICU, buy, sell, hold, Will Black, Jackson Cantwell, and Mark Matthews.
So if we're talking where they are in 2026, I'd probably buy Will Black, hold Jackson Cantwell, and sell Mark Matthews because he's still in high school. But I think what he means is like future projection. And if they all reach their full potential, I'd probably buy Jackson Cantwell, hold Will Black, and sell Mark Matthews. But they're all elite future prospects. But Mark Matthews, to me, has his talent is as good as Jackson Cantwell and Will Black's, I believe. But I have some more question marks about his feel for the game, his technique, and some things like that. And Will Black might be better than Jackson Cantwell this year, maybe. But I think Jackson Cantwell has more God-given tools, but not by a ton. It's kind of like Jackson Cantwell's the number 3 overall pick and Will Black's the number 6 overall pick. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference. But if they all reach their full potential and you're talking about who's going to be the number 1 drafted left tackle, I think it'd be Jackson Cantwell with Will Black right behind him. That's where I'd rank it. I think one other thing is I think Jackson Cantwell could also move aside to guard and be special. Where I think Will Black he could play guard, but he's a tackle. Mm-hmm. Like, he's much more of a tackle. I think Jackson Cantwell is a perfectly natural guard. I'm just simply saying, like, his game, he's a lot like Albert Simeon, but even better, where he could be a star at multiple positions. Where Will Black is more he could be a good guard, but he's an elite tackle prospect. Jackson Cantwell is just an elite lineman.
Another one from ICU, just from a prospect perspective, buy, sell, hold, DJ Lagway, Dia Bell, and Champ Mons.
Some of y'all are going to think this is a homer take, but I would buy Champ Mons, hold DJ Lagway, hold Dia Bell and sell DJ Lagway. Champ Mons is what people think DJ Lagway was as a prospect. That's who he is, because DJ had a great frame, 6'2 plus, thick, big, strong arm. But the issue with DJ is he always kind of was more of a thrower than he was a quarterback. You know what I mean? Like he was a guy that had tools, but it was like he had a long way to go before you could say he could live into those tools. I think Champ is as far along as a sophomore from what we saw last year in limited games is what DJ was as a senior in high school. And I think his arm is just as strong, but he's more of a natural quarterback, more of a natural thrower. DJ has more upside than Dia Bell, but I think Dia is a little bit more advanced as a thrower. And if I was to disagree with my ranking, it would be to flip DJ and Dia since DJ has more physical tools. But that's those three as a prospect. I think Champ's the best prospect of the three, even with the limited experience.
Another one as prospects: Vernon Brown III, Naeem Burrows, and Julius Jones Jr.
I would probably take Vernell Brown by a skosh. So I'd probably buy Vernell Brown, and then I'm not even going to hold it because I'm not holding Julius Jones Jr. I think Vernell Brown, his senior year film was slightly better than Julius's junior year film. Now, Julius has a chance to surpass him, but the reason why is I think Vernell is just slightly more explosive than what Julius was. This, again, not at the same age. Now, it would not shock me if Julius is better as a senior than Vernell was as a senior. But I've never watched Vernell Brown's junior film, so I can't compare the junior film. Otherwise, I would. But Vernell's a super explosive player, and if he can stay healthy, he was pretty. I think he had 40-some catches for Florida last year as a true freshman, and that was with all their quarterback issues. So he's a really good player. I love Naeem Burrows. I'd put him slightly behind Julius because I think he's just not quite as explosive as what Julius and Vernell are. But if you're a team and you get any of those three guys, Vince, that's a win. So that would be where I would have those three guys.
They're really testing your prospect knowledge here. I love it.
No, it's fun.
I love it.
And I like questions like this because you need to be able to compare Notre Dame players to other top prospects to really get a sense of where they are. So I appreciate that.
From Salty, Virginia Peanuts, buy, sell, hold. Lincoln Riley is entering a perilous season, and the biggest threat to his continued tenure may be Chad Bowman. A 7-5 record is a distinct possibility for the Trojans. It would occur with losses to Oregon, Washington, or at Wisconsin, at Penn State, Ohio State, and at Indiana. The death knell would be a season-ending loss to UCLA, at which time the team may have given up on the season.
So he went on to say that as the GM, Chad Bowman can fire Lincoln Riley. I don't believe that's true at all.
Really?
No, that's not true at all.
I think the only place where that's probably accurate is Stanford, right?
There's a couple. Stanford is that one. I don't know if Jim Nagy has that ability at Oklahoma. There's a couple that have that ability, but no, a GM in NFL is not the same as a GM in college football at most places.
At least not yet.
Not yet, correct. Mike Martin has no authority over Marcus Freeman.
Right, he was hired by Marcus Freeman. Like there,
right. Yeah. And any authority that Chad Bowden has is given to him by Lincoln Riley. Like, you know what I mean? Like if he has
100%,
you say, well, Chad has all authority to do this. All right, cool, but he was given that by Lincoln. That's kind of, that's kind of where I completely. So I sell this.
What about the record and the
but
kind of stuff at the end?
The thing that there was like 6 more sentences that we couldn't fit into the card.
Gotcha.
The rest of the sentences had to do with Chad being the boss.
Oh, okay. So it
being able to fire him.
The whole thing. I got you.
And I think the premise is flawed because I don't think he can fire him.
Right.
If anything, Chad Bowden's success recruiting on the portal and in high school is why Lincoln Riley might have a team capable of winning this year.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's accurate at all. I think this name GM that we've given to teams, this position, has people confused as if they're like a GM in the NFL or college football, or Major League Baseball. And I only know for sure of one guy that has that authority. and that's Andrew Luck. I don't. There may be others, but I honestly can't think of anybody.
It's the only one that's been well publicized, because he clearly hired who he's, he's clearly in charge. Clearly in charge. Yeah.
I want to say something real quick, and I'll say it to the whole entire chat, just so you guys know. Do me a favor, if you guys want to know my opinion on, first of all, we don't take submissions on a day like this unless you do a super chat. Number one. Number two, if you want my opinion, just ask my opinion. I don't like questions. Say, well, Sean Davis said this. What do you think? Ryan Roberts said this. What do you think? Like, don't ask me a question like that because I'm not going to answer it. Because if I disagree with their take,
it makes it look like you're just,
right. And then somebody's going to run back to Sean or Owen or Drew School said. And if you want to know my opinion, just ask me my opinion. Just like I don't want you to go to Ryan or Sean in their shows and say, well, Driscoll said this. And then you force them if they disagree with me, because 2-3 smart football people can look at the same thing and have difference of opinions. Ryan may think this is a good comp. I think this is a good comp. And if I don't think that's the comp I would go with, it doesn't make it a bad comp. So I just really appreciate that if you want to know my opinion, ask my opinion. If you didn't want to know Sean's opinion, ask Sean's opinion. If you want to know Ryan's opinion, ask Ryan's opinion. I clearly respect both of those guys, which is why I hired them both.
I was going to say.
And why I'm still friends with both of them. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's people that think like me and Ryan have beef. Me and Ryan have no beef. Ryan's a friend of mine. You know that. We still text all the time.
Yep.
And so if you want to know my opinion, just ask my opinion. If you want to know Ryan's opinion, just ask Ryan's opinion. And if we disagree, it's because 2 smart football people have a different opinion on something,
right?
Which is okay.
Yep.
But when you frame it like Ryan said this, what do you think?
It's like you're
looking, setting me up to like turn it into something.
Yep, exactly.
And I just would rather not deal with that. So if you want my opinion, ask me my opinion. If you want Ryan's opinion, ask Ryan's opinion. And you should ask his opinion. You should ask Sean's opinion. You should have Trevor's. It's never wrong to get the opinion of more people that you respect and trust. But Jay Melvin, I don't think you mean it this way, but when you start saying you said this, he said this, you're even if it's unintentionally turning it into a dueling opinions. And there's no need for that.
Yep.
You take my opinion, you take his opinion, you go watch the film, and then you come to your own. Or you say, hey, I agree with this guy more than that guy because I watched the film. And it doesn't mean that I'm wrong or he's wrong or this person's bad or that person's bad. It just means we have difference of opinions on football. That's it. So just a little something I'd ask for you guys to do is just, if you want my opinion, just ask my opinion. Not so-and-so said this and so-and-so said that. And you know what I mean? Like, I don't need that. Right. And so, because there are people that will take it and go back to Ryan or go back to Sean. And fortunately, I think they both know me well enough to know that if somebody tells them that, it's probably best, but you never know. You catch them on a bad day. Well, Driscoll said that your comp of Dak Prescott, Champ Moss was bad. Well, I never said that. I said it wouldn't be what I use, or I may agree with them. I mean, who knows? I'm just saying, like, just do me a favor. If you want our opinions, ask our opinions. Don't set it up like, well, so-and-so said this. What do you think? Because it just, the very nature of it makes it confrontational. And there's just no need for that. Not for something like this. That's my point. So just, it's all love, Jay Melvin, just something, because I've seen that, just something that I appreciate you guys do in the future.
Buy, sell, hold from Joe Parr. After seeing Malik Zaire go off on Brian Kelly on Lucky Lefty, it made me think of 3 possible reasons why Kelly wants to keep staying in the media.
I didn't watch that show yet, but Sean told me, he's like, I just teed him up and let him go. He's like, Malik just went off for a while. I was like, oh man, I gotta listen to that. I just been so busy with the magazine, I haven't had a chance to listen yet, but I can only imagine. But anyway, there's 3, so I'll bring them up. So just read one and I'll bring up the others.
All right. So here's the 3 possible reasons why Kelly wants to keep staying in the media. Number 1, after 37 years of continuous coaching, he misses the attention that comes with being a head coach. Number 2, he's trying to keep his name out there to secure a future head coaching job. Or number 3, he sees Notre Dame train rolling toward a championship without him, and he's positioning himself to be in position to take part of the credit when it happens by reminding the world that he hired Marcus Freeman and that they are good friends, that he and Mike Denbrock are good friends, and how he left Notre Dame in a better place. He won't mention how he couldn't beat top 10 and top 25 teams, but he will be craving having people say, don't forget BK.
Honestly, Joe, you kind of did it as like a buy one, sell one, hold one. But honestly, I'm buying all 3 of those. I think they all factor into it. I think there's a 4th that this is what he's known his whole adult life. I mean, early 20s, Brian Kelly gets into, I think he originally was like kind of doing some politics stuff, I think with his dad, like I think
very
like
early, I think, yeah.
Very early on as like a late college student, like after his playing career was over, he got into coaching. This is what he's done his whole life. I can relate that when football and sports is all you've known your whole life, and then just like that, it's gone. It's like, well, this is what I know. This is what I'm good at. This is what I love. You want to find another avenue to do that. And that's kind of partly why I got into this job. So I think there's also that. There's nothing nefarious about that. It's like, this is what he knows. This is what he's good at. There's a reason he won X number of games and 2 championships and, did all this stuff. Again, do I think some of his resume at Notre Dame is inflated? Put too much on for long. Yeah, sure. But you also can't take away from the fact that Brian Kelly did at least a good enough job to be here long enough to break those records. He did a phenomenal job at Cincinnati, phenomenal job at Central Michigan, phenomenal job at Grand Valley State. And he's been doing this since, Vince, not too much longer after you were born, he's been a football coach. So I think part of it's just
1983.
This is what I know.
1983 was his first head coaching or first coaching job.
This is what I know. This is what I'm good at. And I want to find a way to stay involved. Now, doing so also helps him get attention, and he's a narcissist. So, of course, he still wants to be in the spotlight and get attention. He also wants to keep his name out there to secure a head coaching job. That was very clear from the interview he did last week. And then also, I think this is part of it too, is he sees the Notre Dame train rolling and wants to get his name linked onto that. And if Brian Kelly's out of sight, out of mind, that's harder to do. I don't think this is the primary reason, however. I don't think him wanting to glob on to Notre Dame winning a championship is the primary reason he's getting into the media. I think that's the reason he did the interview he did the other day. But if everybody in Notre Dame media told him to pound sand, none of us are going to give you airtime, I think he'd still be doing what he's doing in the other things for the other reasons. I think the last one is a byproduct. It's something now that he is here. I think if Brian Kelly wasn't doing TV, he'd be doing even more. He'd probably move back to South Bend. I'm dead serious. He'd probably move back to South Bend and just try to be around all the time to be seen because he's a narcissist, but also so he could take some credit for Notre Dame winning it all.
He mentioned kind of like that he lives here, basically. Because somebody said, you're back in South Bend, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, does he live here?
Yeah.
I think it's definitely possible. I mean, I bet he didn't sell the house that he, made other people homeless for to build. I'm sure he didn't sell it.
Sure.
Just like Charlie Weiss didn't sell his house right away. So like, sure. I'm sure he still has that place, and I'm sure he's here, but he
has some place. Yeah. Like he might have the lake house or something like that, even if he doesn't have that one home. But that's the point is he's going to be around. He was going to be around no matter what. I think the TV stuff is the other things even more so. Yeah. He'll be dropping Notre Dame references constantly when he's doing it. Watch.
And I'm personally happy that they put him on the Mountain West broadcast, and he's not a studio analyst.
Yeah. He'll still do some of that though.
He can stay out there doing those games, and I don't have to hear him talk. That's what I'm hoping for. All right. Father J Pop or FRJ Pop. Bisel hold this
Father
year's
J Pop.
Okay.
If you see the picture, he's wearing them.
They got the collar.
Priestly robes.
There we go. All right, Father J Pop. Bisel hold this year's tight end room compares favorably to the room in 2020 with Michael Mayer, Tommy Tremble, and Brock Wright.
Definitely buy. That's a really good. You have the freshman phenom. You've got the two. You got the sophomore, right? The second year player that's got a lot of talent, which was Tommy Tremble in 2020. Was going into his redshirt freshman year, and then you've got the older guy that's primarily made his reputation as a blocker in Brock Wright. That's Cooper Flanagan. Like this is as close to a dude. That's a player for player comp across the board. And I would argue that this room has even more talent top to bottom than that group did. Because I think you could say Cooper and Brock are very similar. If Brock Wright was at Notre Dame and Michael Mayer and Cole Kmet weren't, Brock Wright would have been far more productive. He'd have been a really good player at Notre Dame.
He became a starting tight end in the NFL.
Yeah. He happened to be at Notre Dame at the same time as guys were just better, and Cole Kmet primarily. And then Michael Mayer comes along his last year, and I think there's some other reasons why Brock wasn't able to reach his full potential that I don't know were always on him. I think some of it was on coaching. But Brock's a starting caliber tight end. Tommy Trimble's a starting caliber tight end. But I would argue that Ian Premer and Michael Mayer are very similar as prospects. I actually think Ian Premer graded out even higher as a prospect. I had Michael Mayer as a top 50 guy. I have Ian Premer as a top 25 guy. I think that James Flanagan is more talented than Tommy Trumbull. And I think that Cooper Flanagan and Brock Wright are comparable. That's the one where I think I might give a slight edge to Brock over Cooper, but it's very close. Very, very close.
It's a great comp. I agree. Buy, sell,
yes,
hold.
And by the way, no, I would never invite Brian Kelly for an interview for the person asking that question.
I answered it in a nice way.
Yeah. I have no desire to have him on my show, and he has no desire to be on my show.
And
if he wanted to be on my show, I would treat him with respect, but I would also go at him with some very hard questions, which is why he would not
want to be on the show.
I would not bring him on the show and start yelling at him or insulting him. That would be very unprofessional. I would treat him with respect in a face-to-face conversation, but it would be done so in a very you're getting all the hard questions today. Mm-hmm. That's not a shot at what Pete and Matt did. I'm just saying, like, I view Brian Kelly's tenure very differently than they do. And that's fair. That's fair. It's okay. I view Tim O'Malley and I don't see eye to eye on everything about the Brian Kelly tenure, and that's okay. You and I don't see eye to eye on everything about the Brian Kelly tenure, and that's okay. But it would not be a very friendly conversation. And honestly, if you're Brian Kelly, why would you want to do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's no need for that. There's no need to go on my show and rehash all that stuff. So, but yeah, that question was asked, but I would grill him, but I would also try to, as much
do it in a professional manner.
Right. I mean, but I'd call him out on his BS and his spin, and that's why he wouldn't do it. But
correct. He knows better. Look, of all the things that Brian Kelly is, one thing he's not is an idiot.
Not an idiot.
He's not an idiot, man. Like, it takes a very intelligent person to operate the spin cycle the way that he does.
Yeah.
He's a very intelligent guy. There's no doubt about that.
One thing, it would do very well.
Yes, it would. It would do very well.
Make a lot of money.
Your rebuttal did.
I have no interest in doing that.
Yeah.
And look, the only reason I talked about him last week, and I'm doing it now, is because he started talking about Notre Dame.
Right.
If Brian Kelly didn't go on that show last week, his name wouldn't be coming up in shows last week or this week.
Correct.
Or in the chat right now.
Right. That would be a show where we turn the chat off, by the way.
Correct.
All right.
Oh gosh, yes.
All right, buy, sell, hold. Julius Jones Jr. is a similar level wide receiver prospect to Indiana commit Monshun Sales.
I'll buy that. Now, are they this? They're completely polar 180s. One guy's 6'5", vertical guy. The other guy's 5'10", shifty, fast. But they're both top 50 prospects. I would probably rank Monshun Sales slightly ahead of Julius, but they're very, very similar. Yes, buy. Different style, but similar impact. Yes.
All right, another buy, sell, hold. CJ Carr and Champ Mons before their senior seasons in high school are similar level prospects.
If I put CJ where CJ was as a junior and where Champ was basically as a sophomore, which it turned into his junior year, it's comparable. Yeah. Now, CJ took another big jump as a senior. Physically, Champ needs to take a jump technically in reading defenses and things like that. So, like, they both needed some improvement. But yes, I've said this. Champ Mons is the best quarterback prospect to commit to Notre Dame since CJ. Now, they're good for different reasons. Champ already has a stronger arm than CJ today. Has a stronger than CJ arm than CJ has today, from just a power and stuff like that. But that doesn't make him a better quarterback. But he is, in my opinion, the most talented quarterback to sign since CJ. So that's very fair. Very fair.
Irishman 7114, buy, sell, hold. Funny Lou Holtz quotes from a sense of your favorite to least favorite. Here we go. Save Jimmy Johnson's behind for me. You're trying to keep it family friendly. Your wife is not your best friend. Your dog is. Lock both in a trunk for 2 hours and see which one's still happy to see you. That by far is my favorite, by the way. I think only married guys get that one. And then on this team, we're all united in a common goal to keep my job. That's funny.
I've never heard the last two ones. Those are great.
I've heard the second one.
Like funny quotes. The one about the wife is the best. Lock them both in a trunk for 2 hours and see which one is happy to see you.
I mean, like, that is fantastic.
Bro, that's a crime. I'm just saying, that's a crime. So yes, that's a great one. I also love I have to hold it because it's not quite as good, but I love the on this team we're all united in one common goal to keep my job.
Yeah, right.
That is great. That is very well done. That would be my hold. But the funny is he didn't believe that one. What's also funny is, and this is what makes Lou Holtz so great. Do you know who Lou Holtz's best friend was actually?
Jimmy Johnson?
No. His wife, Beth.
Oh, yeah, right.
They had a wonderful relationship.
Yes,
that's what makes that funny. You know what I mean? Because okay, for you to say that with the relationship you have with your wife, it just makes it a little funnier, But
yeah,
because he had such a great relationship with his wife. And how long were they married?
Well,
actually,
gosh,
they were married until she passed.
Had to be 50 plus.
Yeah, they got married in 1961, and she passed away in 2020. So that's 59 years. Yeah, until she passed away. But they had a wonderful relationship, and you could just, whenever he talked about his wife, you could just see oh, that's a dude that loves his wife and respects his wife. Because those two things don't always go hand in hand.
He's not locking her in that trunk for 2 hours.
No. And from what I've heard about Beth, I don't think that'd go very well for Lou.
No, I don't think he'd be able to get her in there. Yeah. Lou's not a big guy.
Very true.
Well, and the save Jimmy Johnson part is, I don't think it's supposed to be funny. Like, he was dead serious.
He was trying to motivate his team, right?
Yeah, he was dead
Jimmy
serious.
Johnson would have kicked the crap out of
Oh my God.
in a street fight.
He'd find the nearest locker and shove him into it. Like, it'd be over pretty quickly. But like that one.
Jimmy Johnson was a defensive lineman for a national championship SEC, or actually at the time they'd have been Southwest Conference team. And Lou Holtz was a DB at like Kent State or something like that. Yeah.
Was he a Golden Flash?
I think so, yeah.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Got some more.
All right. Oh, my goodness. Buy, sell, hold, Lou Holtz quotes. All right, here's the first one. You're never as good as everyone tells you when you win. You're never as bad as they say when you lose. Okay. Next one. You don't go to Notre Dame to learn something. You go to Notre Dame to be somebody. Last one. When people need love and understanding, the support the most is when they deserve it the least.
I'm going to buy the last one because I think that is the greatest life lesson for people, especially as a Christian. I think is love and understanding doesn't mean that you tell them it's okay, or tell them they're special, or tell them they're, that can mean in a moment of, some of the times my dad showed me the most love and understanding were times when I had done the dumbest things I had done. I was disciplined. I got in trouble, but he also knew that this isn't the time to destroy my son. This is the time to, hey, look, there's going to be consequences and repercussions, but there was like a need from him to make sure that I understood he still loved me. And that, you know what I'm saying, Vince? But I think that's it's easy to say, oh, son, I'm proud of you and I love you after I just, let a fourth quarter come back with a touchdown. Yeah, that's easy. But, can you still show that love and understanding when I've screwed up bad? Again, doesn't mean that you don't, there's still not consequences to your actions, but it's when you're a dad. I would assume some of the times you've had to show that to your kids is when they absolutely deserved it the least amount of time.
Oh, sure.
So it's true for players. It's true for your kids. It's true for your spouse. It's true for people in your family. It's true for people in your community. Yes. I think it's very much a Christian ethic. I'm going to hold the one about, I like the one about you don't go to Notre Dame to learn something. You go to Notre Dame to be somebody. I really like that one. These are all really good. And then I'd have to sell you're never as good as everyone tells you when you win, and you're never as bad as when they say when you lose.
I don't feel like he dug very deep for that one.
Because it's true, but it's not always true. And I think those other ones tend to be a little bit more true, even.
Sure.
The first one.
Yeah, I like that order. Yeah, I like that order. Irishman 7114, another one from him about Lou Holtz. So your favorite speech. I don't know that I know these speeches specifically, but you got to believe, one way you get respect, and save Jimmy Johnson for me.
Yeah, so I'm not as familiar with the you got to believe one. I think that's one that actually I'm not sure about that one. But the best one is the one way you get respect. That's still my favorite one. That's the one that we played on the show that one time. It's what he said before Michigan. let me see you whatever. Let me see you disrespect me now that my nose is on your nose. You know what I mean? Like, it's talking about Notre Dame. At Notre Dame, you got to earn respect, and just still my favorite. I've said this: if I don't care, they should do it before every game. But they have the prayer, and they show the prayer now on the scoreboard, which I don't love that.
I don't either. That's a
prayer
locker room thing.
Should be between the players. I mean, I get that. Unless you're asking people to join in the prayer with you, that's fine. That'd be okay. But when they finish that and then play the dong, and then they should play the first minute or whatever of that Lou Holtz speech. And I've played on the show before, but I'm not going to play it again because they demonetize this every time we play it. But it's such a great speech. It is, but that scene about at Notre Dame earning respect, toughness. It's just it's such a great. I'm gonna see if I can find the text of that. Let me see here real quick. I'm gonna see if I can find the text of that. But let me see if they got the text of it. Here it is. So I'll read it to you. He goes, "We want to win for one thing, and it's the first thing we ever had. We said we were going to bring respect. Don't talk about it. There's only one way you get respect, and that's by looking someone in the eye for 60 minutes. Go out there and hitch up your trousers and say, 'Hey, baby, here I am now. Let me see you run through me now. Let me see you show some disrespect for me when I'm nose on your nose. Let me see what you think of me now that my face is to you.' We talk about respect. We talk about respect around the country. It's a game of who's going to flinch first, who's going to give up first. We know that isn't going to be Notre Dame. Notre Dame football is nothing more than toughness, togetherness, intensity, intelligence, and competitiveness. All through the Notre Dame fight song, the finest song in the world. Man, there's nothing like it. It's world famous, the most popular love song in the country. Did you ever listen to the words? It starts off and says, 'Rally, you sons of Notre Dame.' All the fight song talks about is overcoming odds. What though the odds be great or small, old Notre Dame will win overall. It talks about competing. It talks about bouncing back from adversity. And that's what Notre Dame is, and talks about a love and loyalty to this university. That's what makes it a great song. It's got a great rhythm, but it's the loyalty, the love of Notre Dame. But it's overcoming the odds, and everybody in the country faces odds. Nobody has ever faced bigger odds than this football team faced in December the 2nd when we met. That's what Notre Dame is about, love of the university." That was a freaking pregame speech.
That's unbelievable. That
was before the Michigan game in 1986.
Yeah.
Like that's a freaking pregame speech,
it's not like he's reading it off of his card either. You know what I mean?
Yes. He probably prepared it, but like that wasn't some speech he was paid $100,000 to give to a bunch of Fortune 500. This is what he said before the game.
Yeah.
That's my favorite. Like I play that now and I still get chills and tear up a little bit. That's a phenomenal pregame speech. So that's the buy. The Save Jimmy Johnson is the most impactful. I mean, they won that game. They lost the first game, which was a great game, by the way. You know who the quarterback was for Michigan in that game?
If you say Tom Brady, I'm going to be upset.
Dude, it was 1986.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know what it was.
It's Jim Harbaugh.
Oh, I'm okay.
Yeah.
Still upset.
Yep. So, yeah, that's great. All right, let's get to some more here, Vince.
From DJ, buy, sell, hold, a wide receiver emerging as the guy in the boundary will lead the team in yards and receptions. Note, having buy, sell, hold with the IB OGs is a treat.
I agree. Love doing shows. Love doing shows with Trev. Love doing shows with Sean and everybody else we do. But there's always the original. There's the person who was there with me when we started it.
100%.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to some more here, Vince.
Did you want to take that one?
I thought no. I'll sell. Sorry, I sell that one. I think the leading receiver.
I think it's coming out of the slot. Personally,
yeah, slot or field. It's a field guy. It'll either be Faison or somebody in the slot.
Yep. Yeah. Agreed.
I wouldn't be opposed to that. It's just that's somebody. I mean, Micah Gilbert with 9 career catches is the leading returning receiver.
This is true. All right, from Sunlit Night, 1964. Buy one, sell one, hold one. The regular season game that will be repeated in the playoffs. Texas, Ohio State, Indiana, USC, Notre Dame, Miami.
Ooh, oh man. I'm gonna buy Notre Dame, Miami, hold Texas, Ohio State, and sell Indiana, USC. USC's not getting in the playoffs.
Okay.
The reason I'm going to go Notre Dame, Miami is because I look at Notre Dame and Miami schedules, and they both have far easier schedules than Ohio
They should
State.
get in.
Texas.
Yeah. So now it's a matter of just getting in.
Correct.
So that's why
there's a world in which one of those two teams in the top one don't play each other, don't make the playoff. One of them doesn't because the schedule's so hard.
Makes sense. I like that.
And then also those teams, perhaps a tad battered or get worse matchups, and it's a little harder to make a run.
Yeah.
Both of them to make a run, potentially. I think Notre Dame and Miami are going to be two of the top 6 seeds in the playoffs.
Okay.
I think Miami will win the ACC and be a top 5 to 6 seed with 1 to 2 losses. I think Notre Dame probably won. I think Notre Dame, there's a chance they could lose at Clemson. That's going to be a good game too. But I think Notre Dame will be a 1 to 3 seed. Miami will be a 4 to 6 seed, which means they got to win 1 game each.
Yeah.
One of them would have to win 2.
Depending on where they're at.
It would be like an 10, 11, or 12 seed, right? So one of them only has to win 1. There's a chance they may play in the second round. At worst, semifinals. But I would say Notre Dame, Miami would be mine.
Yeah, I could see it for sure. Buy one, sell one, hold one. The Notre Dame opponent who will be better than people expect. Ooh. Wisconsin, North Carolina, or Syracuse. All right, well, here
I'm going to buy Wisconsin. Okay. Trevor and I have talked a lot about Wisconsin this offseason. I really like what they did in the portal. I love the quarterback they got, and that's honestly what the difference is for me. There's a big difference at quarterback for me. I think there's some areas where North Carolina is better, but I just love the quarterback that Wisconsin got. My hold would be North Carolina. My sell is Syracuse. Unfortunately for Steve, they lost so much of the talent they had around him last year. The running back's gone. Their top receivers are all gone. It's just going to be a little tougher for them to get to that point. So that's the order I'm going to go on that one.
So I'm over here checking on FanDuel just to see what the odds are for over/under win totals for both of these teams. And so for North Carolina and Syracuse, they have it set at 4.5, mm-hmm. and for Wisconsin, they've got it set at 6.5.
So they agree with us that Wisconsin's better positioned to be better than people expect. Or, well, actually, if you look at the way the FanDuel does it, you could actually argue that North Carolina could end up being that team since more is expected from Wisconsin.
Correct. I mean, if Wisconsin doesn't win 7 games, then all of a sudden they're not living up to expectations.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So, yeah, I think I would go with North Carolina here, as much as it pains me. I also think this is going to be Bill Belichick's final season. Just
agree.
Though. I don't see it getting past this year. So
Yep.
Welcome into Buy, Sell, Hold Part 5 of the Buy, Sell, Hold, presented by our friends here at FanDuel. And we are rolling today. We got a bunch of great submissions, and we are having some fun here, Brian, with the OGs holding it down in Buy, Sell, Hold.
Yes, let's get rocking and rolling. We've got the next one coming up from, let's get to it. Come on. There you go. From Jordan Schreiber.
All right, Buy, Sell, Hold. Braden Lindsey stays 1 extra year. He's Notre Dame's leading receiver in yards and touchdowns that year.
So that would mean he comes back in 2023, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, he would have definitely led the team in receiving yards and touchdowns. He with Sam Hartman throwing to him, yeah, definitely. Braden was open so much in 2022. People did not realize how often Braden Lindsey was open in 2022. Not just the touchdown that Tyler missed him in Marshall. He was open constantly.
Oh, so much.
Constantly.
He suffered from lack of quarterback play more than anybody at that time.
I mean, think about it. Who led the team in receiving yards that year? It was Chris Tyree.
Right.
Who led the team in catches? It was Mitchell Evans with 29. Like, Braden Lindsey had 24 and 309 the year before for a team that threw way less.
Right.
You know, I mean, he absolutely would have led that team in receiving, no question.
Yeah,
no question.
Was that Jack Cohn?
So open. No, that was Tyler Buckner. Tyler Buckner, Drew Pine.
No, I mean if he would have come back,
Sam Hartman.
Okay, it was Sam Hartman. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Another buy, sell, hold from Jordan Schreiber, 2026. One receiver or tight end emerges as a true number one receiver CJ counts on. 70-plus receptions, 10-plus touchdowns, and 1,300 yards receiving.
I could see the touchdowns.
Those are big numbers, man.
Yeah. I mean, if we're talking entire season, right?
Yeah.
We're not just talking regular season.
Yeah.
Look, let's just kind of look at something here real quick. Let me pull this up here real fast. So Jordan Faison last year led Notre Dame. He had 640 yards receiving. Let me pull it up here real quick. Yeah, 640. He had 49 catches. If Jordan has the same number of catches and they play 16 games, he's at 66. If they play, obviously, 15 games and they get a bye, that obviously makes it a little tougher, but he's still at 62. And then you take the 53.3 yards and you multiply that times 16, that gets him to 852.8. And if he plays 15, obviously it's a little tougher, but he's still at 799.5. So point that I'm making, Trev, is I could see the catches being there. Or Vince, I got so close. 3 hours and 10 minutes
dude,
without calling you Trev.
I was really
so
pulling
close
for you at that point.
Man, so close. Vince. But 70 is going to be a lot easier to get to than 1,300 yards.
That's a lot of yards, man.
Like if you have 1,300 yards on 70 catches, you're averaging 18.6 yards per catch. I mean, look, Will Fuller had 76 catches in 2014, and he only had like 1,094 yards. And then the next year he had 1,200 some yards, but he had 65 catches. So like even then, with that dominant year, he didn't come close to. He didn't get either one of them. He got the touchdown one. So I'll buy the 70 reception, or I'll buy the 70, or I'll buy the 10 touchdowns. I'll hold the 70 receptions and sell the 1,300 yards if we're breaking it that way. If you're saying like it all is one, I'm selling the whole thing. But if I look at them in 3, I could see someone getting 10 touchdowns, and I could see someone in 16 games catching 70 passes.
Sure.
Jordan Faison was close to that stretch last year if they'd have played 16 games. It's the 1,300 yards that I find least likely.
It's a lot, man. That's a lot. And I will also say that I will count out a tight end on this one. That's just a lot of catches.
Now, could a tight end emerge as the number one guy? Yes. Could the tight end emerge as the number one guy and put up the numbers that you talk about? No. Put it, Vince, the number of – do you know how many receivers in college football last year had over 1,300 yards?
2.
0.
Okay. I knew it was going to be small.
Yeah. The year before there was 4.
Okay.
The year before that there was 7. And that was kind of when the rule changes started to happen. Year before that, there was 3.
Okay.
So now in 21, when, again, before rule changes, there was more. But you're just, yeah.
All right, buy, sell, hold from Jordan. Chris Ash blames himself and takes the bulk of the responsibility for the Miami and Texas A&M losses in 2025, as he should.
So.
Not publicly, he's not, and
I don't even think he does privately.
That's fair.
I don't think you fight as hard as to push back on the narratives about changes
he fights
they made
hard.
if he felt that way.
Yeah, he fights hard at the narrative.
Yeah. And honestly, I don't care as long as he changes.
It doesn't matter.
I don't care if he looks back and blames himself. As long as he looks back and says, "Hey, that wasn't good enough." I don't need him to blame himself. I don't need him to say, "Oh, I look in the mirror, I need him to look back and say, hey, that wasn't good enough. That wasn't championship football. We got to do better."
Yeah.
I don't care who he blames for why they didn't do better. I just care that he realizes that wasn't good enough. That was the problem. It's not that Brian Kelly ever, took blame for Brian Van Gorder. It's that he never did anything to fix it.
Right. Exactly.
He never admitted that it was a problem. Or, it's like, that's what I care about. I don't care about who he blames. Fix it.
Yeah, I agree completely.
This isn't a struggle session or a therapy session, or this isn't a 12-step, coach's anonymous program where he's got to, you got to make amends. Look, I don't care who you blame or if you blame yourself. I don't care.
It's in the past.
Fix it.
Can't do anything about it.
But fix it.
Yeah.
But it is in the past. But if you haven't learned the lessons from it, then it matters.
True.
No, I get that. You don't have to blame yourself to take lessons. Hey, it wasn't good enough. You know, like I don't need to blame anybody. It wasn't good enough, so fix it. We don't need to ascribe blame to say this isn't good enough. Everybody should be part of it. Players, coaches, everybody.
Sure.
I don't care about him taking the blame on himself. I just want him to fix it. Even if you think it's just the players suck. They don't know my defense. Okay, cool. Then I won't call as much. I'll do this because they can't do what I want them to do because they're a bunch of morons. If that's what he feels, but he still fixes it and does what you're supposed to do, that's so freaking what?
Yeah.
As long as he fixes it. That's the big thing for me, Jordan. So that's why I'll sell it.
ND fan for life, buy, sell, hold. Charlie Partridge will have as much success with the D line as Harry Hiestand did with the O line.
I'll buy that, actually.
Ooh,
I mean,
we're talking about
he's a
Joe Moore award winning.
Yeah, he has had great success in the past with D lines. He'll never have as much talent as he'll have at Notre Dame. Not only what he's inheriting now, but then look what he's doing on the recruiting trail. I mean, he walks into a pretty good situation. It's like he walked in with Al Washington having just recruited the best D-line class in 20 years, minimum. What does Charlie Partridge do? Anything you can do, I can do better. I mean, boom, even better class in 27. You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty darn good. So the talent will be there, and he's already proven himself as a great coach. It's like, Harry Hiestand obviously did a great job with Illinois, but he had better lines than Notre Dame. Why? He had better players.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean the job you did he did it. You can do a great job as a coach and the team's 8-4.
Right.
Well, how can you say he did it? Because he got 8-4 was the very best that team could get. Well, he should recruit better. No, he's at Iowa State or he's at, Kansas or he's at whatever, Indiana, whatever. Say sometimes the 8-4 is the best you can be. You don't have this, you don't have that. You go 8-4 every year, you've done a great job.
Yeah.
It's about maximizing that talent. Now, when you then leave, well, it's like Lou Samoji explained this to him. He goes, Eric Parsegian was a barely 500 coach at Northwestern, which led him to getting the Notre Dame job. Can you believe that? A guy that was barely 500 got hired at Notre Dame. But
would never happen.
Would happen today. But the point that Lou made is if you knew Northwestern at the time, you realize that being a barely 500 was a tremendous coaching success at Northwestern at the time.
Right.
So it's like, dude, if you can do that at Northwestern, if you can go 500 in Northwestern and you give him Notre Dame players, like that was the thought. That's what, I mean, I don't know. I wasn't alive then, but that's what Lou Samoji explained to me. And Lou is, I mean, that's the
he ended up being
smartest Notre Dame guy I've ever met. But that's the point that Lou made was that. And so,
can I just say that I would love for Notre Dame to get Northwestern on the schedule at Northwestern because I want to see their brand new stadium.
Yes.
That looks
you
awesome.
Can say that.
It's awesome.
But yeah, look, because Coach Hiestand had great success as a coach and a developer of players, and he also had great success recruiting. And Coach Partridge has already kind of nailed the recruiting part.
Yeah.
They're off to a great start in 2028. It wouldn't shock me if they got a D-line commitment soon on the D-line in 2028 that has us fired up either.
Crazy.
So he's doing a great job. There's going to be some big-time D linemen visiting in the fall. I'm telling you right now. He's killing it. And that's without him even coaching a game. If the D-line's as good as we think it's going to be this year, Vince, it's going to be like you're turning dudes down.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, now the question is going to be, will Coach Partridge stay long enough to do what Coach – I mean, Coach Hiestand was here from 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Will he stay 6 years? I hope so.
Yeah.
But if he stays 6 years, I think Notre Dame's D-line will be similar to what we've seen from the Notre Dame offensive lines, where that unit was the driver of this team's success. And they were producing first-round draft picks and All-Americans and all that on an annual basis. That's exactly what I think he can build. Yeah.
Brian Jean-Marie will be the best linebacker coach for Notre Dame in the last decade.
I'm going to sell that. I need to see him coach a game first. And the difference is that there's been some really good linebacker coaches at Notre Dame. Marcus Freeman is one. Clark Lee is one. He did a pretty tremendous job. So
those are the two off the top of my head.
Yeah. Could he become that? Sure. But, two linebacker coaches ago was a guy that's currently the head coach at Notre Dame. And the guy that was the linebackers coach before that is currently the head coach at Vanderbilt, who just led Vanderbilt to a 10-win season last year.
Yeah, doing some pretty amazing things down there.
And they were both good coaches as well. like position coaches as well.
Sure.
Now, Clark obviously had a longer impact at Notre Dame. Coach Lee did because he was here longer. Coach Freeman was here for just a year, but you look what he did recruiting and coaching with that unit as well. Yes. Coach Freeman is certainly did a tremendous job, in my opinion, developing that group. I think the last time Notre Dame had a 100 tackle guy, I believe, was his 1 year. Yeah. Last time Notre Dame had a 100 tackle guy was J.D. Bertrand in 2021 with Marcus Freeman as the defensive coordinator / linebackers coach. Also, that 2021 team, I believe, tied the program record in sacks in a season with 41. They did actually, yeah.
They're pretty good.
Yep.
All right, buy, sell, hold. Aaron Henry will match the job Coach Mickens did while at Notre Dame coaching and recruiting.
Again, I'm going to hold that one because here's the difference between those two guys and Coach Partridge. They don't have the long storied tenures of producing guys. Like Aaron Henry did a great job at Illinois. In 2022, produced the best secondary in college football at Illinois with Devin Witherspoon and what's the Brown kid? What was Brown's first name? Start with an S. Sidney Brown. They had like 4 guys. Kerry Joseph. They had like 4 guys get drafted. Had one of the 5 best secondaries in college football. But they didn't do that annually. Why? Because it's Illinois. You're not gonna be able to put that type of talent together year after year after year, like Mike Mickens did. So does he have a chance to do so? Sure, he's got a chance to do so. No question. But to just I just need to see it more.
Yeah, he hasn't even coached a game here. Yeah,
right. Neither is Charlie Partridge, but like Charlie Partridge has kind of shown it more consistently. Like there's a 4-year stretch where Pitt's D line was as good as any in the country.
Sure.
So just got to see it. Just got to see it. Yeah.
Buy one, sell one, hold one. Brian Jean-Marie, Aaron Henry, Charlie Partridge will leave for a head coaching job in the next 3 years.
I'm going to buy Aaron Henry. I'm going to hold Brian Jean-Marie, and I'm going to sell Charlie Partridge. Coach Partridge's already been there, done that.
Yep, that's the order.
I don't know that he's at a stage in his career where that's something he would necessarily want. But the other 2 guys are young enough and smart enough, and I could definitely see them getting those opportunities. Yeah.
Yep.
Especially Coach Henry, because he's kind of the co-D coordinator, and I would imagine if the secondary is as good as you and I think it's going to be, Vince, the next year or two, if Chris Ash does leave, I would think Aaron Henry is in a position to kind of step into that role. He's co-D coordinator. He was the D coordinator at Illinois. So, he'll have to do better than he did there, and then that would then set him up for that kind of opportunity. If not, just the job he has now could set him up for that kind of opportunity. So,
sure.
Yeah, that would be my.
He came to Notre Dame for a reason.
Right.
He was the sole DC at Illinois, had success there, right? Mm-hmm. And he decided to come be a co-DC at Notre Dame. There's a reason for that. I don't want to use the term resume padding but having Notre Dame on your resume is a little different than having Illinois on your resume. It just is. Mm-hmm. And so I feel like he has aspirations of being a head coach someday.
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah, he could prove me wrong. Bayside Tiger 6, each level of the defense will account for a defensive touchdown.
Buy.
That's
Love
a huge
that one.
Buy. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun too. Does it count if it's on special teams?
No.
Okay.
I still buy it.
Okay.
I still buy it.
Yeah, it's a hope buy for me. I think the defense is going to be explosive. It's going to be a defense that is just wreaking havoc on a regular basis. And there's going to be some scoop and scores. There's going to be, some pick 6 situations. Yeah, I love this one. Buy, sell, hold. Michigan fans will quickly lose patience with Kyle Whittingham at the first signs of trouble because he wasn't their first choice, and he's not a Michigan man.
Sell, because he'll win.
He's a good coach.
Yeah, he'll win. Look, I think that was a Bo Schembechler thing. Dusty May wasn't a Michigan man. Now, they may not be too happy with Dusty May now because he just left to go to the Mavericks, but they loved him.
Yeah, there was a reason.
They like Dusty May a whole lot more than I like Juwan Howard.
Yeah.
I don't think they care as much about that anymore. Is just win. And if Kyle Whittingham wins, then they'll love him. If he doesn't win, then they'll have him. They won't be patient with him.
Sure.
But I think he's a decent guy. And honestly, he's the perfect coach at this moment because of everything going on. He's going to instill toughness, doing things the right way. I believe from everything I've ever been told about him, I've never met Coach Whittingham, but from everything I've been told about him, he's someone who genuinely cares about young men and developing them as people. And doing things the right way, and there's a level of just, hey, we're not going to do it that way. We're going to win this way, and I think Michigan needs that with everything that's been going down. So, yeah, if he wins, they'll be patient with him.
Oh yeah,
even in some signs of trouble, I think they'll be patient with him. Yeah, I don't think the Michigan man matters quite as much anymore.
It used to, and
certainly did.
I mean, that's what got everybody even more excited about Harbaugh.
Yeah,
no
and
doubt.
it paid off.
It did.
But who is that guy now?
Good point.
Who is the Jim Harbaugh you're going to go to next?
Tom Brady.
Right, but like when Bo Schembechler left, I believe he was replaced by Gary Moeller. Well, Gary Moeller was his D coordinator. I mean, there was that line of succession. When Lloyd Carr had taken over, Lloyd Carr had been at Michigan for a long time. There isn't that guy now. The whole staff that was here when Jim Harbaugh's here is gone. So it's a different era, different situations, different circumstances, all of it.
So Michigan has an over-under on FanDuel of 8.5 wins to right now for the season. What do you think about that?
Michigan is where? 8.5?
8.5.
I think that I would go under just because I think their schedule's pretty tough, and I'm not sold on Bryce Underwood just yet. I said Michigan could go 8-4 this year and be a much better team than they were last year.
Absolutely. They didn't look competitive at times, and look, Underwood's going to have to take a massive step forward. He just looked lost out there, and you can blame coaching, you can blame all the things that you want to blame, but he looked lost out there. And if your quarterback looks lost, that's not a good sign for the rest of your team.
No.
And so he's going to have to take a massive step forward. So,
and look, I look at their schedule. It's not a gauntlet, but it's challenging. They got Oklahoma, they got Iowa at home, they got Penn State at home, Indiana at home, Michigan State at home, UCLA at home. They have to play at Minnesota, which won't be easy, at Oregon, at Ohio State.
Tough game.
I could see them going 8-4. Let's say they lose to Oklahoma, lose to Indiana, lose to Oregon, lose to Ohio State. They go 8-4. They'd still have a win over Iowa, a win over Penn State, a road win over Minnesota, a road win, over Rutgers, home win over Michigan State, home win over UCLA. Improved programs. It's not like what a great year, but it'd be better than what they were last year. To your point, Vince,
better than the track they were on too.
Right. Yeah. I mean, they got beat convincingly by Oklahoma. It wasn't a blowout, but they were the worst team. They got beat convincingly by USC. They got beat convincingly by Ohio State. Went 9-3 in the regular season, but it's like, who'd they beat? New Mexico, Central Michigan, Nebraska, a bad Wisconsin team, Washington, who can't do anything away from home, Michigan State, who stinks. They beat Purdue by 5. They beat Northwestern by 2, and they beat Maryland. They beat no one.
Right. They had a pretty easy schedule last year.
Oh gosh, if they go 8-4 this year, they're going to have better wins than they did last year, 9-3,
right?
Because of their schedule. So yes.
Bayside Tiger 6 with a few more here. Buy one, sell one, hold one. You are kings of college football and hand out punishments for major violations.
This is really funny.
Brian Kelly is GM and director of recruiting. Brian Gorder is the defensive coordinator indefinitely, and Charlie Molnar runs the entire offense indefinitely. Oh, boy.
So I'm buying Brian Van Gorder running the defensive coordinator indefinitely. Like, that would be the worst.
That's how bad he was.
That would be the worst punishment I can give. It's how bad he was as a coach and as a person. Like, that's worse. I would hold Charlie Molnar. That'd be a very close second bad punishment. Brian Kelly as GM and director of recruiting would actually be okay.
I actually think that's in his wheelhouse.
Because he wouldn't have to recruit to be the director of recruiting.
Correct.
He would hire people. He would delegate to people. I actually think he would do okay there. Brian Kelly knows football. He can evaluate players when he wants to.
Sure.
If his job was just to do that and he didn't have to do all, I think he'd actually be okay at that. To be honest with you.
I agree. Completely.
Like, I could throw shade at him and let me take another shot at Brian Kelly. But if you're wanting my honest opinion, I actually think Brian Kelly would do well in a job like that.
Yep.
Not at a place like Notre Dame, but I could see in like in a true role like that, where you're not asking him to be James Blanchard or Chad Bowden, where he's got to like be the primary recruiter. If he can be like a Mike Martin or like a Jim Nagy, they're kind of overseeing the recruiting operation.
Sure.
Yeah, I'd be pretty good at that, actually.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Because he wouldn't have to do the recruiting. His whole job would be to hold people accountable for doing the job.
Yep.
And then he could take credit for it.
Yeah.
I'm serious. Like, that would be right in his wheelhouse.
That's why I was immediately putting this one on as the sell, because this is right up his alley.
Yeah. This is the easiest of the three. Like, if I'm being serious, if I'm giving you like a real answer, I actually don't think he'd be bad. I think the other two would suck at those jobs because they have sucked at those jobs.
Yes, agreed. All right, from Adam G. Buy one, sell one, hold one, or buy, sell, hold. The playoff in 5 years will be 24 teams.
Sadly, I buy that.
Yeah, I do too.
I hope that I'm wrong, but sadly, I buy that.
And buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame's response to the playoff snub with the ACC and the ESPN has been very disappointing.
Hold. Again, we still don't know what Notre Dame has and hasn't done. Just because we haven't seen things publicly doesn't mean that we know for sure. If we're here a year from now and Notre Dame's schedule hasn't changed and there's other things that haven't changed, then sure. But I'm still in ask me this in a year from now. Yeah.
Yep, I agree. Oceanside ND, buy, sell, hold. The G5 representative for the CFP will be from the Mountain West.
I got to go look and even see who's even in it now.
Yeah, it changes every year, dude.
Yeah. Because part of me, okay, here's my question. Is the Pac-12 part of, can you look this up, Vince? Is the Pac-12 part of the G6 automatic bid? Or are they still kind of out of it because of the newness of their league? So the Mountain West is Air Force, Hawaii, Nevada, New Mexico, North Dakota State, Northern Illinois. This is the dumbest conference ever. North Dakota State, Northern Illinois, San Jose State, UNLV, UTEP, and Wyoming. No, it will not come from that.
They are considered a G5 team.
Okay. It'll come from the Pac-12, and there's 3 teams I really like in the Pac-12. I like Boise State, I like Fresno, and I like San Diego State. Maybe Washington State, but I'm not there with them yet. They've got the new coach. We'll see how he does. But I could see San Diego State, Fresno, and Boise doing that. And then the American with Army. You still got Memphis, Navy. You still got Tulane. I think it'll come from one of those conferences or potentially let's not forget that there's that team from Virginia that still is pretty flipping good. And I know that they hired Billy Napier. I'm talking about James Madison. I know they hired Billy Napier. But Billy Napier was really good at that level. He's more at his level now. So I don't think the Mountain West will be that league at all.
Buy, sell, hold. North Dakota State and Sac State will both make a bowl game this year.
Sell.
That's a huge sell.
I think I'll be surprised if
Sac State is a member of the MAC.
Yeah.
You know how much travel that's going to be?
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, Vince, is Sacramento State last year went 7-5 at the FCS level.
Mm-hmm.
Now technically 7-4 because they lost to Nevada, but no.
Look, I know it's the MAC. I get it. But that's still a bunch of travel back and forth, and we hear it all the time from the Big Ten. Oh, it's so hard.
Yeah, barely beat Idaho last year, barely beat Northern Colorado. No.
Now, North Dakota State is a really good program.
Yes.
But going from FCS to Division I is a big step.
Now, we've seen teams like North Dakota State go and be 8-9 win teams. James Madison was like an 8 or 9 win team their first year, but Sac State's not that program. They're not. North Dakota State was the powerhouse of FCS football.
Correct.
And, so I'm not ready to go there with Sac State.
It's a hold for me on North Dakota, and it's a sell for Sac State. That's what
I'll be shocked if North Dakota State's not in a bowl game. Shocked. Because again, Vince, you only got to go 6-6 to make a bowl game in a lot of these leagues.
Sometimes it's only 5.
Yeah, but it's true. But you're talking about a team that was a top 5 team last year at the FCS level. Yeah. You're talking about a team that didn't lose until the playoffs, and the team that they lost to won the national championship, and they only lost by a point.
Yeah. They have tradition of winning. There's no they have a program.
Teams like that, they won the title the year before. Teams like that have a history of being good at the FCS level when they go to the proper league.
Yeah.
North Dakota State will be very good. Sac State was 7-4 at the FCS level last year. 7-4, 7-5 overall. They lost to Nevada. Now, my point about that is Nevada was not very good, and they couldn't even beat them. So, Nevada was a 3-9 team last year, whose wins were over Wyoming, San Jose State, and Sacramento State. They lost to Middle Tennessee State, who, by the way, went 3-9 last year and lost to Austin Peay by 20. So, yeah, they stink. Yeah. And still beat Sac State. That's a big jump. James Madison was dominating at the FCS level when they made the jump and did well. North Dakota State is same thing. So, yeah. Yep.
All right.
Sorry.
We've got one more. I still hold Notre Dame's closest game of the year will not be one of Miami or BYU.
I'm going to sell that for now. I mean, it's possible. It could be SMU. It could possibly be some upset. I mean, BC was one of their closest games last year of their wins. I still think it's going to be one of those two. Yeah, I still think it'll be closest game. Could Notre Dame blow Miami out? Sure. Notre Dame could blow Miami out, just like Miami could blow Notre Dame out. I mean, who thought Notre Dame was going to lose to Miami 41-8 in 2017 when that team was rolling? I mean, who knows? Crazy things happen. Notre Dame could blow Miami out. But if we're talking about predicting it, I'm not predicting a top 3 team to blow out a top 6 team at home. It'll be a great game. I think Notre Dame wins, but I think it'll be a close game like last year. Maybe Notre Dame puts one on them late. That'd be where I predict it to go. I think they're going to absolutely destroy everyone else they play. The only other team that I think has a shot to be competitive, as long as Notre Dame just shows up that day, honestly, if we're being real about this, is SMU.
Yes. Agreed.
I mean, guys, let's just. I mean, they lost 3 regular season games the last 2 years, right? So I mean, those games were obviously competitive, but in the last 2 years in the regular season, Notre Dame has won 21 games in the regular season. Only one of those games was decided by 10 points or less, and that was the Louisville game in which Louisville scored a late touchdown to make it a 7-point game. Every other game was by 10 or more. And if you throw all 24 wins, including the playoffs, only 2 of their wins have been by single digits. It was Louisville and Penn State. Every other game they've had has been by 10 or more points. So, yeah, I know the Northern Illinois game, blah, 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 but this is a different era. If last year's team against Texas A&M or Miami would have played 24 Northern Illinois, they'd have won by 3 touchdowns.
The average margin of victory, even with the losses in there over the last 2 years, is almost 25 points.
Right.
So
it was 20.5 last year or in 2024. And then last year, it was 24.4.
Yeah. I mean,
so they haven't played a lot of close games. And so I don't think that the not great teams are going to give them a game. It's going to be the good teams like Miami, BYU, and SMU. Those are the 3 teams. So if I'm wrong on it's not Miami or BYU, it's because it's SMU. That's where I'd be.
Yamaha R1 buy, sell, hold. Kadron Young has more than half the rushing touchdowns than Jadarian Price last year, 11, and leads the Notre Dame running backs and TDs for the year.
I'm going to sell that. It's certainly possible. I think Kadron has all the talent in the world to be that guy. He's just got to show me he's healthy again. And ready to put in the work to get there. He was out in the spring as well. Aeneas has been productive. I know that Kedron's the shiny new toy to some degree, but I got to see him healthy and locked in first before I'm ready to start predicting that.
I have built a house out of bricks on the I need to see it first camp. But in this case, I'm a huge Kadron Young fan.
Sure.
I think he's going to do it this year. I think he's going to be a huge part of this offense. And I knock on wood that he's healthy, obviously. But I just think that he's going to get a bunch of rushing touchdowns. Is he going to have half? So that would be 6, rushing touchdowns. Yeah, I think he could do it. And I do think he could lead the team in rushing touchdowns this year.
The first part I could buy more than the second part. I mean, people forget, Aeneas Williams has 7 rushing touchdowns on only 58 career carries.
There you go.
Look,
and he got 2 of those last year, didn't he? Just in mop-up duty.
5.
He got 5 last year.
He rushed for 5 touchdowns last year on 24 carries. I
get it.
The most extensive action he got all year was the Stanford game where he had to fill in for when Jeremiah got hurt, and he rushed for 2 touchdowns. Everybody knows I love Kadron Young. I'm as a top 100 recruit. He might be their most natural back, just pure ball carrier, but he's coming off a torn ACL and he's a big back.
Sure.
And Aeneas is a dude also.
Absolutely. Somebody in the chat said he's going to go off this year.
Kadron is more than capable of that.
He's going to go off 100%.
But you got to overcome Aeneas first, and I don't know he's going to do that. Is it nuts to this also doesn't mean that he's going to be their leading rusher. He could just be their goal line back.
Right.
And that could be possible, but he's going to have to show me something in fall camp. Is he capable of it? 100%. But I'm very much in the Vince Trevor, I got to see it first mode.
I get it. I totally get it.
Yep.
Last one here from Yamaha R1 is that Aeneas Williams has, buy, sell, hold, Aeneas Williams has more than 800 yards rushing and 8 touchdowns.
Buy. Even if there's a 1A, 1B situation, I think that Aeneas will get to that point, just like we saw in 2022.
Especially given a little bit of a playoff run. You add a couple of games in there.
I could even see him getting to that in the regular season.
Right. I get that too. D. Troll Hunter, blast from the past there. Buy, sell, hold, Pat Narduzzi, claiming the ACC is better league when compared to the Big Ten. Hilarious.
Well, I'm going to answer this a little differently than you. I buy that.
I buy that Pat Narduzzi believes it.
I buy that Pat Narduzzi is one of the few people dumb enough to say that publicly.
Yeah, 100%.
Yes. Now, is what he said, am I buying what he said? No, I'm buying that he's dumb enough to say that and believe that.
Correct.
That is one of the least self-aware people I've seen in coaching ever.
Could not agree more. Could not
Ever.
agree more. I mean, the fact that came out of his mouth is just, it's believable because
like,
of who he is, but like, dude, come on.
Bro, you know, and then Bill O'Brien's like, we shouldn't be considered, the number 3 league. And he meant like we should be 1 or 2. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. Cause you're behind the Big 12, numb nuts. Like, what are you guys talking about? Like, you guys just need to worry about like winning games. Like, I don't want to. Your conference champ last year got beat by UConn and Tulane.
Facts.
Like you don't talk about. Well, look at our record out of conference. Your conference champ got beat by UConn, got beat by Tulane, and got blown out by Illinois, who lost by 50 to Indiana. You can miss me with the whole. You got Miami and everybody else. That's it. That doesn't make your conference great. Just like your conference wasn't great when it was Clemson and everybody else. Like, I don't understand the need for coaches. It's like the insecurity it takes to say those things. Right. Like, you're helping no one. Say, look, you know what? We're not worried about all this conference versus conference stuff. We're trying to go out there and be the best team we can. We're worried about trying to win the ACC and get to the what is – do you think you saying this is going to somehow make the committee be like, whoa, hold on a second. Pat Narduzzi said they're as good as the Big Ten. We should rethink our bias. No, shut up. Like, and I've defended the ACC in past years, but now you guys are being so ridiculous that I can't even defend you.
Listen, I have full faith that the 17 other teams in the ACC or however many are in there now, all the head coaches, when they heard him say that, are like, oh, Pat.
No, because Bill O'Brien said the same exact freaking thing.
Shut up. No, he didn't.
Yes, he said, I don't know why we're considered the third conference. I've coached in the SEC and I've coached in the Big Ten.
Okay. No, never mind.
That's all. I was like, no, dude, you're right. You're not the third best conference in college football. You're fourth.
You're fourth.
You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here? It's like, no. So yeah, you're using, your problem is, Vince, is you're using common sense. And
I know.
Apparently not many college football coaches use it. Like, what do you making yourselves guys feel better by saying this?
Right.
And by the way, Bill O'Brien, sit this one out, bro. Y'all went 2-10 last year. Sit this one out.
Correct.
Correct. You worry about winning 3 games. Okay? That's what you need to worry about. It's ridiculous, man.
Buy, sell, hold it. Duke should have been in the playoff over JMU, as Rhett Lashley says.
Hard sell.
Yeah.
Like, do you guys know, like, do you guys have any self-awareness whatsoever? Like, any at all? Duke lost to Tulane last year. Duke lost to UConn last year. Your conference champ played one playoff team and another 9-win-ish type of G5 team, and they got beat. So what in the world makes you think that your conference, give me a break?
The goal is the 12 best teams.
Yes.
That's the goal.
JMU got beat by Louisville, but Louisville's better than Duke.
Correct.
Duke got in because fluky scheduling.
Yeah.
Because they played no one in their conference. That's why Duke got in last year. Duke got in because their conference schedule was NC State, Syracuse, Cal, Georgia Tech, Clemson, Virginia, who they lost to, North Carolina, and Wake Forest. It's like these guys are clowns, dude. It's really hard to take these guys seriously when they just say stupid things like this.
But boy, do they give us something to talk about.
Oh my gosh. They're just, it's just, you guys are just ridiculous.
Yes.
It's just dumb. Like, just dumb. How about Duke try to beat Tulane first?
Right.
Because with all due respect,
or UConn.
JMU looked better in the playoffs last year than Tulane did. JMU scored 30-something points against Oregon. So just, dude. And hey, bud, I hate to break it to you, but JMU was more competitive in the playoffs in their one playoff appearance than you were the year before against Penn State. I just want to point that out, that you lost 38-10, and you scored last to make it 38-10. JMU had over 500 yards of offense and scored 34 points against Oregon. Your team scored 10, and you're supposedly an offensive genius. And I like Rhett Lashley, but
right, me too.
Stop saying stupid things like this. Focus on your team.
Yes.
Did you guys watch any of the interviews that Marcus Freeman did in New York this past week?
Some of them, yeah.
Name me one time Marcus Freeman talked about anybody other than Notre Dame.
And he didn't talk about getting screwed over either, really,
no.
Unless it was specifically brought up, and then he quickly shifted to this year's team,
right?
And we're not going to leave a doubt. That's
now he believes those things.
Well, sure he does,
but you don't say it.
He's adult enough, mature enough not to
focus
say
on my team. Hey, look, I'm not worried about this stuff going on in SEC, Big Ten. We got to handle our business. If we handle our business, none of that stuff matters. I don't care where they seat us. Get us in. That's all we care about.
That's
Put us in.
Point. Yep.
Those
are the talking points for
that's it.
Freeman. Yeah,
we're worried about us,
and that's the talking points for every single team out there.
And that's what a grown-up does.
Gosh, I realize. Okay, look, I get it. When you're in a conference, you got to carry the water for the conference to a degree,
right?
Okay, but
and to a degree,
realistically,
but now y'all are being dumb.
Correct.
Look, hey, you know what? And you could say this, and I would believe it. Listen, Miami showed last year that our best program is championship caliber. They beat Notre Dame. They played, went on the road, beat A&M.
Went to the title.
Beat Ole Miss, played for the title, gave Indiana their most competitive game in the postseason, right?
Yep.
You look what he did, in rivalry week. Louisville blows out Kentucky, South Carolina, Clemson beat South Carolina. We had this record on non-conference. Look, y'all can sleep on us, but we're getting better as a league. And you could even say we're being disrespected generally.
Yes.
But hey, look, we can't control that. What we can control is going out there and my team handling our business and Rhett's team handling their business and Dabo's team handling their business and making sure that we show people on the field that we're getting back to where we used to be. We're trying to get better. We're doing the things we need to do as a league to show that we belong in the same conversation with those programs.
Yeah.
Say that.
It's not that
and
hard.
You're defending your league. Say that. But hey, we're every bit as good as the Big Ten and the SEC. Your good teams beating crap teams from the SEC does not make you a better league.
Well, and you lose credibility immediately when you start off like that. That's the thing. So everything else you say that may or may not be a credible statement is completely ignored and disregarded because you let off with that nonsense.
And they lie. There's no way Bill O'Brien believes that the ACC is a better league than the Big Ten or the SEC. There's no way he believes that. So that's not even spin. That's just outright lying. And when you do say absurd things, no one's going to believe you and you lose credibility. If you say, listen, we're trying to do this, this, and this, we believe as a league we have the potential to be on the same level those teams. Now we got to go out there this year and prove it. Right. And we're going to get our chances. And you start naming all the non-conference games you have this year. We got to show in those games that we belong in the same conversation with those teams. And look, we can control that. We can go out there and we need to do what we need to do. We got strong coaching in this league. We've upgraded with some of the hires, give praise to some of the new coaches in the league. Tony Elliott did a great job last year turning Virginia around. Like we brought James Franklin in. We're on the way up. Say that. Say that. But all you guys have done this offseason is cry about Notre Dame and try to convince everybody that you belong. Even your own fans don't believe about that. And the reason they don't believe that is because they don't care. Which is why you have a garbage TV deal compared to the Big Ten or the SEC. If you had as many people watching your teams play, you'd have the same deal that they have. The bias that they have towards the SEC with ESPN is not because they somehow like those states better than your states. It's because those fan bases watch their teams play. Yours don't. So dumb.
From D-Troll Hunter, buys the whole Greg McElroy left Miami out of his top 10 secondaries based on what we know about teams today. Buy, sell, hold. That is the correct decision as of today.
Again, it's kind of asking me to respond to something somebody else said. I don't love doing that, but D-Troll's my guy. I'll sell that. I think I'd have Miami in my top 10. I don't think Miami's secondary is quite as good as maybe some Miami fans think it is. There's some fans that think like their secondary is as good as Notre Dame's. It's fine. It's whatever. But top 10, yes. Yeah, it's top 10. Comfortably in the top 10. And they were young. They had a lot of young guys last year, a lot of first-time transfer, a lot of guys first time in that system. Well, actually, everybody was first time in that system because they had a new D coordinator. But a lot of, they had Ethan O'Connor and, they had several guys that transferred in, Xavier Lucas, that were new to the program, a lot of them are back. They had the one kid that transferred to Michigan State that transferred in last year because he didn't play. They have Bryce Fitzgerald back. They got OJ Frederick back. Like, they lost a couple good players, but there's a lot back. So I still have them as a top 10 secondary. So I'll sell that that's the correct decision.
Buy, sell, hold. Miami's offensive line is more of a sure thing to succeed this year than Texas's O-line.
Sell. Just because, again, it's the same thing. It's Miami's line was better in Texas last year, but the majority of what made that line better is gone. Samson Okunlola was kind of like the Robert Hainsey to Tommy Kramer type of thing by the end of the year, second half of the year. But as far as this year, Texas has a bunch back. Their portal additions were better. I just think Texas this year will have a better. I think they'll have a better O-line than Miami. If Miami ends up with a better one, we'll see. But to say that right now, an offensive line that's planning on starting a true freshman as good as he is and a bunch of new guys, I'm not ready to go there with Miami just yet. No, not right now. So sure thing, no. They might. You could argue they have a higher ceiling. It's debatable, but sure thing, like higher floor, which is what that means. That's a definite sell for me.
Jake, 85-89, against the best wide receivers in the country, both regular season, with Malachi Toney and the playoffs with potentially guys like Jeremiah Smith, Cam Coleman, and maybe Nick Marsh. Notre Dame will go one-on-one, best on best with Leonard Moore, and then get creative with mixing man and zone with the rest of the defensive backfield, which will just shut down every passing attack they'll face.
Sell. Number one, I don't think that it makes sense to put him on the best receiver every time. When they play Ohio State, I don't want anyone other than Leonard Moore covering Jeremiah Smith. Same thing against Texas. I don't know that I want Leonard Moore chasing Malachi Toney all over the field. I don't know that makes a lot of sense when looking at the rest of the defensive structure. I'd rather bracket him with Christian Gray and DJ McKinney in the safeties than to have because Shannon Dawson's a smart coach. He'll move Leonard Moore around and get him out of the way to where they want to throw the football. Vince, I did this one year. We did this when I was at Duquesne. We played a team that basically was going to bracket Yarden Brantley wherever he went. He was our fast receiver. He wasn't our best, but he's our fastest guy. So wherever he went, we realized by the second series, we're like, dude, did you guys see what they were doing that series? Like, yeah, let's see if they're continuing to do that in series 2. And they did. So if Yarden was in the slot, they'd put 2 over him. If he was field outside, they'd put 2 over him. So what we did the rest of the game is we put Yarden away from where we wanted the ball to go, knowing they were going to put 2 guys on him, and then we'd get one-on-ones everywhere else, and we torched them. Now, they didn't have anybody that could cover our other 2 guys, so that's not a perfect analogy, but the point is, when Miami has the talent they have at other spots, they have no problem using Malachi Toney as a decoy. No problem. They beat Ohio State when he caught 5 passes for 16 yards. No problem using him as a decoy. So I don't know that in that game it makes a lot of sense. Jeremiah Smith and Cam Coleman will primarily be outside. Same with Nick Marsh. So I don't know that it makes sense in every game to have him against the number 1. I don't. Because you could do it against USC because, with all due respect to Jacoby Lane and Tanook Hines, they're not going to beat you the way that I think the Miami receivers could this year, or the way that maybe even the Texas receivers could, or the way that the Ohio State receivers could 2 years ago. Because remember, until the last play or last drive of the game, Jeremiah Smith didn't do a ton against Notre Dame, including against Christian Gray. And he said, "Who's the best corner you've played?" And he said, "Leonard Moore." But what hurt them? the fact that Emeka and Carnell Tate hurt him and the running backs hurt him. So I don't know that makes as much sense against everyone. So I'll sell that. But against some of those teams, it's going to happen anyway because they're boundary receivers.
Because they're boundary receivers, yeah. I just don't know that I would completely change up the way I run a defense based on
there's a time and a place for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not every game. Just because it worked against USC doesn't mean it's going to work.
And there's a time and a place within a game too. You know what I mean? Like,
and how much film did USC have to prepare for Leonard Moore in the slot?
Right.
You do that every game, and teams are going to have a game plan for you.
Exactly.
We can take Leonard Moore out of the game because we can motion him away from where we want you to be if we know you're going to put him on our top guy.
Correct. Exactly.
All right. There we go.
D-Troll Hunter.
Wrong way. I don't know what's going on with the cards right now. There we go.
Okay. Jake with a buy-sell hold. Leonard Moore is the best cover corner the game has ever seen. No, the cover corner the game has seen since Deion Sanders, as they are very similar physically in height, length, and world-class closing speed, and Moore could be considered better than Sanders because he will also support the run and doesn't shy away from tackling.
I love Leonard Moore. I think we need to pump the brakes a little bit. First of all, Deion Sanders was Leonard Moore's fast. He's not Deion Sanders.
Deion Sanders was like he could walk onto a baseball field and steal a base.
Yeah.
After just playing a football game. Like, he had some wheels, dude.
I just look, great player. Love Leonard Moore. He's not Charles Woodson yet.
Right.
Love Leonard Moore. Is he definitely better than what Patrick Peterson was yet? Maybe, maybe not. Antoine Winfield, maybe, maybe not. Champ Bailey. So while I am totally fine putting Leonard Moore in the conversation to say, hey, if he has a great year, he could be insert what you think he could be. But I'm not ready to go there just yet. I need to see another year of greatness. I mean, Deion Sanders was one of the greatest college football players ever. And he could return kicks and all that stuff. Charles Woodson was an elite corner. Champ Bailey was an elite corner. Dre Bly was an elite corner. Leonard Moore, I think, belongs in the conversation if he can have another great year. He will finish his career that way, but he's not there right now. He'd have to have another year of even better than last year to do that. It's not even a given he's the greatest cornerback at Notre Dame. Like, if you're my age, you remember this guy named Todd Light. That was a top 5 NFL draft pick and an elite college football player that won a national championship and was a part of 2 wins over Miami at a time when Miami was pumping out elite receivers year after year after year. So Leonard Moore is a phenomenal player. Let's let him finish his junior year before we start comparing him to some of the greatest ever played the game.
Yeah, I agree.
Or even the greatest in Notre Dame. I think Leonard surpassed Benjamin Morrison and some of those guys. You can argue that right now. But Leonard Moore needs to do it one more. Hey, look, Todd Light was a 2-time All-American and a national champion and a top 5 NFL draft pick. Let's not forget that. And that doesn't take away from Leonard Moore's greatness. And if Leonard has another great year this year, then we can have the conversation if he was better than Todd Light, Luther Bradley, guys like that. But let's let him do that first. And at the end of the day, I don't care. I just care that he's the best cornerback in 2026. That's all that matters. Doesn't matter.
We can compare him to the greatest of all time after the season's over, and we're celebrating.
CJ Carr doesn't need to be better than Joe Burrow. He just needs to be better than Arch Manning and Julian Sayin and Dante Moore. You know what I mean?
100%.
He doesn't have to go against this defense. This offense doesn't have to score against Miami's 0-1 defense. This defense doesn't have to stop 19 LSU. They just got to stop the best offenses in 2026. That's it.
Podcast like Brian would be Drisk.
Be Drisk.
Today. There we go.
Yes.
Okay.
Best handle of anyone. By the way.
Okay. All right. Buy one, sell one, hold one. These things happening this year for Notre Dame. Punt return for a touchdown. Non-quarterback throws a touchdown. Kicker makes a 50-yard field goal.
Buy kicker makes a 50-yard field goal. Spencer Porath went 2 for 3 last year, I think, on 50-yard field goals, longest of 53. I will hold a non-quarterback throws a touchdown. I will sell a punt return for TD. I don't think Notre Dame's had a punt return since Tyree in 23. And while it's possible to have now when we talk punt return, we're talking the ball's been punted, caught, and returned, not blocked punt that's returned for a touchdown, right?
Yeah.
I'd say probably that would be the least likely. What's ironic is the guy who may be the non-QB to throw a TD might be the same guy that is your punt returner that you're trying to get to, because we've seen Jordan Faison do that a couple times at Notre Dame already. So, but I'll say that's the least likely of those.
Yep, I completely agree. I would like it to be the non-QB throws a touchdown as like the third one, but with special teams and like what they come up with, when it comes to special teams and things like that, I could easily see it being that. But I'm gonna hope for a punt return. But kicker making a 50-yard field goal, that's absolutely, I feel very, very, very good about that one. And you even threw the stat in there that he was 2 for 3 last year.
Yeah, I think he went. I think he was 4 for 5 and 40 plus.
Okay.
And then 2 of 3 on 50 plus. He was 6 of 8, which means he made more field goals. I think isn't this true? He made more field goals beyond 40 yards than Notre Dame's and made total. Didn't they only make 5 field goals last year?
I'm pretty sure he made more field goals in Notre Dame Stadium than any of the field goal kickers at Notre Dame.
That's true.
Actually.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So there's that.
Yeah, that's very true.
It's a really sad stat. It's a really sad stat.
Actually, what did they do last year? It was only 5, wasn't it?
By
the way, he made a 48-yarder against Notre Dame last year where the game was still somewhat in doubt.
Sure. I don't like reading scary stories. So
Notre Dame made 5 field goals last year. So, yes, 5 of 9. And let's see where they made 2 at home, 4 they made 4 at home.
No, so I'm wrong.
Not quite. You were 1 off.
No, I was wrong.
1 off. Slacker.
OND 15 buy sell hold his prospects based on sophomore film. Lucas Prock, Teddy Gerard, Noah Grubbs.
I would buy Noah Grubbs, hold Lucas Prock, sell Teddy Gerard. Teddy made a big jump between his sophomore and junior year.
Okay.
Teddy's sophomore film was okay. It wasn't great. Noah's best film was probably his sophomore year. And Lucas Prock's a little bit of a different player. Now, I think Teddy has more talent and upside than Lucas Prock, but Lucas Prock was a dominant sophomore high school player on a really good team. Teddy played at a small Christian school. Teddy's the most talented of those 3, but if you're just asking sophomore film, I mean, those guys were just significantly better than he was on the field.
O&D wants to know, Notre Dame and Texas are the 2 best rosters in the country for 2026.
I'll buy that.
And with Oregon a close third, because you kind of mentioned that earlier in the show?
Probably. Yeah.
Full house backfield. The biggest non-injury risk to the team reaching its full potential is CJ Carr's mental game. Not schematically or understanding defenses, but in how he handles adversity. He seems wound pretty tight and is famously very competitive. And sometimes those types of athletes can put too much pressure on themselves, not play free, and ultimately hold themselves and their team back.
I agree that guys that are wound tight and also super competitive are that way. I just don't think CJ Carr's that way. I think CJ Carr is famously very competitive. I don't think he's wound tight. I think CJ Carr's the opposite of that.
Yes, I agree completely.
And John L. The great ones are super competitive.
Sure.
There's a story. Bubby Brister told a story that players would always hang out at John Elway's house. And one of the things he was always praised for is like he made himself like one of the guys. He hung with his teammates. He wasn't like, I'm the star, and he was the king of Denver. But he had guys at his house all the time, and they'd play pool, and John apparently never lost in pool. One time he got beat. And they said when they came over the next time, he had sold the pool table.
Never again.
Like crazy competitive.
I love that.
And it made him a great player.
That's what you want from your players, though. You want competitiveness.
Wound tight.
That's different.
That's different.
Yeah, that's different.
What you got to understand about CJ, and I don't like to talk about this because it's not my story. But when you understand what CJ Carr and Tommy Carr had to go through as little boys, watching their brother battle a disease that he ultimately lost, and the way the family had to deal with that, he said this before, guys, this is football. Like, this is nothing compared to what we had to go through with our brother Chad. And I don't think people quite understand how that really impacted CJ Carr's mindset when it comes to how much pressure you really put on yourself when it comes to the game of football. Because this is a young man that will always have, there's something a little bit more important than all this. And I saw it firsthand with my little brother. And CJ wasn't very old when Chad went through that. And so I feel,
yeah.
And you hear about Tommy going out at spring practice in Michigan and tearing it up. Guy, he flipped from Miami to Ohio. Why? Because football's not the toughest thing Tommy's had to deal with in his life. Football's not the toughest thing that CJ had to deal with. So I don't think it's about wound. I think he's very competitive. There's no doubt. I don't think he's wound too tight at all. And I don't think he puts a lot of pressure on himself in those games because I think we saw CJ do the opposite of what you're talking about all the time last year. You know, I think he put a lot of pressure on himself in the USC game, and he didn't play well. And then he rebounded by completing like 80% of his passes the next two games and averaging like 13, 12 yards an attempt the next two games. So, I'll sell that. But I do think CJ's mental game is the biggest concern, non-injury, about, you know, handling the pressure, growing his game. And all. I mean, that's certainly true. But it's while you can admit that that's a big thing, not related to injury, but then also say, but I'm not concerned about it because of who I think he is. So that's where I'm at. Let's kind of go a little bit rapid fire with these next ones, Vince, as we wrap up, and then we bossy got a couple super chats here.
Law Dog, assuming full health, the wide receiver making the most high leverage clutch catches this season will be Greathouse, Faison, Porter.
By Greathouse, hold Porter or hold Faison, sell Porter. I got to see it from Porter first. I've seen Jaden Greathouse do this over and over and over again, not just in the two playoff games, but also against Georgia Tech, also against Texas, also against Navy. I've seen him do that in his career. We saw it as a freshman, you know, making a big play when they were battling with NC State, making that great touchdown catch in the back of the end zone as a true freshman to help give them a lead. So we've seen him do that. This notion that he's only ever had two good games is utter nonsense.
Yeah, agreed. Law Dog, CJ Carr will complete 2+ throws over 35 yards against Wisconsin.
Buy.
That's a huge buy.
Oh, yeah.
Huge buy.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold, Miami and BYU will both be undefeated heading into their games with Notre Dame.
It's possible. It's possible. BYU has I would say that I feel a little bit better about Miami being undefeated if they can get through Clemson. BYU has a couple tough games. That at TCU game could be tough, and they play Arizona at home. Those are going to be interesting challenges. Miami, it's all about the Clemson game for me. I mean, they got Stanford on the road, Florida A&M, at Wake, home against Central Michigan, home against Florida State, home against Pitt, at North Carolina. Look, could Miami drop a game? Yeah. I mean, Miami's kind of dropped two games they had no business dropping each of the last several years. I mean, that's just kind of been their thing. But I just think this team's a little bit different than past teams, to be honest with you. But I would say Miami, if they can beat Clemson, has the best chance. And then I think BYU has more teams capable of beating them on their schedule than Miami does. Even if they play okay, Miami would have to not show up to lose more than one game. The Clemson game is the toughest one.
And the bonus is SMU.
Yeah. But like, here's who Miami plays before. They play Stanford, Florida A&M, besides Clemson, Stanford, Florida A&M, Wake Forest, Central Florida, Florida State, Pitt, North Carolina. The only team on there that is even close to them talent-wise is Clemson. Now, that doesn't mean they can't lose to Florida State or can't lose to North Carolina or Pitt. Miami's kind of done that. But it's unlikely. The gap between them and those teams talent-wise is different than the gap between BYU and Arizona and BYU and TCU. Bonus SMU also. Let me look at SMU's schedule. I haven't really thought about them being undefeated because it's so deep in the season.
Late.
But their schedule's not tough either, Vince. Were you about to read their schedule?
No, I don't have it in front of me. I just know the SMU Notre Dame game is so late.
Yeah,
that them being undefeated would be very impressive.
I'm selling SMU. Their September, they got to play at Florida State and at Louisville in 2 of the 3 first games.
That's tough.
They also have Virginia Tech before them. They play Wake before them. They have more teams capable of beating them.
Yeah.
SMU's undefeated by the time they get to Notre Dame. That's a very dangerous team.
Absolutely.
If they go on the road and beat Florida State and Louisville and beat Virginia and Virginia Tech, that's going to be a dangerous football team. And that ACC title game between Miami and SMU is going to be legit. good.
I mean,
if that's the case.
Right on par with the Big Ten and the SEC, right? Law Dog. ND will sack and or intercept Colton Joseph 4+ times.
Yeah, if you put those two together, certainly.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold. Chocolate chip cookies, brownies, cake.
If made correctly, buy brownies, hold chocolate chip cookies, sell cake. They're all great, but that would be the order. But nothing's better, in my opinion, than a perfectly made brownie.
A chocolate chip cookie right out of the oven is it for me.
It's very good.
Yeah,
it's very good. But
brownie would be second. Brownie would be the hold for me. Cake is definitely a distant sell.
I like cake, but I don't love. I'd rather have a cupcake than a cake.
As I've gotten older, like frosting has not really been my thing.
Way too rich.
You know what I'm saying? Like I'll push most of the frosting off and just eat the cake itself. Yeah. So it's like kind of defeats the purpose. But all right, buy, sell, hold. Yellow Lab, Golden Retriever, German Shepherd.
I'll buy all of them. I'm not ever selling a dog. I'll buy all of them. They're all wonderful. I love dogs.
I'm just going to put it right
Retriever's
here.
my favorite. I'll buy a retriever.
I'm putting it out there. I have a Chihuahua.
Yeah, but that's not your choice.
Next card.
I will say this. If I had kids, I would be very, it'd be a challenge because they're all such protective of kids. But I kind of feel like German Shepherds, I've always felt, are even a little bit more so.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but they're not a threat to kids like a pit bull might be if it's not bred properly. But, it can protect it. And retrievers are also very good at protecting animals. But they're more of a nurturing protecting, where a German Shepherd's going to fight off a.
Yeah.
Now, a retriever will as well, but a German Shepherd is just like it's a different type of.
I always wanted a golden retriever growing up.
I love golden retrievers.
I have come to figure out that's never going to happen. So,
got to put your foot down, man.
Well, sometimes it's not that easy. If I move in with you, I can get one.
I got an extra room.
Quintessential all Irish, something along those
Quintessential
lines.
Irish.
Thank you. Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame will need upwards of 85% field goal kicking percentage to have a chance at winning the title. That would be a 30% increase from last season. First of all, let's not compare it to last season because last season was awful. Okay. The average in D1 is like 74% of made field goals. 85 is a pretty high number. I'm not putting it past Spencer Porath to be an 85% field goal kicker. I don't have his stats in front of me. I'm sure you're pulling him up. What is he?
He was at 88.2, I believe, last year.
Okay. So definitely a doable situation. And obviously Purdue kicked a lot of field goals because they were not a very good football team. So he could definitely do that. I don't know that it is I'll hold it because I don't think that it is the be-all, end-all to winning a title. Right. For all I care, as long as he hits the big one, that's all that I care about. But I think he'll be up there in the 80s for sure.
It'd be nice.
Sure.
But Ohio State won a title 2 years ago with their kicker making 76.2% of his field goals.
And that's right on the average.
Right.
It's right on the average.
Yeah.
So
they don't need it. It just reduces the margin for error a little bit.
Yeah. And it allows Marcus Freeman to be like, hey, let's kick it. Like that kind of stuff,
Miami Indiana won the title last year and their kicker made 2 field goals in the title game, but like he only had to go 50% to win that game.
Right. Yeah. Good point.
The other 2 games were blowouts.
Right.
So, it makes it easier. Like if last year, if they would have been in the playoff and needed a Mitch Jeter type of 48-yarder to win the game against, I would have zero chance.
I'd have gone for it. Yeah, we have a better chance of hitting it.
You can't be like, let's be real about something. Field goal kicking has sucked at Notre Dame for a while.
Yeah.
But the main reason for that is because of Mitch Jeter getting hurt. Mitch Jeter showed in the playoffs who he is, and against A&M, who he is when he's healthy.
Yep.
He was money against A&M. He was money in the playoffs. He had the one miss against Ohio State. I get nobody's perfect, but he was money in the playoffs.
Yep.
That's who he would have been if he wasn't hurt, if he didn't get hurt against Northern Illinois. That's what he would have been all year.
I agree.
So he's different, but he is what we think Spencer Porath is going to be. I don't feel good about that if it's Blake Groupie unless it's Spencer Schrader, because then I'm taking 7 delay of games to get back to 56 to make it a little bit more easier for him.
Right.
It's like, oh crap, we got a 35-yarder on. It's like we need a field goal, and you remember like late in the game where teams will take a knee.
Yeah,
you're at the 25-yard line. You're like, hey CJ, at the snap of the ball, run back to the 40 and take a knee. So Spencer has a shot to make this field goal.
Right.
Like it's just ridiculous. But yeah, it'd be nice.
It'd be nice. It's a luxury.
It's not a thing where if he doesn't, they're terrible. If he's at 78% or 76% or 80%, they're fine.
And it's also not a thing that if he is 85% at least, that they're guaranteed to win a title.
Make it when it matters. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Because wasn't it? What year was that? Here it is. In 2021, or was it 2022? 2022, Ohio State's field goal kicker was 85% on the year. But then he had a chance to win the game against Georgia at the end, and he completely whiffed. Wasn't even close. It was a long field goal. What
about the kid from Texas 2 years ago? He had a couple kicks to win the game, and just didn't. And I bet you his percentage was pretty good in 24.
Yeah, actually, let's go look because I don't remember that one. So in 24, he was at 64%.
Oh, never mind. He's talking.
So take that back. Take that back. But the point is we've seen teams win titles with field goal kickers that weren't good.
100%.
Yeah, let's wrap it up.
Yep, buy, sell, hold. We will see the Grace Hall #1 lit up for Notre Dame football at some point in the regular season.
Bye.
I hope so. All right. Ballpeen Shillelagh, from a quarterback's perspective, possibly your own experience. Buy one, sell one, hold one. The following as the most annoying to play against. Number 1, Al Golden-esque blitz-heavy scheme. Number 2, lockdown man-heavy corners and nickels. 3, stout D-line linebackers that nullify the run offense.
Most difficult to play against, I'll go with the stout D-line and linebackers that nullify the run offense. That's, to me, still the toughest.
The run offense is still the best friend of a quarterback.
Yeah. That's where I would be. Because if you have a stout D line that can shut down the run game because of my style of play, I want to run the football. It makes what I want to do a little harder.
Yeah.
I've always felt the blitz heavy teams. I wasn't encouraged by that because you want to pick me off. You want to pick me off once and sack me a couple times. That's fine. But I'm going to find your weaknesses and I'm going to pick you apart and we're going to rip off some big plays.
Yeah.
And that's just something that I always felt I had success with as a pass guy and as a coach was like, I'm going to find those weaknesses. Now, what made Notre Dame so difficult is because I think that under Al Golden they were 1 and 2. They were blitz heavy and they had lockdown man heavy corners and nickels. So it's a little bit different. But if I could only pick one, a team that can also just line up and lock me down with heavy corners and nickels, if that's all that I know they have, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to beat me up. Because if they have lockdown man-heavy corners, but their D-line can't get after the quarterback, I'm still going to win. Because I'm going to have time to protect my quarterback and find ways to get a guy open. So if it's just those things, then I would, the team that's going to shut me down, because now I'm in a lot of 3rd and 7s and 3rd and 8s and things like that. So it's a little bit tougher. So I would say that would make it a little bit tougher. Lockdown heavy, man-heavy corners, nickels is my hold, and I'm selling the Al Golden-esque blitz-heavy scheme. If that's all I know about it.
Yeah.
Blitz heavy doesn't mean it's good.
Right.
Al Golden's defense was good because they were sound, but they were blitz heavy and had lockdown man heavy corners and nickels. Right. They could do both of those things.
Right.
But if you only have one, then you're in trouble.
At the end here, he put also from the perspective of an offensive coordinator. I think you kind of combine those when you answered the first time. So
yeah. Yep. As a player, I mean, it's different as a player. You're just out there doing your job.
Yeah.
So I answered it from a coaching standpoint.
Gotcha.
But I also think that my mindset as a player wasn't a whole lot different than my mindset as a coach.
Yeah, I think that's fair too. Yeah.
Wrong way. Sorry. Sometimes it goes the wrong way.
All good.
Was that the last one? Yeah, I think ball. No, there was. Yeah, sorry. I put this one on there again, unfortunately. So that was on there just twice. So that one from Ballpeen was, in fact, the last one. So I shouldn't have said we're not going to go 5 hours. I knew I shouldn't have said that.
Close.
Because we have some super chats here real quick.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the super chats. All right, let's get in here. Pat Miggs, thank you for the super chat. Which of these games would be the most excruciating to go back and watch? The All 22. OSU 23, NIU 24, A&M 25.
NIU 24, because there's nothing you're going to get from
not even close.
There's things you can learn from Ohio State 23. There's things you can learn from A&M 25. There's nothing you're going to get out of that other than don't be soft.
And let me just tell you, we went back and watched all 3 of those games, and they all sucked. But to your point, you can learn something from losses. There's no doubt. But yeah, the NIU one, that's
There's
That was a
nothing on
tough watch.
film that you learn from Northern Illinois other
Yeah.
than just showing guys their lack of toughness and focus and discipline.
That was a tough watch.
Yeah. So if we had to buy so hold it, I'd buy as far as like excruciating, buy Northern Illinois, hold A&M, sell Ohio State. Because the Ohio State game was a legitimately good game that Notre Dame lost at the end.
Agreed.
Notre Dame should have blown A&M out last year.
Yep.
That was frustrating as heck. Ohio State, Notre Dame in 23 was frustrating because it was two good teams evenly matched, and Notre Dame just kind of blew it on offense, blew it on defense on the last two drives.
Yep.
A&M was a game that should not have been close in the fourth quarter. Should not have been. I mean, you're up, 14-0, and they're backed up at their own 15, and you let him catch that wide open wheel route because you misplayed, and then you have a chance to tackle him at midfield, and three guys missed the tackle. Like, that wasn't about how good A&M was. That was about how bad Notre Dame played in that game. Yeah.
Another one from Pat Miggs. Thanks for the super chat. What would be your most gratifying national title game scenario for Notre Dame? Notre Dame 49, USC 14. Notre Dame 41, Michigan 20. Notre Dame 30, Alabama 17. Or Notre Dame 13, Ohio State 10. Can I kick this one off?
Sure, buddy.
All right.
Buy one, sell one, hold, or buy one, hold one, and sell two.
Sell two of them. Okay.
Yeah.
I think for me, it would be. See, I want to put a little light into what I'm thinking here. Look, Ohio State is my buy, and it's not close, so I want to make sure I get that one out there. That's my buy. I want to beat Ohio State because, again, as I mentioned earlier, they're the dragon that Notre Dame hasn't slayed. They're the hill that they haven't climbed. Whatever analogy you want to use, beating Ohio State in the national championship game and all the storylines that go with it would be by far the most gratifying. No question.
The Ohio State one?
Yes. So now it's, okay, do I want USC or Michigan to be in the title game? Like, you know what I mean? Like, do I even want them to be there? I don't think I do. And so Alabama has much less bearing on me as a coach, or as a fan and things of that nature. And they do have the background of being, very good, right? And so that would be my hold would be Notre Dame defeating Alabama. And then I'm going to sell USC and Michigan just because I don't want them to have any kind of success, let alone make it to the national championship game against Notre Dame. I would love to beat them, don't get me wrong, but if you're asking me to rank them, those are the two I put at the bottom.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually going to go a different direction on this one, Vince, because I'm not going to have Ohio State in my top one. Everything we said earlier because of the score. It would be boring as heck to watch a 13-10 game. I'd take it. I'd be super happy. But of these four options, like if you said, hey, would you be happy if Notre Dame beat Ohio State for the title 13-10? I'd be ecstatic. But if you gave me then three other options of where it was a more entertaining game, I'd buy the Michigan win 41-20 because I don't want USC to be in the playoff. Kyle Whittingham under US at Michigan doesn't bother me as much. Their fans are terrible, but I have a lot of respect for Kyle Whittingham, and you could shut their fans up. And then now the title they won a few years ago doesn't mean anything because we just blew you out. So I'd buy that one. I would hold the Notre Dame win over Bama because, again, more entertaining game, more convincing win. And I would sell Notre Dame USC because Notre Dame beating USC 49-14 is not an uncommon thing that we've seen in recent years. We've seen that a few times. And then Notre Dame Ohio State, I'd be ecstatic with it, but 13-10 is like, if you just gave me the four teams, I'd say buy Ohio State, hold Alabama, sell Michigan and USC.
Yeah. But
when you give me the score options, that's why I changed my pick.
That's fair. Notre Dame wine and cheese. Thanks for the super chat. Buy, sell, hold. SMU's Jennings ends up as a top 5 Heisman.
So I think he's going to be very good this year, but I don't know that he'll be there. I mean, just being at SMU alone, ND wine and cheese makes that hard. It's going to make it hard. But he'll be a guy that I think we're on shows maybe at the end of the year saying, like, boy, he got a little bit jobbed by not being there. Maybe. But he's got to show he can handle the big games a little bit more. It's a big thing for him.
And they got some tough games early on, like you mentioned. So
if they come out of September undefeated, then maybe because he'll have to play well for them to do that.
Jara's Bear 9502. Thanks for the super chat. 48 days. OGIB today. Go Irish. Leave no doubt.
Love it. Yep. The OG's doing it.
And Ken M36. Thank you for the super chat. How many teams do we root for in this house? Rhetorical question, Farley.
Yeah. It's only, well, there's only one that we root for as far as our favorite team, but in today's era of scoreboard watching, you kind of got to be willing to root for some other teams just because it helps the team you ultimately root for. But
yeah, that's true.
In my house, it used to be multiples. It was the Broncos, it was the Celtics, the Reds, and the Irish. So we rooted for 4 teams. And then Michigan during basketball season, Vince, which was my thing. But now it's like I don't really care about any of those other sports. I don't watch any of those other sports. So it's really only one team that we root for in this house. So it'd be the old fighting Irish.
Absolutely.
So, great way to end the show.
All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us on this buy, sell, hold. It was a long one, but it's only because you guys put in the work to make it a long one, and we really appreciate it. If you want to be a part of the buy, sell, hold in the future, you got to be a member of the premium message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So head on over there, become a member, and then you too can be a part of the buy, sell, hold. Brian, it's always fun. I appreciate you. And we'll be right back at it tomorrow.
Just aware there's a chance we may start tomorrow's show at noon.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. But yes, we'll be with you.
Yep, a lot going on tomorrow. So we will see everybody then. And for Irish Breakdown, I'm Vince. That's Brian. We'll see you next time.
Bye.